Yo, what is up, everybody? Andrew Mahone here with Tricky Jim at Full Grip Games. Thank you all so much for tuning in on this lovely Saturday. We've got a $1,000 prize tournament happening at the shop. This is going to be a standard post-rotation event. So the Sword and Shield through Evolving Skies format. And we've got $1,000 cash on the line for the top finishers of this event. I can hear things getting kicked off out there in the warehouse where the players are stationed and ready to get started for their matches. We've also got an entire case of Evolving Skies up for grabs for the top finishers and a case of Dragon Shield dual mats going to the champion. So the champion will win $400 cash, I believe 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies, and a case of Dragon Shield dual mats. So a ton of amazing prizes for today's victor. We are going to have, I believe, 7 Swiss rounds, followed by a top 8 cut. We're going to have player interviews as well. You see, I've got this microphone set up over here. I'm going to have player interviews. We'll be wearing masks. Everybody in the event hall is masked up today and staying safe, so very excited about that as well. And it should be a phenomenal event. So major thanks to Full Grip Games for hosting this $1,000 prize event. Major thanks to all of the competitors who traveled out. We have competitors from all over the country. I believe we have Andrew Ionios flew in from California to attend. We had JR fly in as well. Azul, Trainer Chip, Grant Manley are all here. Caleb Gedemer is here as well. We've got some big names. JW Kriewall, a.k.a. FlexDaddyRighteous, is in the house. Kevin Baxter, 2-time North America top 16 finisher. Okay, we have got an absolutely stacked event going on today, and my only regret is that I cannot participate. But I am going to be here live broadcasting the entire event and all of our exciting matches for today. I'm really excited to dive into this post-rotation standard format and see which decks are going to come out on top. So let's get some hype going in the chat for today's event. It should be a great one. I might be a little rusty. It's been a while, okay? A year and a half since I have done a paper tournament, but I'm very, very excited, and hopefully what I lack in I guess, practice, I'll make up for it with pure caffeine and enthusiasm. That would be great. So thank you guys all for the subs to kick the stream off, the bits, and the love in the chat. Thank you guys so much for your support and for supporting the shop at Full Grip Games, which makes all of this possible. We're going to be getting kicked off with round 1 of our event shortly, so I'll be right back. Going to go see what our matchup is going to be for our first round and which decks we can expect to see on the tabletop. Imagine a tabletop. A table. Feels good, man. I can't wait to see some shuffling. We'll be right back. Round 1 getting kicked off. It looks like Andrew Denkus is going to be playing first. He's got a Shadow Rider V in the active position with a Horror Psychic Energy attached to it and no other basic search. Just going to pass it over to Kevin, who opens an Alcremie V. Very excited to see how this mirror match turns out. It is a 60 card mirror. They are playing the exact same lists. It looks like Kevin goes for a research in the opening hand, ditching that hand, and going to see 7 new cards, obviously digging for some search outs for Shadow Rider V. That would be great. Quick Ball away the Training Court. Kevin knows that they are both playing 2 copies of Training Court, so definitely not going to be needing Training Court in this match. And I think that Kevin is debating, do I go for the quick Cresselia, or am I going to go for a Shadow Rider V? I think that a Cresselia onto Alcremie, you really can't go wrong with that. Crescent Glow can accelerate 3 Psychic Energy from the deck to a bench Pokemon, but at the cost of potentially not getting a Shadow Rider V in play. I don't know if Kevin has another way to search out a basic Pokemon. And sure enough, there it is. Fog Crystal. Fog Crystal can go get a Shadow Rider V, and this is going to be an explosive start from the get-go for Kevin. Definitely having the advantage, going second and getting to utilize that Crescent Glow on Cresselia. I do think that Shadow Rider is a fantastic call for today's event because of the popularity of Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX decks. Shadow Rider being able to lean on this Cresselia with Crescent Glow can get a pretty explosive start, but we see that Kevin's hand is pretty limited, just having a Shadow Rider VMAX and a Psychic Energy for next turn. So he's really hoping that next turn's Underworld Door can yield some good cards off the top of the deck. Well, I'm sure that Denkus is really just looking to get things kicked off. Already a few attachments behind, just having gone first, only got a single Shadow Rider in play. Denkus could be sprinting ahead if he had opened with a handful of Shadow Rider V on the bench, but not having any search outs in that opening hand, really going to kind of put Denkus behind a turn. We do see Denkus. Is this like a, the artwork also mirrored as well? That would be super sick. We do see that they both have the nice full art Alcremie V in play. Both these players are playing 1 copy of Crobat V. Just thinking if Andrew wants to dig a little bit further, he'll have access to that. Quick Ball, Andrew Denkus does discard Necrozma V. He's going to search his deck. And it looks like he's going to grab a Shadow Rider, and I believe that is the promo Shadow Rider. I've seen quite a few of the players at this event opting to play a split of the Shadow Rider V cards. This particular list plays 1 of the Shadow Rider V promos and 3 of the Shadow Rider V from Chilling Rain. Andrew Denkus just going to opt to go for that turn 2 poke with Shadow Rider V in the active position. Makes it so that Kevin cannot play any copies of Special Energy from the hand, that Shadow Mist attack, and no stadiums as well. That shouldn't be too disruptive for Kevin, being that he only plays 2 copies of Horror Psychic Energy. Kevin searching out Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX with that Evolution Incense. Already has 1 in hand as well, and he knows that he needs to thin his deck before this Underworld Door, because Underworld Door is going to be his only way to draw cards this turn, unless he finds a supporter card off these 2. He does find another Crystal. Now, this is an interesting position for Kevin to be in. He can use the Crystal to grab an energy and use the energy next turn to Underworld Door again, or he can use the crystal to search out a Shadow Rider V, evolve into VMAX next turn. I think I like using the crystal to get a V, and then kind of baiting the Cresselia in the active, you know, anticipating that maybe the Cresselia gets knocked out. And then you can use Training Court to bring those energy back. But Kevin decides to hold the crystal. Also a fair play because the crystal is guaranteed to be able to net Kevin a psychic energy next turn so that he can continue using Underworld Door. Now Denkus is starting to pop off. 2 Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX in play now. Alcremie VMAX hitting the board, and it is a Rainbow Rare Alcremie VMAX. And it looks like, yeah, some Horror Psychic Energy damage was forgotten, so that's getting rectified there on the board. And now Denkus has really made a sprint back in this match. Does have a damaged Shadow Rider, but now drawing through the deck, multiple Shadow Rider in play. Another Shadow Rider V hits the bench. And we're going to see what Denkus opts to do. Do you go for the knockout on Cresselia? The thing about going for the knockout on Cresselia is that Kevin could kind of situate his board in a way that he never gives up a 2-prizer for the remainder of the game, basically making this Cresselia a meaningless knockout, but not entirely meaningless because it does remove 2 energy from the board. So getting rid of the 2 energy makes it so that Kevin is very far from being able to knock out this Shadow Rider V. And this is something that I really love Articuno in these lists for. Now, neither of these players are opting to play the new Galarian Articuno today. I think because they chose to play Special Energy and the Necrozma V kind of in those spots instead. But with a card like Galarian Articuno, it is possible to kind of spring some bonus energy into play and take an unsuspecting knockout with a card like Alcremie VMAX. Kevin finds a quick ball, and it looks like he is going to have to rely on Crobat V to draw some cards this turn. I do kind of wish that Kevin had gone for the Shadow Rider V last turn. I think that it was pretty apparent that the Cresselia was going to end up going down, which then would make it so that Training Court could get the energy back. So I don't think that Kevin was going to have to worry about having access to psychic energy during this turn. That's the reason for holding the Fog Crystal. I think that that play might have been a little bit too conservative in a fast-paced format such as this. And oh, I thought that that was a Shadow Rider in his hand. It's actually a full art Necrozma V. Sure enough. Kevin is going to draw cards with Crobat V. Can retrieve an energy with Training Courts, but it's in a pretty tough spot. Just swinging into this Shadow Rider VMAX for 100 damage with his current board state, trying to figure out where to allocate his energy. He has access to 1 Underworld Door ability this turn. It looks like he's going to opt to use a Fog Crystal. And we'll see what he decides to grab with that Fog Crystal. Searching out a 3rd Shadow Rider. And his board is starting to get established. But despite Kevin's strong start, I think that Andrew Denkus does feel favored with the current state of things. Denkus is going to get a couple of real powerful turns in the next couple plays here because of his initial knockout. I mean, Crobat V already on Kevin's bench. So that makes it so that Andrew only has to knock out one Pokemon VMAX in order to win this game, where Kevin is in a situation where he has to knock out 2 Pokemon VMAX. Now, I suppose it is possible for Kevin to win in 3 more attacks, but he cannot win in 2 turns, where Denkus is capable of winning this game in 2 turns. He could gust and knock out this Crobat next turn, and then go Alcremie VMAX, knock out a VMAX, and finish the game off. So Kevin knows he's in a bind right now. There's his attachment for turn. He's already Underworld Doored once. And he has a Boss's Orders in his hand, but he's already played his supporter for turn. I'm pretty certain. Actually, no, he is not, right? Because he's used the Crobat to fill his hand to 6. So he's eyeing up Marnie or Boss. I think he's just short of the knockout, right? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16, 160 damage. Plus 120, that's 280. It's tough. And he doesn't have a switch, so it's not like, you know, I mean, maybe he could have finished off that Shadow Rider VMAX on the bench with an Alcremie, but then he's kind of setting himself up for the Alcremie to get just return KO'd by Andrew's Alcremie. It's just a very tough place to be. I agree with this Marnie play. It seems like the best route at this point because Kevin just needs to try and stick Andrew with a subpar hand that he doesn't get the cards that he needs to take this massive KO with Alcremie VMAX. And that Alcremie VMAX is definitely looking pretty intimidating on Andrew's bench. All right, we're going to see a Max Geist from this Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX for 160 damage. The ball is now in Andrew Denkus's court, and it's really his game to lose at this point. I feel like he's got a very stable board, and like I said, can win this game in just 2 more turns if the cards fall correctly. Now, I thought I saw Marnie in Andrew's hand, but maybe I didn't. Yes, I do. Okay. With Marnie, I think that that is going to be Andrew's best chance at finding the switch and the cards that he needs in order to take a knockout on this Shadow Rider with Alcremie VMAX. So the hands go to the bottom of the deck. Andrew will get 5 cards, and we see a Shadow Rider VMAX and some Psychic Energy. He's going to be able to draw some more cards with Underworld Door. Question is, will he find the switch? To take a knockout. It's got the Horror Psychic Energy attached to the Alcremie. Training Court to bring a Psychic Energy back from the discard pile. And now 2 Underworld Door abilities at least, because there's 2 Psychic Energy in the hand. There's our Underworld Door number 1. Still no switch. Underworld Door number 2. And still no switch, but a Fog Crystal can search out a Psychic Energy from the deck. And we're going to get to see a 3rd Underworld Door to see if Andrew Denkus can find an air balloon or a switch to take this knockout with Alcremie VMAX. Underworld Door number 3. That's 2 more cards from the top of the deck. Oh, the Air Balloon is already in hand. Air Balloon is going to allow Andrew Denkus to free retreats this Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX into Alcremie VMAX, and Kevin is going to lose a huge chunk of his board position with this single attack. Alcremie VMAX fully loaded. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 energy in play. And what's incredibly intimidating about this position is that there's almost nothing Kevin can do about it, because his Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX is getting knocked out. He's losing 3 energy from the board. And Denkus is in a situation where all he has to do is Underworld Door a few more times, and he can take the final KO with Alcremie VMAX. So Andrew Denkus just deciding which energy he wants to discard for the G-Max Whisk, and there it is, G-Max Whisk for 360 damage for a huge one-hit knockout. Kevin certainly in a dire position now. And with Andrew only having 2 prizes remaining, Kevin has to figure out, how does he route this victory? Is it possible even? Kevin can only attach 3 additional energy this turn. It feels ridiculous to say that, but with only 2 Shadow Rider VMAX in play, he is just 1 energy short of being able to take the knockout on this Alcremie VMAX, which is another reason why I really think that Galarian Articuno needs to be in these decks, because it just gives you that comeback potential. Gives you that option to explode a couple extra energy into play, even if you don't have the Shadow Rider set up. So Kevin is going to take his time trying to calculate what gives him the route. Is there a route to take? Kevin could gust and knock out one of the Shadow Riders on the bench, just try to go boss game, but all Andrew needs is just a couple of energy, and with no reset stamp to be able to reset the hands, Kevin can't boss and Marnie in the same turn. Is one of the toughest parts about this. And with that training court more or less locked in play, there's not going to be an easy way to disrupt Andrew's ability to draw cards. Now we see Boss and Marnie off of that second Underworld Door. So Kevin has access to both Boss's Orders and Marnie, the 2 cards that, the 2 supporters that he's probably considering the most right about now. It's crazy. Maybe if either player played a Raihan, Kevin could get enough energy in play. Of just being 1 energy short is just very tough. Kevin is going to use Escape Rope, so now Andrew Denkus has to decide which Pokemon he is going to promote, and it looks like he is going to offer up an Alcremie V. But I think that Kevin is also an energy short of taking this knockout with Max Geist. So no matter which way you cut it up, Kevin is going to be an energy short of what he needs to accomplish this turn. So this is a very grindy position to be in. Still hasn't played a supporter card yet, and Denkus' hand feels nearly unlimited. And we see Kevin deciding, do I eye up the boss? Do I take the VMAX knockout and say, I hope you don't find 2 energy because 1 energy is guaranteed? And I like Kevin's decision to just go for the Shadow Rider. I think you kind of have to shoot your shot and hope that in that massive hand, Andrew Denkus does not have access to 2 energy cards. Yeah, it is a knockout. Excellent. Shadow Rider, Calyrex, VMAX, Max Geist getting in there. And Andrew Denkus has access to an Ordinary Rod, has access to Stadium, and Boss's Orders, the Crobats, will finish this game off. Alcremie VMAX going to be finishing the game with a G-Max Whisk for 240 damage, and player awkwardly deciding whether or not to shake hands. Kevin and Denkus are friends, so I believe they stayed in the hotel together last night. They traveled here together, so awkwardly deciding in a pandemic world, do we shake hands after our match? What do we do? Right? How do we do this? I don't know what to do with my hands. Yeah, so great game 1. We're going to bring Andrew Denkus back to the studio and get a player interview to see what he thought of his first match of the day. We will be right back. All right, I am here with Andrew Denkus. I've never done an interview with these 2 different mics like this. So, Denkus, can you give us a little hello?
Hello, chat. It's your favorite mod.
Yes, Andrew Denkus, moderator of Tricky Jim, Pokemon trading card game player extraordinaire, playing the 60-card mirror.
59. He plays an energy recycler. I play a rod.
Okay, so you guys decided to mix up one single card.
58. Sorry, he plays 3 training cards. I play a 3rd Alcremie.
Okay. Yes, and we saw that, Alcremie VMAX ended up putting in some work there in that game.
Yeah, I really lucked out that one turn where I knocked out his VMAX. I needed a lot off of Marnie, and I mean, that's just what this deck does. It just floods the board of energy, and just drawing cards, never a bad thing.
Absolutely. So. Yeah, now, what made you want to go with Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX for today's event?
Just consistency. I say that as I started Lone Shadow Rider and really nothing else. But, I mean, that's just opening hands. I can't play a supporter. No quick balls, no fog crystals or anything like that. Or yes, fog crystal, I think so. But yeah, I don't know. It's just super consistent. The G-Max Rapid Flow is probably one of the strongest attacks, and it doesn't really it's not one-shotting anything other than like a Crobat. But Are we talking about G-Max Rapid Flow, or are we talking about Max Geist? Well, I mean, that's why I chose the deck.
Okay, all right.
To sort of prevent any G-Max Rapid Flow shenanigans.
Yes, you chose because it's good against, good against Rapid Strike Urshifu.
And there's 2 different Rapid Strike Urshifu decks.
Right. Now, are you worried all about Galarian Moltres today playing Shadow Rider, or you think that Alcremie is kind of stable enough to take care of it?
Well, Kevin, my opponent, graciously told me that he's playing a Necrozma V in his deck, and so I thought, sure, why not? It hits 220 on to knock out a Galarian Moltres. It needs a special energy, that's why I play the Horror Energy. But it's actually, the Horror Energy comes in clutch, just like with Max Geist as well, having to discard 1 less energy, which is really nice.
Right.
So I'm going to be concerned because Urshifu is just a very strong deck in itself, and obviously Moltres has energy acceleration built in. But I think a thicker Alcremie line should help. The Necrozma V should help, and just maybe being a little bit more consistent with draws should help. So
you talk to us a little bit about the Necrozma V inclusion What's kind of the thought process there? It's not a card we usually see in these Shadow Rider decks.
Well, there was like a lot of rumblings about Glaceon VMAX going on, and I can't really hit that. We actually play, Kevin and I play one of the promo Shadow Riders.
It does what, 130 damage?
130 damage for 3 energy,
right.
I believe. So just to maybe poke the Glaceon, it may not swing the matchup in its favor, but it got to give us a fighting chance against it. So
awesome stuff, man. Awesome stuff. Well, I'm really looking forward to see how you do today. It's unfortunate that you get paired against a friend playing a 58-card mirror round one, but I mean, nothing feels more quintessentially IRL Pokemon events than having that happen, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's at a regional, even at a regional, getting paired up with a friend round one. It's like, oh, we came together,
like
and
1,000
one of
players
us is
here. Yep. And sure enough,
so it feels like more like a League Cup around, like.
Right. Yeah, it does feel like a huge League Cup. It's kind of, it feels like an old state championships.
Yes.
Is what it feels like.
Yeah, I agree.
It feels like an old state championships here today. We have got enough players for 7 rounds, so there are
a lot of Pokemon.
A good number of players out in the warehouse right now competing for that $400 first place prize. Thank you so much, Denkus, for giving us some of your time, and good luck in the rest of the event, man.
Thanks for having me,
of course.
Keep up a good stream.
Of course, man, of course. Frank Percic going to be piloting Sylveon VMAX featuring Galarian Moltres, and Trey McCarden going to be piloting a Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX deck. Wow, and Trey's got those nice psychic energy from the Diamond and Pearl era. Those look beautiful. And the new Orchid color Dragon Shield dual matte sleeves as well. Big thanks to Dragon Shield for providing all of the sleeves for today's event. And it looks like Trey has got another mulligan. So that is 2 mulligans now for Frank. So Frank is going to be able to pick up a couple of cards off the top of the deck. Now, Frank has been testing the Sylveon deck lists. I know with Jesse Parker here, these guys are local to the greater Akron area. And wow, a mulligan number 3. That is not what you want. You really don't want to give your opponent 3 additional cards when they are setting up for turn 1, especially the Sylveon deck. Sylveon is such an awesome new card from Evolving Skies. I cannot wait to see what this Sylveon deck can do. Sylveon V has pleasantly surprised me in testing. It is just such a consistent archetype, especially thanks to that Sylveon V with its Dream Gift ability. These players are getting started. It looks like Trey is going first, opens with a Shadow Rider V. Round 2 getting kicked off for the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize event. There's also a case of Evolving Skies on the line for the top finishers of today's event. Trey getting started with a Psychic Energy on this Shadow Rider V, and then going to Quick Ball. It looks like eyeing up a second Shadow Rider V. Taking a look through Trey's list, it looks like there is no funny business here. This is a straight shooting, consistent Shadow Rider Alcremie list. No spice here, just a 4/4 Shadow Rider Calyrex, 2/2 Alcremie VMAX, 1 Galarian Articuno, 1 Cresselia, and 1 Crobat V. I really like that. I think that is kind of the the go-to Pokemon lineup for most Shadow Rider lists at this point. Frank opens with the Sylveon V, and I'm still learning the names of these charms, right? These new, I want to say Fairy Charm every time that I see one, but I know that it's not called Fairy Charm, but it's the new tool that you can attach to your fairy Pokemon. Not fairy Pokemon, to your Sylveon. They're not fairy, they're psychic now, right? Do you see how confusing this is? You can attach these to your Sylveons, right? It's Ribbon Badge. There we go. Ribbon Badge. All right. Come on, Overlay. Let's get it going. Ribbon Badge right here. From Evolving Skies is a tool card that reads, if the Pokemon V this card is attached to has Sylveon and its name is knocked out by damage from an attack, your opponent takes one fewer prize card. Frank doesn't, despite all of the mulligans, Frank does not actually have a fantastic turn one. Just attaches a Rapid Strike energy to Sylveon and is able to use Sylveon V's Dream Gift ability to search the deck for a Quick Ball, which ends his turn. Now, Trey has got a great start. Double Shadow Rider, turn 2, going first, and an Underworld Door. And then Fog Crystal, going to be able to search Trey out another Pokemon, and it looks like we are searching for Alcremie V to get that Alcremie established on the board. Let's see, as far as the trainers that Trey plays, we do see a couple of Air Balloon, couple of Switch, 1 Energy Recycler, and 3 Training Courts, and 1 Ordinary Rod. So with 1 Energy Recycler and 1 Ordinary Rod and 13 Psychic Energy, there are plenty of ways for Trey to recover energy in this deck. Also a healthy amount of outs to bump a Path to the Peak or something like that should Trey come across one. And a Professor's Research, nice full art Professor's Research. Trey's deck is looking super fresh. I love the Diamond and Pearl energies. Full art supporters. Old school switches as well. I believe those Switch are from the Diamond and Pearl era also. And I love that. It's not a completely blinged out deck, but just playing some of what appear to be his favorite artworks. I love seeing the different choices that players make as far as which artworks to play for cards that have been in the Pokemon TCG for a long time, especially Switch. For 20 years, Switch has been around. It looks like Trey is going to opt to dig a little bit further with that Crobat V. It's got a pretty loaded hand off of the research. And, I mean, look at the discrepancy between what's, amount of cards that Trey has played now on turn 2. And Frank is sitting there with not a single card played in the discard pile yet. Not a single card in the discard pile. Trey, meanwhile, popping off Double Shadow Rider, Underworld Door. And it looks like we are going to be switching into 2 energy, Shadow Rider, and Trey wants enough energy. Yes, here we go. To swing into this Sylveon. The 3rd energy will come down onto the Shadow Rider, Calyrex VMAX, and Max Geist. Going to be getting announced for 130 damage onto that Sylveon V, but with the Ribbon Badge tool attached. That Sylveon V right now only gives up a single prize card. It does have a Rapid Strike energy equipped, so we could see an attack from Sylveon VMAX, a Max Harmony attack. Go on to come into play, but that would mean evolving up evolving up this damaged Sylveon into a Sylveon VMAX, which seems kind of risky, right? Might not be something that Frank particularly wants to do. So maybe this will just stay a Sylveon V. But Sylveon V, let's see what Sylveon's V attack, just does 60 damage. And 60 damage plus the max amount of damage from a Sylveon Max Harmony does 70 damage plus 30 more damage for each different type of Pokemon on your bench. So if you have 5 different type of Pokemon, that's 220 damage. Now that might not seem like it's a ton of damage, but what makes the Sylveon deck great is its consistency with the Dream Gift ability from Sylveon V, with the fact that you can tech your Sylveon VMAX deck to account for just about any matchup. And we see Frank is playing basic Darkness Energy in this list so that he can use Galarian Moltres to charge energy into play and then attack with its Aura Burn. Frank is going to use Great Ball, definitely looking for a Galarian Moltres. There it is. Not only does Galarian Moltres give Frank a way to respond to this Shadow Rider deck, also can accelerate energy into play. So Frank's going to play an old school Energy Surge. See, back from the E-Reader era. Love seeing these old cards. And Quick Ball. That's an old Quick Ball. It's got an errata so that it can be played. I believe the old Quick Ball played more like a Great Ball. Right? But because of the errata, you can play those old Quick Balls in place of standard Quick Balls from Sword and Shield. Galarian Moltres is a fantastic asset for this Sylveon deck. Not only does it help to power up Sylveon's attack, Max Harmony, it's also a great attacker itself. Now I'm going to see if Frank plays any Energy Switch. There are 3 copies of Energy Switch in this deck. So, plenty of ways to move the energy around in Frank's deck, right? So, we could see Energy Switch move that energy off the Galarian Moltres onto a Sylveon. And it looks like Frank is playing a Galarian Meowth and Urshifu in this deck. This is certainly a very spicy deck. And I think that the Galarian Meowth is really just in the list so that it can discard Darkness Energy. That is the idea. And also, I mean, Frank has got turn 2. Everything's set up. I mean, this is going from no cards played turn 1. Turn 2, Frank is going to be dealing 220 damage with Max Harmony, putting a lot of pressure on this Shadow Rider VMAX. I'm not going to lie. I mean, it was not looking like it was going to be Frank's game, but this is an incredibly impressive turn 2 with a fully loaded bench and a Darkness Energy on the Galarian Moltres. And what's so intimidating about the Darkness Energy on the Galarian Moltres is that all Frank needs to do is attach an energy from hand and Dire Flame Wings just one time, and then that Galarian Moltres is going to be live for an Aura Burn. And Aura Burn, of course, hits the Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX for weakness. So even though Trey had an incredible start, explosive draw, you can see that Trey is now having to find a way out of this tough situation. Now, Trey goes for his copy of Galarian Articuno. Galarian Articuno has got this pretty gnarly ability that allows it to accelerate extra energy into play. Cruel Charge. And Psy Laser attack can do 120 damage. I don't think that there's anywhere in particular on the board where Psy Laser is going to make a big difference, but Cruel Charge can just slam some extra energy into play, which is pretty nifty. Now, the issue is that Frank's VMAX is only giving up 2 prizes. Wow. So, Cruel Charge, accelerating 2 Psychic Energy into play. Trey does not have a hand, so it's just going to draw 5 cards off the top of the deck since there is no hand to place on the bottom of the deck. And now Trey has plenty of energy on board in order to take the knockout. But the question is, do you just send this fresh Shadow Rider up into the fray against a Galarian Moltres? That feels really bad. Psychic Energy coming down on the Alcremie. I think we are going to have to see Alcremie VMAX in this game if Trey hopes to pull off a victory, and I really want to see the damaged Shadow Rider go up. I agree with this play from Trey. No sense kind of sending your fresh Shadow Rider up, I don't think, because the fresh Shadow Rider VMAX is like most definitely just going to get destroyed by that Galarian Moltres. So Trey will take 2 prizes because of the ribbon badge. That ribbon badge putting in a ton of work on the Sylveon VMAX. And it's such a good meta call for this event because almost nobody is playing Tool Scrapper. Off the Great Ball, Frank finds a Rapid Strike Octillery. And is going to be able to evolve his active Remoraid into Octillery. Now Octillery can help boost the consistency of this deck with its Rapid Strike Search ability. Rapid Strike Search can search out any Rapid Strike card from the deck. Frank's list does play 2 copies of Karina's Focus, so that he can draw Galarian Articuno, getting some action there with its Dire Flame Wings ability, charging another Darkness Energy into play. An Air Balloon dropping down onto the Galarian Meowth. And looks like Frank is going to discard his hand with the Galarian Meowth, I believe, and then use Octillery's Rapid Strike Search to search out Karina's Focus. So that Galarian Meowth really just on the board to discard cards from the hand. Now, the issue with Frank's current board state is that if he does go all in on this Galarian Moltres, he doesn't have another attacker ready to follow it up. And he does need to find an energy. If he misses the energy, this is going to be huge. A Rapid Strike energy will not do it. Now, if Frank has maybe a VMAX, yeah, the Rapid Strike energy going on to the Urshifu, but Urshifu does give up 3 prizes. Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, that energy switch coming in clutch, and Frank just needing to go in with G-Max Rapid Flow. G-Max Rapid Flow could take 4 prizes, right? So there's the Galarian Articuno on the bench. Does it do enough to the active? There's 220 damage on the active, so 120 damage to the active will actually only do 90 because of resistance, so it is not enough to knock out the active. So this is why we're seeing Frank kind of grind through this turn, right? Because if he uses Gale Thrust, he takes the knockout, does a perfect 120 or 100 damage. He needs to do 100 damage to the active and knock it out. G-Max Rapid Flow is only going to do 90 because it's in the active position. So it's going to be 10 short of the knockout, which is why Frank is really taking his time trying to figure out how does this play actually work? Because if Trey takes this knockout, he wins next turn, right? So by going in with the Urshifu, does Frank actually shoot himself in the foot? I think he has to make this play. I like this. You have to make this play as Frank, and you have to just Gale Thrust. You're sacrificing the 3 prizes. Now, as Trey, you are trying to disrupt Frank's hand and take the knockout with Alcremie VMAX. That is the route. Here, G-Max Whisk, take the knockout on the Rapid Strike Urshifu. And you have to knock out the Rapid Strike Urshifu. You can't just gust and knock out the Moltres, because if you gust and knock out the Moltres, then Rapid Strike Urshifu can just boss and then take 3 prizes on the Galarian Articuno and the Crobat, which are already in play. Looks like Trey is digging through his deck right now. And I would imagine that he's trying to find a Marnie. He should very easily have the energy that he needs to knock out anything on Frank's board. But that's the crazy thing about this race, is that if that ribbon badge on the Sylveon had not been there, Trey would be winning the game. It wouldn't be anything to consider. It would just be an instant KO on this Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. Trey would gather up his 3 prizes and be on his way. But because of the ribbon badge, Frank is able to prolong this game just 1 extra turn, which could give him the opportunity to find a basic energy and a boss's orders to take a game-winning knockout on a Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX. That's going to be what this game really boils down to. And the Galarian Moltres V just showing how dominant of a card it is, really being able to get splashed into just about any type of deck. Oh my goodness, and Trey actually going for the boss's orders. Maybe doesn't have Marnie. Maybe this is the next best play. Maybe doesn't have the energy that he needs to attack with Alcremie VMAX. But knocking out the Moltres. Now, if Frank just has boss's orders, he's promoting the Urshifu boss's orders. And this is game G-Max Rapid Flow on the Crobat. Oh my gosh, and another horribly awkward shake. Oh, players, please decide what you're going to do. Fist bumps, shake hands, my goodness. Oh, that was horrible. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're going to need some work on that, most definitely. That was incredible. Frank Percic taking the win in a very close match. Rapid Strike Urshifu with Sylveon VMAX. Very cool to see. We're going to get Frank back here for a player interview in just a moment. Hang tight. Thank you guys all for tuning in. All right, Frank's audio should work now.
What's up?
Yeah, how you doing, Frank?
I'm elated, Andrew. How are you?
Frank had told me that he was elated, yeah, but the audio wasn't, audio wasn't 100% there. So, thank you guys all for tuning in. Thank you, Frank, for showing up. What made you want to play Sylveon VMAX?
Oh, so many things. I was thinking a lot about what the format was going to look like. New format, new set, rotated all these cards out.
Right.
Yeah. Don't have things like Bench Barrier Mew anymore. Urshifu sounded really good. These Shadow Rider decks didn't lose a whole ton. You got Fog Crystal, great engines going in those decks. And so I wanted to find something as I always do, in a little off the beaten path. And just reading the new cards. These, Zacian historically was one of those cards that's had a great ability and ended your turn. And I really started looking at Leafeon and Sylveon because I like the idea of that, and just being able to set up, search your deck for an item card. I like that a lot, and I had seen some good Sylveon lists over in Japan.
Nice.
I tuned into your stream, tuned in Celio's network. Shout out to Celio. And so watching some people, I saw some lists go around, and I really wanted to toy around with the idea, and just the fact that you can hit all these different weaknesses and do all these crazy creative toolbox style plays. I really enjoy that style of play, and after a week and a half or 2 weeks of just putting things together and trying things out, we came up with Sylveon VMAX. Jesse Parker and I actually.
Yeah, and that's what's awesome is that the set just came out. So these are kind of the first tournament games being played with the newest set. It just dropped on PTCGO on Thursday. Today is Saturday. So, you guys have just gotten your hands on the cards for the first time, and now we're getting to see them in action. A lot of these other decks, Shadow Rider, been around for a while. Urshifu, been around for a while. What kind of different phases did the Sylveon deck go through? Were there any cards that didn't end up making the cut for today's event?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so the toughest thing, I think, when looking towards this new format with rotation was figuring out how to draw cards. You lost to Dene.
Right.
Inteleon and Drizzile are great, but just super susceptible to the Rapid Flow Gmax attack now.
Right.
So that was a little sketchy sometimes. And so kind of having, that Sylveon that could search the deck, that was really like the key to the format, in my opinion, is just finding things that, could draw you cards in a way that didn't make it super vulnerable. So the first deck really had instead of Octillery, I actually liked Rayquaza VMAX to draw cards was great, and Octillery a little susceptible to that Gmax Rapid Flow. So there was a version with Rayquaza in it, and really no dark energies. We were just going for the old kind of like using the Blaziken as well, like you played on.
Oh yeah, your list has no Blaziken in it. Yeah,
there's no Blaziken, so the idea was to kind of draw cards with the Rayquaza, and we tried a lot of different things. Like Rayquaza could discard things, so you could use the Moltres, but then we didn't like that, so we put the Blaziken in, and then you didn't need to discard cards, so we took the Rayquaza out, and
the Meowth is in.
The Meowth, my man, the Meowth is amazing. I loved it so much.
Yeah, I had to do like one of these, like the Meowth. I'm pretty sure there's no Persian. Yep, okay, just to discard stuff. Yep.
Yeah, the toughest thing with this deck, with the Moltres version compared to the Blaziken version, was just being able to charge things up. But as I played a lot of games, I started to realize that you really only need to energy switch like once, maybe twice a game, really. And the threat of the Moltres, as you saw in the last game, the threat of the Moltres just being there with an energy on it,
so good,
really can force these Shadow Rider players to do awkward plays with Boss's Orders and
boss it up. But then Gmax Rapid Flow
just allowed me to Rapid Flow, at the end there. So so really the Moltres version just became kind of more and more feasible as we tested, and I wasn't in love with the kind of math that Blaziken was doing, and so the Galarian Meowth was just kind of there as a failsafe, because other than Quick Ball and Professor's Research, I just wanted a way to kind of discard cards. I actually use it more to thin my hand out for Crobat and Corinna's.
We saw that.
We
saw that.
And that was just a great inclusion. It allowed me to kind of draw the full six and just hit, Urshifu VMAX, the energy, and the, and the E-switch and everything needed to just set up the Urshifu. So, it kind of came together that was like the missing piece that the deck needed.
It was awesome to see, and it's like, you got the rainbow mask on today. You're playing the Rainbow Road deck. It's like, I feel like you're themed out, and also I feel like the Sylveon deck is like the quintessential spicy deck, right?
Oh yeah,
because you get all the different kinds of Pokemon in play, but it's like one big machine and it works, and so I feel like the deck's very fitting.
Yeah,
very fitting,
very
Frank
much
Percic,
agree.
very Frank Percic kind of deck, and it was awesome to see you really pilot it well there on the in round 2. So, any matchup that you're not stoked to see heading into the rest of the rounds?
So most of the testing that we had done had really been for Rapid Strike Urshifu.
Yeah.
A lot of testing against the Shadow Rider Calyrex and Rayquaza VMAX as well. And so not as much against Ice Rider, which I actually played in my first round and was fine, and Zacian, any type of metal deck I'm a little worried about. But honestly, the game plan was just Rapid Flow the Drizziles and just pray was the plan.
I mean,
so.
and with Galarian Moltres, like you could and 3 energy switch in the deck, you could feasibly Rapid Flow.
Oh, you can stream Rapid Flows with this deck really well, and I'm just a little worried about with the Cape of Toughness as people play that in their Zacian deck. The math gets weird, and attacking with Sylveon, even with the Ribbon Badge, is just super awkward sometimes. But I haven't tested that matchup as much, so it could be really good. I don't know, but that's one I was just like, if I don't have to play it, I wouldn't be too upset.
For sure. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, Frank, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of you, I think, in the rounds to come. So really excited to see you again, and good luck.
Yeah, it's great to be here, man. Thanks so much for working with Full Grip to put this on, and I'm hope to see everybody later as well in the later rounds. Hopefully I'm still doing okay.
Absolutely. Good stuff. All right. Players are getting set up and ready to rock for round 3 of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize Sword and Shield through Evolving Skies event. We have got none other than Trainer Chip, aka Chip Richey, on the left, piloting Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX. You may know Chip from his Twitch and YouTube channels. Trainer Chip produces some awesome Pokemon trading card game content. Also, an official commentator for the Pokemon Company International. Might have seen him on such broadcasts as the Players Cup or Players Cup Invitational streams. And we have got a Shadow Rider mirror match ahead, and Holden kicking things off with a Kriewall charge from that Galarian Articuno. Wow, that was something. Just really getting in there on the first turn, and then Crobat for more. We're going to see a ton of draw from Holden this turn. Holden is playing a spicy version of the Shadow Rider deck. As we can see, a Galarian Zapdos hitting the discard pile. That is not a card we typically see in Shadow Rider decks, maybe in the Mewtwo and Mew Aurora Energy version. So curious to see how this teched out version of Shadow Rider performs. It actually looks like there are 2 copies of Galarian Zapdos V in Holden's version of this deck. 2 Aurora Energy and 15 Psychic Energy. So it is no wonder that Holden was able to splash those 2 Psychic Energy into play on the Articuno turn 1. There are 15, yes, I said that correctly, 15 Psychic Energy in this deck list that we are looking at right now. So with 15 energy, I mean, really, are you ever going to miss a beat? That is fascinating to see, and I want to see how this Shadow Rider deck sets up. Holden eyeing up his hand, and has got beautiful alt art Shadow Rider V in the active. Going to use Shadow Mist. Chip got an energy attachment for turn, and then a Marnie. Both players are going to shuffle their hands and place it on the bottom of the deck. And then it looks like Holden is going to cut Chip's hand. The hand cut. Not something that we typically see. But yes, technically, I guess, if you feel so inclined, you are allowed to cut your opponent's hand before they place it on the bottom of the deck. Odds are that hand is going to get reshuffled by the time it reaches the top of the deck. I think it's almost impossible for it not to. But definitely interesting. Chip does not find anything of value off of this Marnie, which means that Holden is going to get to rock it off with his Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX deck. Evolution Incense grabbing Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX from the deck. And you know what that means. We're going to get to see some Underworld Doors. All right, some Underworld Door action coming right up from Holden. Another Shadow Rider and a Great Ball. Wow, that's a second Crobat played from Holden. Holden just hamming through this deck as fast as possible. And yeah, 3 Psychic Energy at least off of that Great Ball. No Pokemon to be found. This is a Turbo. All right, I don't think that I've seen a Turbo list like this. There are, 15 energy, 2 overall. That's 17 energy in the deck. There's 4 Research, 3 Marnie, 2 Crobat V. And I'm trying to figure out, like, where is the space for all of this? But it is, because there's 4 Quick Ball, 4 Fog Crystal, and 4 Great Ball. Okay. And 3 Evolution Incense. So this is a turbo list. This is about as turbo as it gets. This is definitely a speedy deck here. There are 3 Air Balloon, no copies of Switch. I actually love that meta call from Holden. Just saying, you know what? Who cares? 3 Air Balloon, no looking back. That's one of the spaces where Holden has made some extra space in this deck, is that he doesn't have any copies of Switch. Just 3 Air Balloon. And, of course, the 17 energy, which is just going to allow Holden to just kind of draw the gas. Oh, yeah, there's no Alcremie in this list. Now I'm figuring it out. Okay, this is an Alcremie-less Shadow Rider list. I was like, where's the space? Where's the space? Like, because I'm thinking about my Shadow Rider list, and I'm like, how in the world? What gives? Okay, there's something's happening here. Yes, there is no Alcremie VMAX. This is just a turbo Shadow Rider list. There are 17 energy, Galarian Articuno, and the goal of this deck is going to be to just set up as many Shadow Rider as possible, get to the bottom of the deck, and start taking knockouts. And we can see that Holden's list is doing precisely that, right? This is Holden's, second turn of the game? Chip had 2 turns, and look at what Chip has to, to say for it. I mean, granted, Chip has only had 1 turn with the supporter because he went first, but it's, you got to give it to Holden, despite the fact that he's got 2 Crobats in play, which are definitely liabilities. Holden does not find the Switch, though. Oh, my gosh. Well, not Switch, but does not find one of his 3 copies of Air Balloon. Holden just absolutely burned through the deck, but no Air Balloon means no attack. That single energy Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX gonna be stuck in the active position for another turn. Now, Holden has some great board state advantage, but missing that attack means that Chip is going to have a turn to respond. And I think that Holden missing that knockout on the Alcremie V is definitely going to open a door for Chip to be able to compete in this game. If that Alcremie V goes down, I would be very impressed if Chip was going to be able to pull off a comeback. But I think that with that Alcremie hanging on just barely, we could potentially see some plays come down from Chip that could get him back into this game. Research looked like a little bit of an ugly Research there. Got rid of the Ordinary Rod, maybe a Boss's Orders or 2 as well. A couple of Air Balloons in this hand. 1 Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX on the board for Chip. Alcremie V in the active spot with just a single Psychic Energy on it. And we've got Fog Crystal. Not opting to find another V quite yet because Chip has got a Quick Ball in hand. It's going to let that Training Court go. Holden does not play any Energy Recovery in his list. Oh, 2 copies of Training Court. But other than that, no Ordinary Rod, no Energy Recycler or anything like that. But who needs it when you have 15 basic copies of Psychic Energy in your deck, right? So I think that Holden just thinking like, okay, without Alcremie VMAX, do I really need that much Energy Recovery? Probably not, because you're not going to be discarding as aggressively throughout the course of the match. Chip looking to that Cresselia on the bench to try and get him out of this scenario. He's got Air Balloon in hand, so he can move that Alcremie V if he wants to. Alcremie V is not a very strong Pokemon itself. Evolves into the amazing Alcremie VMAX, but we might see an adornment come down. Yes, Evolution Incense. Now we're cooking. Or should I say baking? Alcremie VMAX with its adornment attack going to get this board chock full of psychic energy. And now Chip is set up for the rest of the match. But if Holden can snowball and get enough energy into play to take a knockout on this Alcremie V with a Shadow Rider, this game is going to escalate very quickly from here on out. And Holden has got 3 copies of Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX in play. So we're going to start seeing those Underworld Door abilities come down. Underworld Door number 1 got the beautiful Psychic Energy from Emerald. You love to see that. There's the Air Balloon that Holden missed last turn, and that's got to feel rough, right? And already retreating, saying like, yep, I know that we are going to be attacking with a Shadow Rider. It's the only proper attacker in this deck other than Galarian Zapdos. And then we can start charging up this benched Shadow Rider as well with another Underworld Door. With 3 Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX in play, Holden can attach up to 4 Psychic Energy from the hand this turn. And with the Galarian Articuno and its Cruel Charge ability, Holden has a bonus 2 energy kind of just pocketed there on the Galarian Articuno and an Aurora Energy. Okay, I like this. An Aurora Energy going on to Crobat V. We don't typically see Crobat V attack, but you know, in the mirror match, when you think about it, Crobat V can do 140 damage plus 10 with poison to a dark, weak Shadow Rider Calyrex. I highly doubt that we're going to see that Crobat get in there, but it's a possibility, right? So interesting to put the Aurora Energy on to the Crobat. Holden going to fail one of those Great Ball and then consider his path forward. Checking out the discard pile. Hasn't seen any of those training courts yet. Chip denied Holden the training court, saying like, okay, I don't want you to actually have this. There's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 300. Yes. So this is going to be a one-hit knockout with Max Geist. And Holden showing the dominance of his Turbo Shadow Rider list with no Alcremie in it. Knocking out Alcremie VMAX. Now Chip only has 3 prize cards remaining. This is the danger of Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX. Once you hit that point of no return, then how do you stop this deck from snowballing? There is almost nothing that Chip can do. All of Chip's attackers give up 3 prizes. Chip just had 1 attacker knocked out, and now the second attacker is also going to give up 3 prizes. So Holden only has to get 3 more energy into play in order to take a knockout. Now, Holden's list would have had a turn 2. Let's keep in mind, Holden's list, had he hit the Air Balloon, would have had a turn 2 knockout on a Pokemon V with Shadow Rider, right? That's 6 energy in play with just Max Geist. And then turn 3, Holden is doing over 300 damage. Turn 4, I suspect we're going to see Holden do over 300 damage again. Because even if one of these Shadow Riders goes down, Holden's list plays 15 basic Psychic Energy. I mean, this list is really crafted to do exactly what Holden wants it to do. And it is paying off spectacularly to Crobat V, but this hand looks horrible. Oh my goodness, we could see a change of tides. These cards that are incredible for helping Holden set up as quickly as possible. Great ball, quick ball. Neither of those are going to help Holden to draw out of the situation. Holden has got 2 Crobat V already on the bench. There are no more Crobat V in Holden's deck. And he hasn't found that training. Oh, is that training court going into play? Ah, well, if the training court's in play, I missed that. Now Chip has played the training court down. So Holden has access to Chip's training court, which is going to give him a guaranteed draw of 2 and 1 guaranteed energy. So all Holden's going to have to do is find 2 more energy. He's got one energy guaranteed off of the training court. If he can find 2 more energy, he is going to win. Because we just saw that Holden was able to take a knockout with his fully loaded board this past turn. He's losing 3 energy off Shadow Rider. Chip's G-Max Whisk taking a huge 3-prize turn. Now it's up to Holden. Boss's orders. He's got 3 prizes left. Doesn't matter at this point. Psychic Energy back. I want to see Holden thin this deck with the Great Balls and the Quick Ball first. See if there's any more Pokemon left in this deck. There might not be, frankly. I mean, I think Holden's list is so explosive that there may not be any energy left in, or any Pokemon left in the deck. And it looks like that's what we're doing, just going in. And there's a research. This research only needs to find 2 more energy. That Underworld door bailed Holden out. If that training court was not in play, then it would have been a really horrible position for Holden. Let's see. Holden's got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27. Yes, Alcremie actually only has 310 hit points, meaning that Holden only needs to find 1 energy off this research, and it's going to be game. Shadow Rider does 10 plus 30 more. So here we go. 7 cards off a research. Does Holden find the Psychic Energy? Oh, the anticipation. There it is. Psychic Energy attached. Another Underworld door. More Fog Crystals in hand. Aurora Energy as well. You know, just the sugar on top, right? And that is going to be a Max Geist for way more than enough damage. And Holden going to advance to 3-0 with a massive Shadow Rider. Calyrex, he's counting. This is the equivalent of the PTCGO where you max out. Yeah, right. Yeah. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 300. Well over 300 damage. And that is going to be game. Just 2 knockouts to win in the Shadow Rider mirror. Holden Sheeks going to advance to 3-0 with his Turbo Shadow Rider list. Chip having a tough start in that match. Going to look to rebound in order to keep his hopes of achieving a top 8 finish alive. We're going to get Holden back here for a player interview in just a moment. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in to the Full Grip Games 1K post-rotation event. We'll be right back. All right, we are here with Holden Sheeks, 3-0 with a very interesting Shadow Rider list. Holden, tell us a little bit about how you came to the conclusion to play Shadow Rider with no Alcremie and just 15 basic Psychic Energy.
Yeah, apparently everyone is on the Alcremie build. I think that I don't think it matters. I think you set up your board turn 3 no matter what. So with the Alcremie build, you set up your basics. Turn 2 Alcremie evolve, and then get your energies up, and then turn 3 attack. Right. And then with Shadow Rider, with like a normal build, it's you set up your basics, you set up your VMAX as much as possible turn 2, and then turn 3 it's like the same amount of energies, honestly. I think that
except Shadow Rider keeps its energy.
Yes.
And Alcremie discards it.
Exactly. I think just being more conservative with the energy and just focusing on your VMAX is just more important, I think.
Yeah. I think that's a very sound argument, and the proof is there. You're 3-0. Just beat Trainer Chip in a mirror match. It's not like, we know who Trainer Chip is. Trainer Chip is a very accomplished player himself, and someone who creates content in the Pokemon TCG scene. So, are you stoked at being 3-0? How you feeling?
Oh my god, I'm stoked to play in the first place. This is like the first tabletop PTC event I've been in a while. I did not think I was. I mean, I shouldn't have been in confident. I think going 3-0 was definitely a miracle. I set up my deck. I just played a bunch of item search and just made my deck as consistent as possible.
Yeah,
it's the only thing you can do.
Let's talk about that. 4 Quick Ball, 4 Great Ball, and 3 Evolution Incense. What made you want to go all in on an explosive search engine like that?
You just need it. I think going first is optimal because you just need to set up your basics first. You don't especially against Urshifu, because they love going first, so they can set up their Urshifu first.
Right.
Setting up your basics as much as possible, I think, is going to be really good. That's about it. I think I just needed as much item search as possible, and I even had to take the ridiculous route of going 4 Great Ball.
Yeah, but no, you can tell that your list is really carefully considered because there's no Cresselia in the list either.
No. I don't think I need it.
You want to go first, right? And there's, and going first is a big deal against Urshifu. Urshifu's always going to choose to go first. There's a lot of decks that are going to choose to go first. So being a deck that also is choosing to go first and then optimizing its turn ones going first is kind of what we're seeing here from your list. So I'm very excited. Oh, I forgot about Fog Crystal. Yeah, you got 4 Great Ball, 4 Fog Crystal, 4 Quick Ball, and 3 Evolution Incense.
15 item search cards.
15 item search cards.
You can't play a supporter first turn. Why do you want you to rely on a supporter
and
first
2
turn?
Crobats, so you're just drawing through the deck at a wild rate. With 15 Psychic Energy, you think the Galarian Articuno is going to see a lot of play? Have you used it a lot so far?
I led with it twice, actually. I led with it. There were 2 games where I led with it twice, and and in this game, thankfully I didn't. But one of those games, I only had one of those 2 games I had led with the Articuno. I only had 2 Calyrexes up, 2 Calyxes. The other 2 were prized.
Wow.
Yeah, unlucky, but I still somehow won it because Calyrex is broken.
It's probably one of the strongest Pokemon cards ever printed.
Yes.
Now, what were your other matchups that you faced today so far?
So round 1 was Moltres, and I'll be honest, I think I got kind of lucky here. Round 1 was Galarian Moltres with Urshifu.
Okay.
So he snipes my, he does 150 to both my VMAXs with a telescopic sight, and I'm like, okay, that's fine, as long as I'm just going to do 150 more, and that's fine. And then I completely forgot that Passimian exists, and I was like, oh god, I'm dead.
180, and then that's game. Yeah.
That's game. That's straight up game. That's straight 6 prizes. I didn't think that was even possible today, but no, we prized Passimian, so we took game 1. And then game 2 was against Ice Rider with Inteleon. So I looked at his discard, end game. He had 3 Boss's Orders discard, but he had a Sobble up, and I wasn't sure if he was going to drizzle out and get the 4th Orders. If he played a 4th Orders,
right?
I think that was a pretty game deterrent. I just kind of kept my damage up.
Yeah,
that's about it. Again,
so did you run into Path to the Peak at all in that Ice Rider build?
Yes. Thank God I kept Training Court in hand.
Okay. Oh, so you just had really, you don't need that many turns with the Shadow Rider of your abilities, but you have to have those couple turns, though.
Yeah, turn 3 is fine. I mean, get it as soon as possible, of course, but turn 3 I think is fine.
Exactly. Well, congratulations, Holden.
Thank you so much.
A couple more wins, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you in Top Cut. So keep up the good work, and good luck in the rest of your rounds.
Thank you. We'll see how many item search cards I can get in my hand turn 1. Thank you.
Players are getting geared up for the 4th round of the Full Grip Games. $1,000 cash prize, post-rotation, Sword and Shield through Evolving Skies tournaments. We've got Andrew Denkus back on the feature table with his Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX deck featuring Necrozma V versus David Cook. David Cook hailing from Cleveland, making the trip out. It's really excellent to see David again as a longtime Pokemon trading card game player. He's been in the community for, it feels like, about as long as I have, at the very least, which is a decade at this point. So Dave Cook's definitely been playing the game for a long time. These Dragon Shield sleeves looking beautiful for the tabletop gameplay. David Cook is going to be playing Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. So we're going to get to see Ice Rider Calyrex versus Shadow Rider Calyrex to see which one of these decks will come out on top. David's going to be playing first. That's perfect for the Ice Rider Calyrex deck. Exactly what David is going to want to see, because Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX, of course, capable of getting that huge turn 2 attack with Max Lance. If David is able to get a turn 2, Max Lance could easily wipe out that Shadow Rider V on Andrew's side of the board and go up 2 prizes before Andrew really has too much time to respond or do anything. So we are, going first and setting that energy onto the Ice Rider. It's exactly how David wants to kick this game off with only, 3 cards in play. It's a simple setup, but it's more or less exactly what David wants. Now, maybe David would prefer to have a Sobble in play. It does play a 4-4-3-1 Inteleon line with just one of the Rapid Strike. No, one of the Sword and Shield Inteleon, 3 of the Rapid Strike Inteleon. So plenty of ways to help make up damage. And wow, okay, just an energy and a pass. And since that is the promo Shadow Rider, we don't even get a Shadow Mist. So nothing stopping David from putting some Path to the Peaks in play. That is a horrible opening hand for Andrew Denkus. We're going to see if David can punish this suboptimal opening. And we see David quickly quick ball away the Marnie. No chance David is going to be putting that Marnie down, right? Yeah. So you see your opponent draw pass with no supporter played. Oh yeah, Marnie, get going. We're going to go straight for the research. And with the quick ball, David can decide, do I want to get a Sobble or do I want to extend a little bit further with Crobat? It looks like Sobble is going to be the choice. And looking through David's list, it looks as if there are no paths. Oh, there are 3 paths to the peak. I was going to say, where are these paths to the peak? There are 3 paths to the peak in this list, so David does have the option to shut down these abilities. I wanted to look for them because I see the Crobat, right? So Crobat gives you a nice little explosive draw, but there are only 8 water energy, and David does not find one yet. David has 1 in play, a bunch of Sobbles, and now Dave is going to have an opportunity to dig for the water energy to get that turn 2 knockout with Max Lance. That is what David's going to be reaching for. The Crobat already in hand. Quick ball going to be able to thin that hand down even further. David's got 2 Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX in play now. Getting rid of the research. David's going to get to look through the deck. Probably will not be selecting a basic Pokemon because Crobat is going to be hitting the board for a dark asset. Sure enough, David just going to shuffle this deck up and needs to find one of those. Oh my gosh, there are 3 Capacious Bucket in this list. Let's go, David. 3 Capacious Bucket. So there are 7 energy and 3 Capacious Bucket that David could hit off of this. And no, a huge whiff. David does not get the energy with 3 Capacious Bucket in play. Unfortunately, David did not have a Sobble down turn 1, or else he would be able to evolve into Drizzile and go get one of those Capacious Bucket. I love the heavy Capacious Bucket count in this list. I think it is a really cool way to play it. But now, Training Court saving the day, countering the path to the peak. Denkus finds a Marnie, and he's got 2 VMAX in play. So Shadow Rider and Alcremie VMAX on the board. And Denkus just narrowly escapes a devastating blow from David. David missing just the energy, and I bet we see some energy off of this Marnie. David's going to get to see his next 4 cards, and you already know there's going to be energy here, and David's going to be like, okay, would have been nice. Yeah, there it is. Would have been nice to have that water energy last turn, but it's fine. Slow and steady wins the race. David has a Melanie, but no water energy in the discard pile yet, so won't be able to use that to charge up his Ice Riders. And Denkus needs to plan his path forward carefully, because this Ice Rider board is completely set up. Now, if the Shadow Rider deck can establish a confident board position and get to the point of snowballing, then it could spell trouble for the Ice Rider deck. Obviously, Ice Rider really wanted to go first, get the turn 2 max Lance, just a little bit short of being able to accomplish that. Denkus does have just another turn with a pass. And with what, maybe 1 or 2 cards in hand, I think David would be in a great position to slam down another path to the peak and kind of just hope to slow this drawdown from the Shadow Rider deck. I think Andrew Denkus is playing 3 training courts, I believe. Might be 3, might be 2 training courts. We'll see. The amount of training court that Andrew Denkus plays in this list will have a huge impact on the outcome of this match. It looks like David is searching the deck right now with a Drizzile. Drizzile going to use its Shady Dealings ability to search out a Level Ball. Level Ball going to get another Drizzile, and now we're at the beautiful part of this deck where you just kind of chain reaction all your Drizzile into play, and then once you have Drizzile set up, the Inteleon are ready to come into play, and Inteleon has either the Shady Dealings ability. Oops, we've got the Twitter handles over there. Inteleon's either got the Shady Dealings ability or a Quick Shooting ability. Quick Shooting puts 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. I do kind of like saving 1 Sobble so that you have an extra Drizzile later in the game. I think David is only playing 1 copy of the Sword and Shield Inteleon, 3 copies of the Rapid Strike Inteleon, so you don't want to eliminate all of your Shady Dealings right early on. So I actually really love Dave's decision to hold one of these Level Balls for a Shady Dealings next turn. I think that that's the correct route. You want to evolve up enough. Ooh, and David's got the Boss and the energy off the Marnie, bringing up that Alcremie VMAX into the active position, and David identifying that that is going to be the most important target to soften up. Hitting it with a max Lance, but just 1 energy discarded. This is extremely risky because Andrew can get 3 more energy into play this turn if he draws the cards he needs off this research. Second Shadow Rider and 3 energy, and this Ice Rider is going down. Now, David does have the response, right? David does have the response because David's got access to Melanie in hand and has access to a Drizzile. So David can guarantee a max Lance for enough damage to knock out the Alcremie this next turn. And if David's able to do that, even if this Ice Rider goes down, Andrew will essentially leave his board with 0 energy in play, right? And then David could slam a path down, take a knockout on the Alcremie. Getting this boss's orders on the Alcremie VMAX was huge because it's allowing David to chase down the energy, get ahead of the attackers that Andrew is trying to set up. We've got our first Underworld door coming down. 2 cards off the top of the deck. No additional energy yet. Oh, that is not great. If Denkus had any in the discard pile, I could use Training Court, but this Alcremie is going to be short of taking a knockout on the Ice Rider. And without a knockout, this Alcremie is already softened up. And I mean, it's going to be getting knocked out next turn guaranteed. We might see an Adornment. And it looks like that's exactly what we're getting. Adornment from the Alcremie. It really feels bad to lose this many energy. But keep in mind, this is the best play for Andrew to make, because Andrew only needs to attack 2 times in order to win this game. Target down 2 Ice Rider, Calyrex VMAX. They both give up 3 prize cards when they get knocked out. So Andrew Denkus powering up a benched Alcremie V, knowing that this active is going to go down. Now David has to plan out his route to victory. 1 VMAX about to go down. That Sword and Shield and Inteleon in hand. David has access to the Shady Dealings ability this turn via Drizzile or Inteleon. And then with some Rapid Strike Inteleons potentially hitting the board as well, since there are 2 Drizzile in play. We could see some quick shooting abilities soften up some other Pokemon on Andrew's side of the board. I mean, imagine how quickly this game could go. David can say, all right, finish off this Alcremie, right? And if he double quick shooting the other Alcremie, then, or even just single shoot, quick shooting that Alcremie with maybe a double quick shooting the following turn, that's 60 damage plus 250, that's a knockout. So you wouldn't think that these Chilling Rain, Rapid Strike Inteleons make a big impact on the math with Ice Rider, but against Alcremie, these Rapid Strike Inteleons do a perfect amount of damage. So David going to use Drizzile's Shady Dealings ability, grab that Path to the Peak out of the deck. So turning off the abilities, that's something that David has his eye on. And here's another Shady Dealings, and this is just so insane. David, getting to search your deck for 3 trainer cards during your turn is absurd. Where Shadow Rider gets to accelerate energy and draw cards, David just gets to pick exactly what he wants out of his deck and stack his hand accordingly. And that is going to be a phenomenal way for him to pull ahead in this match. And you see David plays a copy of Hyper Potion in this deck, which is an interesting inclusion. Hyper Potion can allow these Ice Riders to heal themselves a little bit. It looks like he might even be going for one, which is very interesting. And you see Denkus immediately going for the, can I read that? Yeah, what? Don't quite see that card often. But since the Ice Rider deck is capable of powering itself up in one turn, you could play the Hyper Potion, discard your energy, then Melanie and attach, and then you're right back swinging. So there's definitely some synergy there. And you can search out the Hyper Potion since it's an item and use it whenever you want with the Shady Dealings Inteleon line, right? So an awesome card there for sure. Obviously, David opting to use Melanie, gonna get to draw 3 cards. That Melanie was like, it felt like he'd already played some supporters with how much he was searching the deck, but no, now he has another energy attachment. He has to decide, do I want to attach this energy to my active Ice Rider or to a benched one? I think it's more safe to just pilot on the benched one, but you know what? This is definitely an alpha play for sure. Piling the energy on the active, saying, you ain't got it like that. You're not going to knock me out. No chance. And then he's got a quick shooting to place on the Alcremie. And like I said, David is kind of paving out his route to victory very easily. Paving his route to victory, knocking out Andrew's active Alcremie VMAX. 3 prizes taken. All thanks to that early gust from the Ice Rider deck. Now, Andrew Denkus definitely on the back foot, has to promote a Shadow Rider. And if David can get 2 quick shootings and a Max Lance on a potential Alcremie VMAX, that Alcremie VMAX is toast, right? It's got 310 hit points. So 60 damage from quick shooting plus 250 damage from Max Lance. That is perfect math to take the win. That is really, really strong. We're seeing the just the proof of these quick shooting Inteleons in this Ice Rider build. A lot of Ice Rider builds will opt for a heavier Sword and Shield Inteleon line. This one just playing a single Sword and Shield Inteleon. And it looks like there is no scoop up net to reuse the Inteleon. So once they are in play, they are in play, which is something to note as well. So this, David is now out of shady dealings. There will be no more shady dealings for the rest of the game. So David had to make sure that all of his shady dealing usage was used effectively. Andrew Denkus does find Training Court gonna start churning through the deck, loading more energy into play. With David having no more access to shady dealings, though, I worry that maybe he doesn't have the Melanie he needs in his hand, because he needs a Melanie. Training Court will get him an energy. Is that a Melanie I see, or is it Capacious Bucket? He could fall just a little bit short. I know he's got the Evolution Incense, can go get the second quick shooting Inteleon out of the deck. Denkus got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27. So has to take the knockout with Alcremie, but Andrew does not want to take the knockout with Alcremie because it could just lose him the game. Not enough damage from the Shadow Rider. No matter which way you cut it up, Alcremie is the only Pokemon who can take this knockout. So the Shadow Rider going to get retreated to the bench. And here comes Alcremie VMAX with its G-Max Whisk attack. 6 energy discarded. And I think that it was a really risky play on David's part, leaving that water energy on the active. Had that bonus water energy gone to the bench, David would just have energy, double quick shooting, game. But the attachment of that bonus water energy to the active could spell disaster for David. Denkus has to sack 6 energy for the G-Max Whisk, and it's a knockout. So Andrew will take 3 prizes, and does David have the game-winning Melanie? He needs to find that Melanie now. A little bit too risky. Grab the Hyper Potion. I think that David might have been a little bit too sure of his board position this past turn. Here's another quick shooting Inteleon, but no Melanie. This is a really tough spot for David. If Denkus is going to have gusts and a few more energy, Denkus will be able to take the win. And I'm sure David is thinking to himself, my goodness, if I had just attached that energy to the benched Ice Rider, this would all just be done. It would all be over. There's Melanie in the deck, thinning the deck with Capacious Bucket, getting 2 water energy from the deck. I would not want to have my game plan bank on Denkus not having enough energy. Fortunately, there is an air balloon, so we could see a potential for a stall play from David. But with no more shady dealings available, I think David maybe overextended the shady dealings just a little bit. And now, having to fight his way out of it, the ball is back in Andrew's court. I really like the direction of this Ice Rider deck. I mean, the 3 Capacious Bucket I think is really good. The Quick Shooting Inteleon are really good. But now having to wait an additional turn with no Melanie in hand, can Andrew Denkus find 3 more energy and a boss's orders to take the win? I don't think that David can afford to leave this Ice Rider in the active position. He's going to have to promote something else. And he's trying to figure out what that Pokemon is. Is it going to be an Ice Rider V? Double Quick Shooting to the active Alcremie. And a retreat. I think this play is necessary. Got to try and bide some more time. Going to go in with the Sword and Shield Inteleon. And I'm sure that Andrew Denkus is sighing a huge sigh of relief. His Alcremie gets to live another turn. And this is looking like it might be game over. Andrew Denkus is starting to play through his hand. Look at the options he has available. Evolution Incense, going to go find the Shadow Rider VMAX and evolve a 3rd Shadow Rider into play. Oh, Andrew Denkus is going to need 4 additional energy. Excuse me, I thought it was 3, but I think there's only 2 energy in play right now. So it would have to be 4 additional energy and a boss's orders. It is possible. If any deck can do it, it is certainly Shadow Rider VMAX. And Andrew, looking at the remaining cards in his deck, are there enough energy to pull this off? All right, Fog Crystal, 2 energy in the hand. Fog Crystal, 3rd energy. That's it. That's all 3 energy. Oh my gosh. And the entire deck is drawn out. And then Training Court could get the 4th, unless Denkus has already used the Training Court. That should be it. 3 energy. I think he's already got the boss. And this deck is just so absurd. Looking through his hand, making sure that he's got everything in order. We got Underworld Door number 1. Underworld Door number 2. Underworld Door number 3. Is there a boss? I think I see the boss's orders in the hand. Is Denkus going to go take one more look at the deck? Is there a boss's orders available in the deck? There is no boss in the deck. There is no more cards in the deck. There's just 2 cards left. That's it. So, gonna get, sure, the Cresselia out of the deck. And then Evolution Incense and fail it. There's only 1 card left in deck. So, I think Andrew has already used his Training Court, right? Or else he'd just have game. Okay, so he's 1 energy short. So he needs to buy another turn. So he doesn't have it. He's already used his Training Court. So he's 1 energy short, boss in hand, 1 card left in deck. Gonna use Escape Rope. And I think at this point, if you're David Cook, just promote the Ice Rider. Right? You don't have a switch in that hand. Denkus has 1 card left in deck. Guaranteed win next turn if you don't counter that stadium. like, I don't know. It would feel bad to promote the Ice Rider and lose. So I guess you can't, as David, you can't promote the Ice Rider. Only from us and our bird's eye perspective do we know that David can safely promote that Ice Rider. But David does not know that. So David has to think, okay, can I promote? Is actually the Crobat is short of getting knocked out as well. Unless Denkus is going to use Alcremie VMAX, which he definitely will not do. So this is a really hard decision for David. Do you sack one of these Rapid Strike Inteleon? And so David now is thinking like, okay, how many Underworld Door have you used? Okay. And then Denkus is saying, I've used 2. Right? And so that means he has access to 1 more. So David's got to be thinking like, oh, you've got to have the other energy in that hand. It's just such a tight situation. Now, David is in a position where if he does not win this turn, oh, this Marnie coming down. David's hand was horrible. And with the training court in play, David could just find the couple cards he needs to win right here. All right, so Andrew Denkus is going to see. It's funny, he shuffled the hand, put it at the bottom of the deck, and then... Oh, he does have a Psychic Energy. So did he not have the boss then? So Andrew Denkus had the Psychic Energy, had the training court the whole time. I thought I saw a boss in his hand. Right? He had boss, then why didn't he win the game? Is my major question. Ah. Okay. Andrew Denkus not taking his route to win here and now giving David a chance if he top decks boss's orders. He wins, but I think David has probably already drawn his card, so he doesn't have the boss. But now Denkus needs to have a switch. Or boss, I guess, on the Crobat to finish the game. This is extremely sketchy. And not a great situation for David to be in. And I'm sure David is not feeling awesome, being that he could have had game if he had attached that energy to the benched Ice Rider. Such a grindy situation to be in. And I think that David, now playing the research, Denkus is now looking at it like, okay. Now, if Denkus has access to that boss, he is going to win the game. Or a switch to simply retreat into this Alcremie VMAX. But, all right, Sobble coming out of the deck. Yeah, Denkus has the air balloon. So Denkus has game set up. And I don't think that there's anything that David could do to stop it at this point. So the long, arduous road that Andrew Denkus has taken in this match eventually going to lead to victory, despite the fact that he had the 6 energy he needed for the Alcremie KO last turn. But looks like this game's going to be wrapped up. David Cook with the Ice Rider deck, potentially falling just a little bit short. Oh, this deck got out of the gate so quickly. David had a couple of really crucial whiffs in this game. Whiffed the turn 2 Max Lance, had an energy. Turn 2 Ice Rider Calyrex, researched and detonated and missed the energy. With so many outs to energy in the deck. So we'll see what David ends up doing, but I think David is kind of sensing at this point that things are not going swimmingly. David will try again to retreat, install, but Andrew Denkus has the boss. And that is going to be game. Andrew Denkus advancing to 4-0 with Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX. And I'm very anxious to get to talk to Andrew Denkus about what was going on during that game. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll be right back with another player interview after this quick break. Again, major thanks to Full Grip Games for advertising and not advertising, for holding and sponsoring this event. Major thanks to you all for tuning in and watching and joining in on the experience with me today. We'll be right back. All right, we are here with Andrew Denkus. What, 4-0?
Yep, 4-0.
Okay. What happened that game?
Oh, dead draws and then misplayed at the beginning. I should have attached to the active, and then, it was not. I was kind of taken off guard by how bad my hand was.
At the end of the game, you had 6 energy and a boss, right?
Yeah.
To take the knockout on the Ice Rider. Yeah. There was 6 energy on your board without Creamy VMAX, right?
That's only 300.
6 times 6 is 360.
Yes. I was thinking 50 times for some reason. So,
okay. Well, here we are.
Here we are. Never punished, I believe.
Doing
it's a big catchphase.
This is definitely a never punished scenario. Yeah. When you just, it's funny how that happens. You just get like zeroed in on its 50 times.
It's 50
in
my
times.
mind,
It's
it was
50
like
times.
50
It's
times,
50 times,
50 times. So I was like, I'm only doing 300 damage. I need like a little bit more. And so sorry for that terrible
you know what,
misplay.
that happens.
It's more entertaining this way, right? I got down to the end of my deck.
The drama was there, and that's really most of us tune in for the drama.
I would have never known if you didn't tell me.
Well, that's why I told you to come on in and take a seat.
Yeah, no, I feel like I was sent to the principal's office. He was like, I'm disappointed in you. You have so much potential, and you're just wasting it,
4-0, Denkus. You're 4-0. The people are expecting
good Pokemon.
Good quality game.
Yeah. Yes, well.
Nah, everybody's a little bit rusty. I mean, it's been a year and a half since we've played a tabletop tournament, but I think that the Shadow Rider deck has been performing for you. Talk to us a little bit about what's happened in your rounds that were off stream.
Off stream, round 2, kind of dead drew again at the beginning, but I started Crobat. I was against an Urshifu Moltres deck. Mm-hmm. So luckily I top decked the Necrozma V. Was able to just like sweep with that card.
So you actually use the Necrozma V?
Yes.
Because people are joking in the chat that Necrozma V is only there for moral support.
Yeah, he's just a big boy that just sits on the bench. But I played like one Urshifu, but he didn't really get going.
Okay.
So I was able to sweep that game, and then I played against a Houndoom Tyranitar deck, but he also played the Rapid Strike Inteleon line. We both, again, this deck just isn't opening well for me today, so we both started off slow. But he ended up scooping at the end because he Marnied into his last 2 single strike energy.
Oh no!
So he couldn't Houndoom them to Tyranitar, and I was also out of energy, but he did not know that, so he just scooped.
Oh wow!
So
never punished
again.
Yeah.
Feeling good. Maybe I should have played Ray today if I'm never.
Dude, some days it's just your day.
Yeah.
It just feels like a little ray of sunshine just following you around.
Yeah.
So it's just
a day in the life of Andrew Mahone.
Yeah.
Right?
There we go. Bro. So lucky. He's so lucky.
Never punished.
That's fantastic though. I think that. Were you worried all in that match against David?
Absolutely.
I mean, because I saw you hesitating to go in and attack with the Alcremie the one turn. He could have just had game if he had the Melanie.
Yeah. But, I mean, luckily for me, he didn't. My Marnie at the end stuck. He didn't have boss in hand.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm math. I'm an accountant. Don't tell work that I can't do 60 times 6. But yeah, no, that's definitely something.
And I think that it's fine because like David in that game, David attached that 3rd energy to the active.
Oh yeah.
Had he just attached it to the bench, game over.
So yeah,
It's just game over.
Yeah.
Double rapid strike, and then that's
and he also took
game.
He took a hyper potion.
I know. Could have been a Melanie,
which wasn't useful at all.
No, could have been a Melanie. I know.
Everyone's a bit rusty.
We're getting the cobwebs off. I mean, even me on the production side, I've misplayed at least 5 times today.
You know what? We're getting back in the swing of things. This is a fun tournament.
I tell you what, I have felt so much joy in my heart just seeing people out and around, hearing AJ, world-class judge out there, run the event. We've got some amazing judging staff here today. Jimmy, AJ, we've got Patrick and Mikey on the judging crew. They're doing a phenomenal job. Again, Sean pulling a lot of the strings to help run the event as well. Natalie, the crew here running the event is doing a great job, and it's really cool to see.
All right.
Excellent. Well, good luck in the rest of your rounds. Andrew, thank you for joining us, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you back here again shortly.
Hopefully. We shall see. Hopefully I can do math this time.
Yeah. Andrew Pospeshil opening with Rapid Strike Urshifu V against Holden Sheeks with a Galarian Zapdos V in the active. That beautiful alt art Galarian Zapdos. You'd love to see it. Round 5 of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize event. There are just a couple more rounds of Swiss after this. Andrew is a Tricky Gym moderator on Twitch. Longtime member of the community. Awesome to see him doing well at this event. Traveled out here from California to take place in the 1K doubleheader. And this is something that Holden has been known to do. If his hand is bad, he will show the camera. I love that about Holden. That's dope. So Holden's hand not looking great. Okay. I would say suboptimal potentially. So this could be a quick one. And with Andrew going first, he gets to use Dire Flame Wings to charge up that Moltres, but doesn't have any other energy in hand, so he's just going to pass. And Holden not getting bailed out as nothing. This hand is so bad. There are so many search cards in Holden's deck. 4 Quick Ball, 4 Fog Crystal, 4 Great Ball. Oh, but he's got a Marnie. I didn't see that Marnie at first. So maybe Holden can get some basic Pokemon off the top of his deck, but with 1 Darkness Energy already on Galarian Moltres, we see that Andrew is marking out his game plan early. Knows exactly what he wants to do. It looks like Holden is able to find that beautiful alt art Shadow Rider V and has a Shadow Rider VMAX in the hand. I think I want to see Holden go for a second Shadow Rider V if he can find one. Yes, second Shadow Rider V hitting the bench. Holden is setting up multiple Shadow Rider on the bench now. Has a Psychic Energy, but probably has to save that Psychic Energy to attempt to draw cards with Shadow Rider VMAX and its Underworld Door ability this next turn. Let's see, Holden really taking some time to consider, do I want to attach this Psychic Energy? The hand is dead otherwise, right? Just a completely unplayable hand. So is the ball in Andrew's court now? Here it is. Yes, the ball is in Andrew's court. Andrew's going to attach to Urshifu. Considered probably attaching the energy to the Galarian Moltres V potentially. And has an Evolution Incense. Obviously putting Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX into play is an incredibly risky proposition. Incredibly risky indeed. So we could see Andrew lose 3 prizes, but that Rapid Strike Urshifu, great for softening up Pokemon. Also could help take out that Zapdos, which would be helpful. I mean, most of Andrew's deck is a Rapid Strike Urshifu deck, so there is going to have to be some amount of Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX action happening here on the tabletop, right? We see Andrew eyeing up a Karina's Focus with that Rapid Strike Octillery. Karina's Focus capable of filling Andrew's hand to 6 cards. And there he goes. Karina's Focus in hand. Urshifu in the active spots. And there's no energy on Holden's side of the board. Holden, or Andrew, really contemplating this play. He's got an escape rope, but no darkness energy in the discard pile. If we take a look at Andrew's list, there are only 4 darkness energy in the list, 2 fighting energy and 4 rapid strike energy. So Karina's Focus comes down, fills the hand to 6. And now, how do we route out of this hand, right? You've attached to the Urshifu this turn. Strafe, I think, makes the most sense, and I like this play, just switching to the Galarian Moltres, saying, like, I know you cannot knock out this Galarian Moltres this next turn. It's not possible. So I think that that's a pretty heads-up play. Holden is able to find the Shadow Rider, and we'll use Underworld Door to accelerate energy. Second Shadow Rider coming into play. Evolution Incense will find Shadow Rider VMAX. Wow, the alt art Shadow Rider VMAX, beautiful card. Holden will evolve that up and has the energy off of Fog Crystal as well. So we'll be able to have 2 Shadow Rider in play, but only 3 energy in play on the second turn of the game, which is not great. Holden did say during his player interview, though, that the Shadow Rider deck is more of a turn 3 deck. So really all he needs to do is kind of get himself on pace in these first couple turns. And I think drawing into these multiple Fog Crystal are going to help him to do just that. So I bet he's aiming for a 3rd Shadow Rider V to put into play, and there it is. But the second Fog Crystal in his hand, he might have to save for a Psychic Energy next turn. It's tough because he's kind of like on the edge of what his hand is capable of doing. He has to save the Psychic Energy if he wants to draw next turn. He's got the Aurora Energy, which he could attach, but attaching doesn't feel good because he'd have to discard these cards in his hand. So he has to contemplate, do I discard this Boss's Orders in order to get the 3rd energy attachment for turn? I think it's probably worth it because you need to keep pace, right? I mean, you just want to knock out pretty much whatever's in the active position. But it looks like he's going to pass, opting to save the Aurora Energy in his hand. And now it's up to Andrew to make some magic happen. We've got Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX loaded up with 2 energy now. We've got Rapid Strike energy and a Fighting energy. But, of course, that Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX is weak to Psychic. A huge liability in the Shadow Rider matchup. And there aren't really enough support Pokemon in play for this Rapid Strike Urshifu to really, I think, make a big difference. Because Holden is capable of attaching 4 energy from hand this next turn. With 4 energy coming into play, that means that this Shadow Rider deck would be capable of doing 190 damage, which is enough for Holden to take a 1-hit knockout on this Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX and take 3 prizes, which would be very tough. Very tough for Andrew to weather that, most definitely. So Andrew does have the switching into Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX and I want to call that a Juniper so bad, and a Professor's Research for 7 cards. Finds Tower of Waters and a few other cards there. Second Rapid Strike Urshifu, right? And I think the thought is that maybe, I don't know if Andrew's got access to Raihan. Are there Raihan in this list? No Raihan, just Energy Switch though, right? With 2 Energy Switch in the list and 2 Telescopic Sight, it's possible for Andrew to win this game without relying on Moltres. Andrew could just go Rapid Flow for 150 to both your Shadow Riders, right? And then next turn, go Energy Switch, Rapid Strike Energy, Telescopic Sight. The Passimian is here. The Passimian is boosting Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX's Gmax Rapid Flow to new heights. Resistance does not come into account on the bench when Gmax Rapid Flow is hitting the bench. So 150 damage will be dealt to 2 Shadow Riders, and then Andrew just needs to make a big draw next turn for the Energy Switch Rapid Strike VMAX combo. Now, the cool thing is that Andrew can use Octillery to go get one of the pieces right now. And we see Andrew scanning past the energy switches. We see those nice e-reader energy switches in the deck. Or Andrew can search for a Tower of Waters. That's another piece. I think if you search out the Rapid Strike energy with the Octillery right now, preemptively, then you can search out the VMAX next turn and kind of preemptively say, like, okay, then I just need to, research or draw into like a 2-card combo in order to win. But getting the Tower of Waters in play does serve another function. It thins out the deck, which is nice. So Andrew will not be drawing into it. Also, this does kind of Marnie-proof himself. If Holden were to play a Marnie this next turn, then Andrew would have the good cards that he wants in the next, handful of cards in the deck, potentially. Because Andrew's got a real shot to win this game. Now, the issue is if one of these Shadow Rider with the damage on it come up into the active position to attack, then Andrew will have to push one of those to the bench. And an escape rope will not cut it, because an escape rope would just cause Holden to throw up one of the other damaged ones. And the increased bench damage, or the increased damage from Gmax Rapid Flow, can only come into effect while the Shadow Riders are on the bench, because Passimian only increases damage done to the bench, and Telescopic Sight only increases damage done to the bench. So Andrew is definitely in a precarious situation with this Urshifu giving up 3 prizes. Now, I think that Andrew is still in the driver's seat, though, because he doesn't have to put that VMAX into play. So I do like that, right? I do like that. And there is 1 Darkness Energy still in the Galarian Moltres. So we could see Andrew just not evolve any 3 prizers into play, right? This active go down. I'm anticipating that the active will go down. Then Andrew can take a turn to attack with Moltres and leave Urshifu on the bench, and then pull off the crazy energy switch Rapid Flow for game. Yeah, so he's definitely chilling. Andrew can just not evolve into a VMAX, and I think he's going to be in a good position if he does that. So long as no VMAX at the board. Now, there are 3 Pokemon V on Andrew's side of the board, meaning that this Aurora Energy on Galarian Zapdos is giving Holden a free attack. Not free, but extremely discounted, like bargain box attack right here. Just 1 fighting energy, and Galarian Zapdos is getting in there for 170 damage. You know I love to see it. With Thunderous Kick, Galarian Zapdos' Fighting Instinct ability makes it so that its attack costs 1 colorless less for each opponent's Pokemon V in play. And with Andrew having 3 in play now, that Thunderous Kick only costs a single fighting energy. So a useful option, but oddly enough, Galarian Moltres is weak to grass, not fighting, so cannot take a 1-hit KO on Galarian Moltres, and is not going to be taking 1-hit KOs on just about anything. So if he wants to soften up the Urshifu, he can. I think he'd be in a better position to 1-hit KO the Urshifu if he's got the cards to do it. But that Rapid Strike Urshifu just doing so much damage to the bench, and with Holden not having any Pokemon that are really great attackers, like Alcremie against a Darkness type Pokemon. I mean, you can see how precarious this matchup can get for Holden, who has to go in with a heavily damaged Shadow Rider. 150 damage on it. And right now he's doing 3, 6, 9, 12, 130 damage. Is that it? Doesn't have... Oh, no, there's an energy on the other Shadow Rider there. 3, 6, 9. No, it's not a knockout. There isn't an energy on that other Shadow Rider. I don't... Or maybe there's one, but it's not enough. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Is it just 10 short? Yes. Oh my gosh, that's so many dice. That's insane. The Shadow Rider just 1 energy shy of getting the knockout. Andrew countering with the Tower of Waters, and now this is definitely Andrew's game for sure. There's really no way for this Shadow Rider deck to... I guess there is. I mean, with the Shadow Rider V, right, you could ping 5 damage counters for 3 energy. That seems like a really terrible waste of resources, so really no way to easily finish off this nearly KO'd Urshifu VMAX. This Urshifu VMAX has 6 dice on it, and it is not knocked out. Has an astounding, 140, 100, 320 damage on it, and it's not knocked out. You might be saying, Mahone, why are you not using the little baby dice that come in the Elite Trainer boxes? Because they're little baby dice and they don't show up on stream. That would be my answer for you, okay? They look horrible on stream, okay? The little baby dice, it's not good. You need to use dice that are big enough to see on camera. So, alas, we have 6 die on this Rapid Strike Urshifu. You can barely tell what it is. That's pretty epic. All right. Rapid Strike Energy getting attached to the benched Urshifu. At this point, Andrew can just go with game plan A. And Marnie going to shuffle the hands, put them on the bottom of the deck. And Andrew's just going to be able to rapid flow his way to victory. Doesn't matter. If Andrew finds an energy switch here, he can rapid flow again. If he wants to. Or just Gale Thrust the active. Both are pretty reasonable options. Gale Thrust the active. The thing about Gale Thrust the active is that it doesn't quite do enough. It's only going to do 120. Whereas using Rapid Flow, you're kind of getting the most out of your attacks, right? Because you're going through resistance if you're hitting the bench. So I think that Andrew certainly wants to Rapid Flow. You really don't want to just send up a fresh Urshifu. There's a way for Andrew to lose this game if he just sends up this fresh Urshifu, that's for sure. Because then Holden, I mean, don't get it twisted. With 2 Pokemon VMAX in play now, I think by evolving that second VMAX, Andrew actually, in a way, really helped Holden's case for this game. Because now Holden is on a 2-turn clock. Previously, without that second VMAX in play, Holden was on a 3-turn clock, right? Was going to need 3 turns to win the game. I almost think it would have been better for Andrew to maybe go in, maybe try to go in with the regular Urshifu V this turn, but Andrew has not had a good time finding these darkness type energies, so he's not powering up the Aura Burn on Galarian Moltres, which is not great for him. He really wants to have a Moltres powered up at this point. So swinging for 120 damage with Gale Thrust because of Shadow Rider's resistance is going to put this thing close to knockout range, but Andrew needs some things to go right coming down the line. There are 2 VMAX in play. If Holden just goes knockout boss, then it's game over, right? So you kind of always assume that Shadow Rider has it because they have access to so much draw, and there is very little hand disruption in the format now. Psychic Energy in hand off the Marnie means that Underworld Door is going to get to see 2 cards. And we'll see which Pokemon that Underworld Door accelerates to. I think the damaged Alt Art Shadow Rider on the bench. So that Shadow Rider has 2 energy on it now, and no additional energy are found. Okay. So Holden has just enough energy to take this knockout, but no more. Holden is doing base 190 damage with Max Geist, and there are no other energy in this hand, so there's no more way for Holden to draw cards. And it's possible for Andrew to win next turn. I mean, it's possible, but Andrew would need a very specific combination of cards. This active can get rapid flowed for sure. The benched Urshifu or the benched Shadow Rider can get rapid flowed as well. Now, if this Shadow Rider stays in the active, okay, Andrew only needs Rapid Strike energy and Energy Switch. If Andrew can just find Energy Switch, he's got the guaranteed Rapid Strike energy off of the Octillery. He also needs to find the Telescopic Sight. So he needs a 2-card combination. He needs Telescopic Sight and he needs Energy Switch. And then he can use G-Max Rapid Flow for game. So Andrew needs to not play this escape rope. He's already got the heavily damaged Shadow Rider in the active. It would have been much harder for him to win. Well, I guess he's got the escape rope, so it wouldn't have mattered. But had that other Shadow Rider, or a different attacker for that matter, come up into the active position. I guess not. No, he's chilling. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. I take it back. He's got the Energy Switch. So then all he needs is the Telescopic Sight. Can he find the Telescopic Sight? He does play 1 Crobat V in this deck. He's got 2 copies of Telescopic Sight in the list. No Raihan, so it's not guaranteed. The energy is already in hand. I really want to see, I think, the Octillery thin the deck with its Rapid Strike Search before Andrew goes digging for this Telescopic Sight. Telescopic Sight, and the game is won. Let's go. 7 cards. Can we find Telescopic Sight to take 6 prizes with 1 attack? And it's not here. But there is a quick ball if Crobat V can use its Dark Asset ability. All right. Andrew going to check the deck. I think Crobat V already in the hand. And let's take a look. Is the Telescopic Sight? Wow, there was just 2 cards down. I think there's only 1 Telescopic Sight in the deck. Only 1 Telescopic Sight in the deck. And Holden can just finish this game off with the boss's orders very easily. Andrew is not going to have a big draw off this Crobat. The hand can only get so thin. It looks like he's going to go in with Rapid Strike Search. Oh, he's got Fan of Waves. Okay. So he can burn that card out of the deck. Get an Aurora Energy down to the bottom of Holden's stack, which does set him back an energy attachment. And now Andrew desperately needs off. I think he has to play this energy switch. Has to. It doesn't feel good. Or is it an energy search? Okay, cool. It's an energy search. Has to burn the energy search. And I'm wondering, was the Telescopic Sight on the top of the deck? Ah, it was 4 cards deep. Okay. Oh, it's getting... I think you have to burn it and not get it to the hand, right? Because then you get to draw more cards. Right now he's only getting a Crobat for 2. Crobat for 2 is not a lot. If he draws this Telescopic Sight, it's going to be a miracle. Off a Crobat for 2 is very possible. Oh no! And Andrew just passes. Oh, he doesn't go for it with the Crobat. Holden just needs a boss's orders, and it's going to be game over. Evolution Incense, thinning the deck. Holden looking at his outs. Where are the boss's orders at? How many do I have? Holden needs to find boss in order to win the game. Oh my gosh, Andrew missing that Telescopic Sight hurts so bad to watch. He's so close. And Holden just going to thin his deck as much as he can, playing his Great Balls, playing his search out, saying, okay, all I need is that boss's orders. Off of the top of the deck, quick ball coming down, thinning the deck. There's another Zapdos in there. How many boss are there in the deck? I can't really tell. Holden is scrolling through the deck very quickly. And now it's time for the moment of truth. No cuts. We got Underworld Door number 1. 2 cards. Boss wins the game. There's 2 more energy. Underworld Door number 2. There are 4. 8 cards. Marnie and Research. Underworld Door number 3. 2 cards. Boss wins the game. No boss yet. Underworld Door number 4. There's just 1 more chance. Underworld Door number 4. 2 more cards. And no boss's orders. Unbelievable. 8 additional draws off the top and not a single boss's orders found. Holden is just going to have to retreat. And I believe attack with this benched Shadow Rider. And what's interesting is that Holden is actually best off attacking with the damaged one, right? Because Rapid Flow only does increased damage to the bench. So again, the situation I was talking about earlier, like Holden actually is safer attacking with the damaged Shadow Rider, because if both damaged Shadow Riders are on the bench, then Andrew can just go Telescopic Sight. But something that's really cool about these tournaments is that these are not public deck lists. So Holden does not know what Andrew has at his disposal, and Andrew has not revealed any of the Telescopic Sight yet, so Holden doesn't necessarily know that that's an option for Andrew. Holden researching into the bottom of the deck, and there is the game-winning Boss's Orders, but he can't play it because he had to use research to draw this turn. So he's got game squared away for next turn. 8 cards drawn with Underworld Door this turn, but no win condition met. Now we'll see Holden actually choosing to go in with the undamaged Shadow Rider. This could be game for Andrew if he can just find his one of in the deck Telescopic Sight, because he's doing a boosted 150 damage to both of the bench Shadow Riders at this point. The Galarian Moltres has put in no work, absolutely nothing. Telescopic Sight wins the game. Boss's Orders won't do it. It needs to be Telescopic Sight. He's got Crobat in hand and a research. And it's a weird play. It's a counterintuitive play, right? Like, why would I attack with my damaged Shadow Rider? It's easier to knock out. It's actually not. It's counterintuitive thinking because Urshifu does more damage to the bench. All right, so Andrew just has to go digging. I think he's got that Crobat in his hand. He should probably play the Crobat, but it's fine. We got 7 cards. Okay. Is it a guarantee? Is it here? There it is. Telescopic Sight and 180 damage to both Shadow Rider, Calyrex, VMAX, and that will be a 6-prize turn for Andrew. And Andrew Ionios will take the well-deserved victory. An insanely close match. I can't believe how back and forth that was. Rapid Striker, Urshifu, VMAX doing all the work in a matchup where it takes double damage from Shadow Rider, Calyrex, VMAX. We're going to bring Andrew Ionios back here for a quick interview. We'll be right back. All right, we are here with Andrew Ionios Pospeshil. Am I saying that right? How do I say it?
Pospeshil.
Pospeshil.
All good.
Pospeshil. All right. Andrew, dude, the insane Telescopic Sight plays going in with Urshifu VMAX. Were you nervous at all during that match?
I was nervous. I was unsure of what I was doing. I knew I was against a more experienced opponent with a deck, which I think is still a losing matchup. So no idea what I was doing.
Oh, you did it though. So what's your record now? Are you
5-0? Is that it?
5-0. This man
I
flew
stole
out
all the luck from all the Tricky Gym Discord members because
this man flew out from California to go 5-0.
I'm making my money's worth here. All right.
Absolutely, absolutely. This man is not leaving empty-handed.
No.
So that was an incredible finale. Definitely the best game I've commentated over so far. The drama was serious. I mean, what were you thinking when Holden was doing Underworld Door?
Well, I was like, oh, this is how Shadow Rider plays. I was just prepared. I'm like, I married him 2 or 3 times. I was like, this isn't gonna matter, right? He's drawing 8 cards.
8 cards, like the boss is surely gonna show up, right?
And the second to last turn, I think I used Energy Switch like a little prematurely without thinking about it, and I was like, oh, that's bad. That's not good. Because now I have 10 HP left on this Urshifu, and he only has 3 prizes left. So I'm like, well, I can't attack with this. So I just like sacrifice the Octillery. But I was like, okay, I know that there's 2 scopes in my deck, and I had to find it somehow.
I think he prized one, right? So you were digging for the 1.
I think so.
I think so. At the end of the game, we were looking at it. You like, decided not to Crobat for 2, right? Because you were like, "What's the point?"
I decided, and I didn't misplay totally.
Yes, he decided intentionally to not Crobat.
To flex.
To flex. And he's just like going off, not even Crobatting for the extra 2 to research for 7. Just like, yeah, bro, let's get it. Zing,
Absolutely.
7 cards. Ripped it.
All I needed.
Yeah,
it was,
dude.
I think, the last card.
Yeah,
and
the vibes were with you, man,
man.
and you got it. That was insane. A amazing match for sure. Now, what made you want to choose this deck, and have you been practicing with it much?
I practiced a little bit. I've been on like webcam and the Tricky Gym Discord, but mostly.
Yo, shout out to the Discord. Okay.
Discord, shout out.
Yo, make sure to join.
Absolutely. So I've been testing with like Brandon and Lance and other members, and I picked this deck because it has an answer to everything. It's not always the best answer, and it's not that consistent. It can brick really hard sometimes.
Yep.
But you got Moltres for the Shadow Rider matchup, which is funny because I didn't use it this game at all. I don't think.
No,
I
you
used
did
it
not.
to charge energy basically.
Yeah.
Which is still good. The energy switch is really good in that
Oh,
deck.
for sure.
But Rapid Flow is just so good with both Passimian and 2 sites. You can hit 150, 180, and that just like you can pick 6 prizes at once in the last turn of the game.
And that's what we saw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was insane. It was really impressive to watch. 5-0, congratulations. I'm really stoked about your performance so far, and hopefully we'll be seeing you in top 8.
We'll see.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Getting ready for round 6 of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize event. We have got Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX featuring Galarian Moltres versus Shadow Rider Calyrex Alcremie. We have got Doug McFarland on the left versus J.W. Kriewall, Tricky Gym moderator and content creator behind FlexDaddyRighteous. Big shout out to JW and the amazing content he produces over on FlexDaddyRighteous. If you haven't already checked out FlexDaddyRighteous on Twitch and YouTube, you're missing out, so make sure to do so. Doug is going to be going first, opens 2 Shadow Rider V. And it's just going to want to establish a board with as many Shadow Riders as possible. It looks like that's it. So JW on the draw now. Galarian Moltres in the active position. We see playing a very explosive version of this deck. JW has been claiming that he has got the best Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX list around. Believes it wholeheartedly, I know, because he tells me. And he also beat my Shadow Rider deck on stream the other day. So, should be a pretty close match. You would think that with this matchup, oh my gosh, the Rotom phone, dude. The Rotom phone. This man coming in with Rotom phone. I believe he plays the Rotom phone so that he can draw into the card he wants with Galarian Articuno V. So JW plays both Galarian Moltres V and Galarian Articuno V, and is going to use Galarian Articuno V to help draw through the deck and also get darkness energy in the discard pile to be able to attack with Galarian Moltres as quickly as possible. So this deck that JW is playing is very much a turbo Galarian Moltres deck, right? It is a deck that can attack with Galarian Moltres turn 2 consistently every single game. It definitely is an aggressive deck, and I don't expect JW to be putting any Urshifu into play. Unlike the last round, where we saw Andrew go in completely with the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, right? And kind of just say, all right, I'm going to have to Rapid Flow for 150 to 2 Shadow Riders, and then I'm going to have to Rapid Flow for 180 to 2 Shadow Riders in order to win the game. And he did just that. This is kind of a different take entirely on Galarian Moltres, Urshifu. I mean, both of these players are playing Galarian, Moltres, Urshifu, but I think JW's, you will see, is going to be much less Rapid Strike focused. Now, what's cool about this Marnie from Doug is that it's just going to stack the card that JW put on top of his deck, which was probably the research. I don't know because I didn't see. But we see that JW has got an excellent Quick Ball away, the Dark Energy, and is eyeing up an Urshifu and a Galarian Articuno. I mean, you can really only power up maybe 2 Galarian Moltres throughout the course of the game, so you got to have some other Pokemon established. Galarian Articuno can help draw cards, and also combined with the Rotom decks can kind of select any cards off the top, 7 cards of your deck or something, and then go grab it, which is a very, very busted combination, most definitely. So a very unique combo that we don't get to see in a lot of decks, and it's very cool to see that deck building prowess on display. JW Kriewall, a 2-time regional champion himself and multiple World Championship qualifier. JW is a very accomplished player in the Pokemon trading card game and has been playing for years, over a decade experience playing Pokemon cards. So, you know, when you're playing at a regional championship, definitely don't want to be paired up against JW Kriewall. Now, Doug has got a little bit of an unassuming board position. Just, you know, second turn of the game, only 1 card in the discard pile, no energy in play. So it doesn't feel great. And JW is going to dig through this deck a little bit more and would love to get a knockout with Galarian Moltres this turn. All he needs is his Darkness Energy off of this research, and that knockout is his. He does need a switch, though. He got the Energy Surge, so he can use that beautiful Fossil Energy Surge to go get a Darkness Energy. But I don't know that he has a way to pivot. So it looks like he's just going to opt to kind of slowly load up Moltres, which I do really like. He could accelerate to the active. I like this. With the Dire Flame Wings ability. And then it's just going to take a tempo turn. It doesn't really matter if JW gets the knockout, because JW knows that in order for Doug to draw cards, Doug will have to inevitably put Shadow Rider VMAXs into play. I think there's 1 Shadow Rider VMAX on the bench right now, right? But no energy, so these Moltres are under no danger, really, of being knocked out, unless we see a spicy Galarian Articuno play, right? With its crushing, whatever its ability is. You know, what's your ability, Galarian? Crush something, Cold Crush? No, not Cold Crush. It's something, you know what I'm talking about. It can accelerate 2 energy into play. It's completely busted. If we see a Cruel Charge, that's it. Cruel Charge from Galarian Articuno. That could be the only way that we see a knockout this turn. Probably not, though, right? Because we could get, let's see, 5 energy. It's possible to get 5 energy into play. So yeah, technically possible, right? Because you could do 300 damage this turn without Creamy VMAX if there is a Galarian Articuno. But I guess I could just take a look and see if there is one. There is a Galarian Articuno in this list, so it's technically possible. Highly improbable. Highly improbable. But I've seen crazier things. So we got a Fog Crystal coming down from Doug. Going to grab the Psychic Energy out of the deck. And I expect that we're going to be seeing some Underworld Door action coming into play. Do you think that Doug needs to shuffle his deck, right? Didn't finish shuffling his deck, pretty sure. But yeah, he's got the Quick Ball. So I think he's going back in, was the thought. Quick Ball away, Psychic Energy going back into the deck. And let's see what we can find. Probably looking for another Shadow Rider V or a second Alcremie. Okay, so now we've got 2 Shadow Rider, 1 Shadow Rider V, 1 Shadow Rider VMAX in play. going for a second Alcremie VMAX, maybe thinking like, ooh, or maybe pivoting, saying, okay, didn't mean to grab that one. Actually, let me think. Actually, are we going to go with... the Shadow Rider V. All right, we got a Shadow Rider V. That's my final answer. Going to be putting the Shadow Rider V on the bench. Beautiful. And still no energy in play, but I know Psychic Energy in hand going to be coming down. Underworld Door time. Get to draw 2 cards off the top of the deck. Underworld Door to Alcremie, technically the safest place to store the energy, I suppose. And if there are no other Psychic Energy in this hand, this feels so bad. I mean, that Psychic Energy just got discarded. All right, because there's a Training Court. Got it. All right, cool. So 2 energy now, but I don't think a Shadow Rider. So we're going to get 2 energy into play. But it just feels bad because you know the potential is there to have gotten 3 energy into play this turn. That's another pass. And JW has got to be feeling very good about this slow start from Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX. He's got to be feeling confident about this. He's got Quick Ball and a Darkness Energy in the hand. Ideally, he hits a boss's orders this turn. Maybe can Crobat, draw cards, find boss, knock out the VMAX. That's like the dream. So he's got Quick Ball. There's tons of boss in that deck. Okay, going for Galarian Articuno. Galarian Articuno going to allow JW to draw a card. Draw some cards even. Not that Galarian Articuno. That Galarian Articuno. Okay, so sacking 2 cards to draw 1 with the Reconstitute ability. And then energy switch up to the active, and that is a knockout on the Shadow Rider V. However, only 2 prizes really. Every time you attack with Galarian Moltres, you want to take 3 prizes on a VMAX. JW could be in a tough spot if Doug is able to respond with a KO this turn. Because now JW does have just a Urshifu built up, but I guess it's not that bad because JW is still on a, needing 3 Pokemon to get knocked out to lose the game. And I think that that's like such a big deal in this Galarian Moltres deck, forcing the opponent. JW is using the wrong dice. Yeah, there is a 3 on there. JW, could you use the stream dice, my friend? Please use my stream dice. JW, you're killing me, my man. You are killing me. Yeah, but it's all good. I'll have a stern talking to him after this match. Doug does not have anything, so just has to go for the boss stall play and is going to get instantly punished by this and takes another 2 prizes with Galarian Moltres. And now that backup Galarian Moltres has a Darkness Energy onto it, the game is pretty much squared away. Doug just having a really unfortunate draw in having to decide, how do I even compete against these birds? There's just so many birds all over the place. Galarian Moltres, Galarian Articuno, and bears, birds and bears, and that air balloon is probably not going to solve the problems that Doug is having, if I had to guess. Got another boss's orders in the hand. You really don't want to go for the boss stall play twice in a row. That's not ideal, I would say. But here it is. Boss stall play again, and a pass. And JW, he's got the switch. And that's game. GG's, JW Kriewall taking the win. 3 swift knockouts with Aura Burn, and JW will assert himself at 5-1. Now needing just one ID to, I think, be guaranteed top 8. A record of 5-1-1. So he might be guaranteed at this point, but either way, very impressive showing from FlexDaddyRighteous himself. Definitely make sure to scope out JW's YouTube and Twitch channels if you have not already. And we're going to get JW back here for an interview in just a moment. We'll be right back. All right, we are here with the Flex Father himself, JW Kriewall. What's up?
Happy to be here, Andrew.
Hey, man. It feels really good to be commentating a paper tournament. And the matches have been fantastic. What are you, 5-1 now?
5-1, sadly.
All right, sadly.
Well, I shouldn't have lost to my round 5 matchup.
Andrew Denkus?
Andrew Denkus.
We've seen Andrew Denkus on stream a couple of times.
Yep. I'm coming for revenge, Andrew, if you're listening.
Okay, so we've got quite a rivalry already cooked up here between two great friends hailing from Columbus.
Great friends.
Absolutely. Yes. So that is excellent to see. Now, you've got a very creative take on Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. We saw that one of our other moderators, Andrew, was playing a Rapid Strike build, but it had like artillery and stuff like that. Now, walk us through, how did you develop this list? Why was it the play for today?
So just cut all the garbage cards. So like, no offense to Andrew, but artillery not needed, because if you just draw through your deck, you're going to find something. So I think of this deck as being
cut the bad cards and add the good cards, like Rotom Phone.
Yeah, well, I mean, Rotom Phone is good. Rotom Phone is really good, because what Rotom Phone can do, you can obviously use Articuno and get that card.
Yeah.
It can set you up for future plays, right? Because you can put, you would draw those cards if you played a supporter off the top, but what it allows you to do is put certain things in certain orders.
Yeah.
Right? So if you want to have the evolution before you research, or the energy, before you research to get it in the discard for the Dire Flame Wings. It's really
love
good.
it.
So what I built my deck to do is to really rely on Crobat, and I'm kind of saying, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and Crobat twice a game. And that's how I built my deck. So there's a couple of energies, 3 energy search in there. That's how I get energy, but also I can burn those cards if I don't need them, Crobat for a little bit more.
Right.
It's really kind of a garbage deck in the sense that it can win those ugly games like you guys just saw, where as long as you get energy, you're going to pretty much be in the game doing something.
Galarian Moltres is very consistent. Being able to get a turn to Aura Burn with Galarian Moltres, putting a lot of pressure on, especially the Shadow Rider decks, and it does look like Shadow Rider is probably the most popular deck here today. Yep. If I had to guess, it seems like it's all over the place. So Galarian Moltres, definitely a good call. And who would you say has been the who's carrying most of the weight? Has it been Urshifu or has it been Moltres so far?
Well, Moltres for sure, I think, is absolutely 100% needed. I don't think that you're playing, if you play the Inteleon build, I think you fall into not being able to consistently two-shot the VMAXs, right? Because most of the VMAXs that are relevant are either weak to dark or they have 310 health. So if you can rapid flow, you put them to 120, and then Moltres comes up and finishes the job. So they work really well in tandem. I don't think you can have one without the other. I think it's quite a combination when they come together.
For sure. Now, are you going to be looking to potentially ID your next round then? Maybe guarantee?
I think that would be the hope.
I think that's the hope. Excellent. Now, is there anywhere, if I wanted to, say, experience more Flex Daddy content, where would I go?
Well, it's crazy because I basically posted this entire list on my YouTube, and I did it actually twice when we played. I recorded those games, and then I played with Andrew Denkus. So, it's been no secret that I've really enjoed this deck, and that I truly think, I said on the podcast that I would play this deck. That it's the best deck.
And here you are at 5-1 going into top 8, and it's like I told you.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So you can find me on YouTube, youtube.com/FlexDaddyRighteous. You can find me at the Tag Team Podcast with Riley Hulbert every Wednesday. Tag Team Pokemon Podcast on any iTunes, Stitcher, etc. And then you can also find me on Twitter at RealJohnWalter.
And on Twitch?
And on Twitch, twitch.tv/FlexDaddyRighteous.
Absolutely. All right. Well, congratulations, JW. I'm really looking forward to hopefully seeing you in top 8. And good luck with your pairing next round. So that you don't get down paired or something like that. Yes.
That's right. History remembers winners.
Yes. Well, this is something that's very important. Yes, JW does want us all to know that history remembers winners. And what are you, JW?
A 2-time regional champion, and that's one more than some people.
It's one more. Yeah, some people have only won a single regionals, where others have won 2. And, you know, judging with that criteria, you know, very easy to say, easy to see who the better player is. Yes.
No, we don't. I didn't even bring it up that time.
Oh, you didn't bring it up. All right. Well, good luck, JW, and I look forward to seeing you in the future rounds.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Andrew.
Players are getting squared up for the 7th and final Swiss round of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize post-rotation event featuring cards from Sword and Shield through Evolving Skies. A post-rotation tournament so we can get an idea of what the upcoming metagame is going to be like. We have got Kenny Packala on the left with a Tornadus VMAX Umbreon deck. Both these players are 4 and 2, seeing if they can't fight for that final spot in top 8. There may be just one 5 and 2 player that is able to squeak in to top cuts. And then Kyle Caruthers is going to be piloting a Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX deck. Tornadus VMAX. I did not expect to be seeing a Tornadus VMAX deck. Now, this deck does also run Umbreon VMAX and the Houndoom engine. So I expect that Kenny is probably thrilled to see some Shadow Rider Calyrex V on the opposing side of the field. Umbreon VMAX, a fantastic attacker from Evolving Skies. Umbreon VMAX capable of one-hit KOing the Shadow Riders. Not only is it capable of one-hit KOing Shadow Rider VMAX, it is also capable of dragging it up into the active position with its Dark Signal attack. Now we've got Kenny going straight for a Crobat, discarding a Tornadus V, and Capture Energy, surely going to search out a Houndour. And Kenny is wasting no time with these plays. Level Ball getting the Houndour out of the deck and onto the board. Kenny has been playing the game for a long time, and you can see has not missed a beat as far as his shuffling abilities go. Look at that. That is some beautiful shuffling, chat. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's how you know this man plays paper cards. All right? That's how you know. That's how you know this man knows how to play some paper cards. Let's get it. Dark Asset. Air Balloon on the Tornadus and Marnie. Both players are going to shuffle their hand and place it on the bottom of the deck. Yeah, no point in cutting the hand. We've only seen that happen once today. It's definitely going to get rearranged by the time it comes to the top again. Quick Ball, maybe opting for one more basic Pokemon, maybe another Umbreon V potentially. Yes, and I like this. Kenny opting to go full-on Umbreon mode with the single strike deck. We've seen a lot of rapid strike decks today. We've seen a lot of Shadow Rider decks today, but no love for the single strike deck. Kenny approached me earlier in the day and said, I got the spicy deck. I'm trying to make it on stream. Gonna see what we can do. And I'm really stoked that Kenny was able to make it onto stream for round 7. Kyle has a Fog Crystal in the hand. Going to be able to search out a basic Pokemon from the deck, eyeing up maybe an Alcremie V. Noticing that, yeah, the other side of the board seems to be filled with Darkness-type Pokemon, which is a little bit intimidating, considering that, yeah, all my Pokemon are pretty much weak Dark. So, going to opt for another Shadow Rider V, skipping on Alcremie for now. Definitely want to get those horses up and drawing cards with the Underworld Door ability. Kenny may be reading the promo. That was a promo Shadow Rider, right? Promo Shadow Rider, just slightly different than the set one that we're usually used to. But this hand does not look stellar for Kyle. I mean, it is filled with psychic energy, right? Just packed with psychic energy. Really hate for your match on stream to end like this. But it looks like we're just going to have a psychic energy drop and a pass from Kyle. And the ball is in Kenny's court. Well, let's see what he's got available. I believe there's a single strike energy and a Marnie. Does he have to play it? I think he does. Oh, this is knockout. He doesn't have to play the Marnie. He's just going to go in with the Houndooms. And judging by Kyle's dead hand, I think that Kenny is just going to go in and attack with Umbreon V. Doesn't actually even need the VMAX. Could just attack with Umbreon V. And Umbreon V does enough damage to take a knockout. It's got the Moonlight Blade attack. Moonlight Blade does 80 damage plus 80 more damage. 160 base damage with the single strike energies. That is 100, 200 base damage. And then weakness coming into effect. Now, Kyle does draw into a Crobat V, so he's saved. He's got at least some ability to draw cards. Going to put that second Psychic Energy onto the Shadow Rider V on the bench. And then Crobat V, Dark Asset for 5. And it's more energy. No way. It's just nothing but Psychic Energy. Kyle is just absolutely loaded. And he only plays 13 Psychic Energy in the deck. I mean, it's not like, you know, there's 15 Psychic Energy in the deck. It's just 13. So this is a tough draw so far for Kyle, but it fortunately was bailed out by the Crobat. So there's not been an Underworld Door played yet, but with that Evolution Incense, we can expect to see one. But if Kyle puts a Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX into play, these Umbreons are just so aggressive. You could see how fast Kenny has been able to set up his board. This is turn 2, folks. This is turn 2 from the Umbreon deck. And Kenny is showing no signs of slowing down anytime soon. So Kyle is going to opt to get an Alcremie V off of this Fog Crystal. And then shuffle up the deck a bit. And I mean, we're going to have to see a Shadow Rider, but the incredibly intimidating thing about Umbreon VMAX is that the Dark Signal ability, I mean, all Kenny has to do is simply evolve. And that Shadow Rider is going to be brought up from the bench. So that is a lot of pressure. Kyle would love to find another Shadow Rider VMAX, accelerate another energy into play. Right now he's doing 3, 6, 9, 12, 130 damage. He's going to be a little bit short of the knockout if he goes in with, because he's already attached for turn. If he gets a second Underworld Door, he's going to be doing 160 damage. 160 damage is not quite enough to finish off this Umbreon V. So Kyle certainly in a brutal spot. Going to opt for the boss stall and hope that Kyle can live through another turn unscathed and maybe go for a Underworld Door again to try to see some more cards next turn. But this is probably going to be a pass. Kyle just trying to decide who to pass. Yeah, who to pass with, right? That's the decision right now. Or, I mean, I guess Kyle could knock out. I mean, Kyle could knock out the active, but that's just literally forfeiting 3 prizes, right? Which just feels so bad. So, going to pass with the Air Balloon active, and we'll see if Kenny has got what it takes to get this Houndoom out of the active position. And potentially 2 single strike roars could do it, or a single strike roar and an attachment from hand. Houndoom, incredible at accelerating energy into play at the cost of placing 2 damage counters on the Pokemon it accelerated to. Tornadus VMAX and a capture energy, and there's a Marnie. Kenny gonna put the single card on the bottom of his deck and see 5 cards. Kyle shuffles up and gets to see the next 4, and this deck is just cooking. If Kenny can find an Umbreon VMAX, that Shadow Rider on the bench is going to be knocked out. And with no reset stamp to play around, you know that there is no reason not to just go for broke, right? There's no reason not to just take the 3 prize knockout. Kenny gonna thin his deck, getting a Houndour out of the deck. Hard retreat the Houndoom into Umbreon, and a satisfying smack with Umbreon V. A turn 2 knockout, turn 3 knockout. Umbreon V absolutely decimating Kyle's board right now. Can Kyle respond? Kenny is going to need an Urn of Vitality if this Umbreon goes down to get another single strike energy back into the deck. There have been all 4 have been accounted for. So if this Umbreon gets knocked out, you will need that little extra boost from a Houndoom. Those Houndoom are in play and established, though. Impressive that Kenny's been able to go 4-2 with this deck. Despite all of the Urshifu out there. There's a ton of Urshifu, but we can see how fast and consistent this single strike deck has been. It is really, really fun to see. He's got 4 Evolution Incense, 4 Quick Ball, and 2 Level Ball as his search engine, and 4 Tower. We haven't seen any Tower yet. Kenny plays 4 Urn and 4 Tower, as most single strike decks tend to. So plenty of additional draw power. In this deck. And there we go. There's an Urn. And Kenny is showing I have game. That's it. Like, look at this hand. He's like, yeah, got it. Literally game. That's it. That's the power of Umbreon VMAX. He's got the Evolution Incense. He's got the Urn. All he needs is the Urn. That was all he needed to finish this game off. Didn't even need an Umbreon VMAX. I mean, he could have done this entire game with Umbreon V. I don't even think that we'll see an Umbreon VMAX hit the board. We're just going to see the Urn chuck these energy back into the deck, and then immediately Houndoom. And that's it. And Kyle's got to be saying, like, dang, I didn't know Umbreon V had it like this. Turn 2, 2 prizes. Turn 3, 2 prizes. Turn 4, game, set, and match. Okay, so it looks like Kyle's going to try to take this knockout without Creamy. It feels horrible. Just a single Shadow Rider in play. Promoting the Alcremie is what he has to do. But Kenny already knows. I'm going to these 2 energy back into the deck. All right, and then I'm going to do the thing. And then here's the Umbreon, and you're done. That's it. Boom. GG. Oh. The handshake meta still wrapping up here. Kenny gonna take that dub to move to 5-2 with the busted single strike Umbreon VMAX deck, making quick work of Shadow Rider. Great game by both players, and congrats to Kenny for finishing 5-2 with an awesome deck. We're gonna get Kenny back here in just a moment for a player interview. Hang tight, and we'll be right back. Yo, we are here with Kenny Packala. Kenny, single strike. Man, what possessed you to want to play this deck and then do so well with it?
So the thought process behind it was The same thing with Inteleon being played. Inteleon doesn't have a relevant weakness, which is lightning.
Yeah.
Tornadus also doesn't have a relevant weakness, which is lightning.
Right, lightning not very big right now with all that Urshifu running around.
Yeah, it's resistant to fighting, which is against Urshifu. It hits really, really well with a bunch of the numbers because you have access to single strike energy, powerful colorless energy, capture energy to get your consistency going. And then I want to say it was like 2 nights ago, I was at League with a bunch of my friends, and I was testing Tyranitar. I was like, Tyranitar kind of sucks because it's 3 energies. And then my friend pulled an Umbreon V. I was like, give that to me for a minute, and then it went from there.
Good.
And I was,
the Umbreon V. I mean, I thought you were gonna finish the game off with only Umbreon.
Oh, I know. That's because the thought process behind that matchup for a lot of people, they're like, oh, you just go Umbreon. Well, if they load up Alcremie, you're not going to have an out to it. You need to at least have a backup Tornadus VMAX, which is what I was trying to do, but it never came in relevant because he never really set up, and I felt really bad for him on that.
Yeah, but I mean, with that Dark Signal ability, you could just target down. You can make it so there's no Shadow Riders.
Oh,
yeah. You just like,
it's insane.
And we saw how tough it is with the speed of the deck. That was a 4-turn game. You had turn 2, 2 prizes, turn 3, 2 prizes. And then turn 4, you know, Dark Signal up your dude, and it was lights out. So a really fascinating deck to see in action. How you been doing, man? How have you been playing Pokemon for the last year and a half? You've been playing a little bit. It seemed like your shuffling skills still very much on point. Yes, everybody was very impressed, myself included. Very impressed with the speed of your play. Yeah, it looks like you haven't missed a beat.
Yeah. I've taken a break from Standard because Standard got boring about the time that Battle Styles came around, so I started playing Expanded Online, and I'm convinced Reshizard best biased. But
Reshizard, well, I'm sure chat would love to hear about that.
I won a couple online events and topped every single one I played with it. It's so good. But IRL, I really just tested against myself and my roommate. That's really how it went that way. I always keep up with the cards. When I see the translations come out, I immediately start theory crafting, and that's exactly what I did with this, along with the Umbreon, you know, kind of a last-minute decision. There weren't VMAXs until this morning.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was a bad card, and then I thought to myself, why is that bad? And then I thought it over. I'm like, boss.
Yeah, it's just boss.
Extra HP.
Oh, yeah. Just a 300 hit point attacker with boss. Yeah, what's not to like about that?
Hey Dallas, give me your VMAXs.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. Well, congratulations. I think that was definitely a highlight of the stream so far. Getting to see a different deck. It's been Urshifu, Shadow Rider, Urshifu, Shadow Rider.
I was like, put me on stream, coach. It's my time.
Were there any matchups that were close that you just barely pulled out today, or how have your games off stream gone today? What were your losses, and then what were some clutch wins you were able to pull out?
Okay, so one of the closest games it had to be against Urshifu in Inteleon. Had he not prized his last evolution instance, I would have been done because it was really, really close. But also, I got set up really quickly, and he missed 1 beat. And against Inteleon Urshifu, if they miss a beat, they're done.
Yeah, for sure.
You just get 2 Tornaduses and you just go after them. But I also misplayed really early because I just hadn't played the matchup. I literally theoried this deck, and I was like, this deck's gonna work. I didn't put down Umbreon, which was a big mistake because I thought it was weak to fighting, and then I looked up.
Weak to grass.
I was like, oh grass? No! I could have dark called this turn. So I was like, okay.
Yeah.
But I beat a Turbo Zacian, Grant Manley, and a couple other.
Okay, nice.
I want to say my losses was to an Ice Rider because I priced 3 single strike energies. So
That'll do it.
I wasn't loading up anything.
No, yeah, that's really bad.
And then my other loss was to a local of mine who ended up just destroying me with Shadow Rider because I started 2 Houndours. I never found a Houndour that entire game. I was like,
tough stuff.
That's peculiar.
Yes, well,
other than
best of luck. I'd love to see it. If you were able to squeeze into top 8, that'd be incredible. But if not, I mean, even just getting to see your performance and to go out with a 5-2 record with the single strike deck, probably the best placing single strike deck here today. So major congrats, Kenny, and it was a pleasure to get to talk with you again.
Thank you so much.
Of course, man, of course. All right. Looks as if players are getting ready for top 8 of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash event. Could not be more excited about the competition that we have ahead of us. These players are going to be playing a best of 3 top 8 cut to see who is declared the champion. All 8 players are guaranteed some prize packs from Evolving Skies and guaranteed some cash as well. It's $1,000 divided up amongst the top 8 finishers, with first place bringing home $400 cash. So there is a lot on the excuse me. There is a lot on the line for these players to compete for. Our first match is going to feature Azul Garcia Griego with his Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX deck versus Nick Bournay with his Rapid Strike Malamar deck. We've got Rapid Strike Malamar, and this is a really fun list. There's Pokemon catchers in here. Pokemon catchers. To bring up, I heard stories out there of this dude using Pokemon catcher and getting turn 2 knockouts on Rapid Strike Urshifu Vs with Rapid Strike Malamar. So really excited to see this deck in action. And our top 8 cut, for those of you guys that are interested, it was tweeted out on Full Grip Games Twitter. Our top 8 cut features Azul Garcia Griego with Rapid Strike Urshifu Inteleon, Andrew Denkus with Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX, Mike Gibbs with Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX, Andrew Pospeshil with Rapid Strike Urshifu Moltres, JW Kriewall with Rapid Strike Urshifu Moltres, Trainer Chip Richey with Shadow Rider Calyrex, Holden Sheeks with Shadow Rider Calyrex, and Nick Bournay with Rapid Strike Malamar. So we have got how many? 1, 2, 3, 4 Shadow Rider decks in top 8, 3 Urshifu decks in top 8, and 1 lone Malamar. These players are getting set up and ready now. So we're going to head over to the tournament table and get things started in just a moment. So we are getting set up for our top 8 match of the Full Grip Games $1,000 prize event. Rapid Strike Malamar. I don't even... Ooh, thank God. I do have this card downloaded. Yeah, not exactly a card that I was expecting to see a ton of, but it does hit the correct weakness in this metagame. It hits Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX for weakness, and that really is everything. This Malamar deck is going to also feature Chinchino from Sword and Shield with its Make Do ability. Players are getting kicked off for the top 8 match of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize Sword and Shield through Evolving Skies event. Evolving Skies was just released this week, so this is some of the first tournament action we have seen featuring the brand new cards from Evolving Skies. Nick Bournay on the left piloting Rapid Strike Malamar featuring Chinchino against Azul Garcia Griego with a Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX Inteleon deck. If you haven't already, definitely make sure to scope out Azul's content. Create some amazing Pokemon trading card game content on Twitch and YouTube under the name AzulGG. Looks as if Nick is getting a solid start with an Inkay on the bench, 2 Inkay on the bench, 1 Darkness type and 1 Psychic type, and a Remoraid in the active. This list plays a 4-4 Octillery line, a 3-3 Chinchino line, and a 4-4 Malamar line. So a very consistent Malamar deck. I mean, just a ton of options to get these Pokemon into play. As a stage 1 deck, you really love to have maxed out consistency on those evolution lines. I mean, having just a 4-4 Octillery lines means that Nick is going to be able to get a turn 2 Octillery very consistently, and then once that Octillery is set up, you can just rely on using the other Octilleries to boost Malamar's damage output. Malamar's Rapid Strike Tentacles attack only costs 1 Psychic Energy, and you get to reveal any number of Rapid Strike cards from your hand. The attack does 40 damage for each card you revealed in this way. Looks like Azul is going to go for a Rapid Strike Urshifu. That is the main attacker of this deck. Really no Moltres here or anything like that. It's going to be all Urshifu all the time. And I think that Azul ideally would like to, I was going to say get a turn 2 GMAX Rapid Flow, but looks like Azul going to be opting for the Keep Calling on Sobble to search out other Sobble, which is going to allow Azul to get a great start. And then I think Azul might be thinking like, okay, if my Sobble goes down, then I have access to Raihan and could potentially Raihan to take out multiple Malamar. That would probably be the best thing, because there is no bench barrier ability or trainer card or anything to protect the bench from Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX's GMAX Rapid Flow attack. GMAX Rapid Flow is the menace of standard formats. Every deck has to have a way to deal with GMAX Rapid Flow. Some decks opt to hit Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX for weakness, right? A lot of decks trying to play Psychic type cards so that they can hit those Urshifu for weakness. We see Azul using Keep Calling, getting 2 more Sobble onto the bench, has a solid start himself with 2 Rapid Strike Urshifu V and 2 Sobble on the bench. We've got the turn 2 Rapid Strike Octillery coming down from Nick. He's got that Octillery in his hand. Pokemon Catcher, here it goes. Are we going to see a turn 2 knockout with Pokemon Catcher? And heads going straight for the Rapid Strike Urshifu V. And with a gold Pokemon Catcher, this is so sick. Pokemon Catcher, 50% of the time, it works every time. And then Malamar just getting retreated. And that Octillery could just search out for a second card. Only needs 2 Rapid Strike cards in the hand, and Rapid Strike Search can guarantee a Rapid Strike card. It's just going to be able to, wow, fully play this hand down and then Karina's Focus. And you know what? Nick is just playing this hand out flawlessly. A 0-card hand left over. What an insane turn 2. Turn 2, double Malamar. Karina's Focus for 6. Pokemon Catcher your Urshifu V. And I'm going to see 6 new cards. Only 2 Rapid Strike cards are needed to take the knockout on this Rapid Strike Urshifu V. Does he find them? And yes, he does. He also finds 2 more Inkay. So if Azul had any hopes or dreams of going Rapid Strike, GMAX Rapid Flow for both your Malamar knocked out, Azul is not going to be able to do that. It doesn't matter. If Azul has Raihan, goes Raihan, GMAX Rapid Flow, 2 Malamar knocked out, Nick can just evolve up another Malamar and take a 3-prize knockout. This is insane. Oh, it's 40 times? I thought it was 60 times. Cool. Yeah, it needs 3. All right, 3 Rapid Strike cards. Yeah. 3 Rapid Strike cards, not 2. All right, I was a little ahead of myself. 3 Rapid Strike cards. Like I said, 3 Rapid Strike cards. Sorry, math is hard. My brain is fried. We've been at this all day. Yeah, listen, look, read the card, Mahone. Okay, all right, I see it. 3 Rapid Strike cards, and he'll take the knockout. And he's definitely got those 3 Rapid Strike cards. The Karina's Focus. And he's got another Inkay in the hand. Definitely wants to bench the Inkay because Azul can just Raihan this next turn. So with the Inkay on the bench, he makes it so that it's guaranteed. Oh. Not taking a knockout? Just going to soften it up. I actually don't mind this play at all. Azul did not get an energy into play this last turn. I like this play from Nick. I think it makes a lot of sense. If Nick had taken the knockout, then he would just be inviting up the Raihan. But with this play, Nick is making it so that Azul cannot Rapid Flow this next turn, which is actually a really heads-up play. So even though, you know, he could have reached, if Nick had reached for the knockout and, you know, maybe shuffled back in his only supporter in hand and the Inkay, he would have taken the knockout. But then if Azul goes Raihan, knock out your Octillery and Malamar, then it's possible that Nick could have been stuck with a dead hand, right? So I think that Nick is totally fine doing this. He knows that if Azul wants to take a knockout on Malamar, Azul is going to have to use a VMAX to go in with Gale Thrust. And if Azul goes in with Gale Thrust, Nick will very easily respond with a one-hit knockout the following turn because he left his hand good. He left his hand with the Karina's Focus in it and some Psychic Energies. He's got a pretty decent follow-up, and he knows he's not going to be losing too many Pokemon because Azul did not attach to Urshifu turn 1. So he is all set and doing just fine. Now Azul is going to start using Drizzile with its Shady Dealings ability. Shady Dealings can fetch trainer cards from the deck. Azul also looking like he's going to Quick Ball for something. Eyeing up Malamar, or Marnie, excuse me. Discarding Marnie. Probably also eyeing up this Malamar, if I had to guess. And it's going to search the deck for a basic Pokemon. I'm not sure that Azul has anything that he necessarily wants to bench. He might just be looking to play Crobat to draw more cards, because Crobat is already in the hand. So just thinning the hand down before Crobat. He's got Air Balloon. He's got the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX in hand, but of course... Oh! No, going with the Yoga Looper and researching away the Crobat. I did not see that Medicham V in the hand. Medicham V. This is the first time I will have seen Medicham V in play so far today. I've been commentating 7 Swiss rounds, and Medicham V finally making its way onto the board. Now I'm curious to see how Azul ends up utilizing this Medicham V, if at all, if it will be an effective card in this matchup. I think it makes sense to have it. Medicham V only gives it 2 prizes, which is nice. Slows the pace of the game down a little bit. You do want to make sure that against a single prize deck like this, you really want to force your opponent to take 3 knockouts, right? That's the big thing. So these players know exactly what they're doing, playing around each other's strategies. Azul does not want to bench 2 big Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX and just have them hit for weakness and have the game end very quickly. Nick does not want to play directly into Raihan, GMAX Rapid Flow, and I think that you could see that Nick is in a much better position not having gone for the greedy 2 prizes. Right, he's got a softened up bear on the bench, he's got a big bear in the active, and now he's looking like, okay, all I have to do now, I'm gonna rod one of these Inkay back into the deck to potentially increase my outs to draw into them. Yeah, so Inkay and Malamar going back into the deck with Ordinary Rod. And then I think that Nick has a Karina's Focus in hand. Bruno! It's not a Karina's Focus. Bruno! Wow. Okay. You love to see it. Bruno, an insane supporter to play after one of your Pokemon gets knocked out. Bruno, shuffle draw 7. If one of your Pokemon was KO'd the previous turn, Nick is going to get to see 7 brand new cards. Oh, they might not be brand new. One of them might have been the cards that he's seen previously. But so, okay, 7 cards off the top of the deck. And we've got Rescue Trolley. Rescue Trolley is a great, or Rescue Carrier. Is it Rescue Carrier? Ah, it's a level ball. I'm tripping, right? Yeah, it's a level ball. Let's say Rescue Carrier would be kind of cool. But no, not Rescue Carrier. There's level balls. No need for Rescue. Oh, there is a Rescue Carrier in the deck. Okay, cool. Yes. I'm not tripping. There is a Rescue Carrier. Let's go. Now, Nick is going to want to bench as many Inkay as possible to try and survive an incoming GMAX Rapid Flow. Just assuming that Azul could do it. I think that Azul might also be mapping out. I really like this play. Inkay has only got 60 hit points, pretty sure. So if Inkay's got 60 hit points, Azul could go Rapid Strike Inteleon, double ping with Quick Shooting, Yoga Loop, and take another turn. So that could be something that Azul is trying to coordinate as well. But Azul doesn't have the energy in play to be able to go Yoga Loop into Rapid Flow. Unless he can pull off the Raihan Yoga Loop. Now, that would be filthy. And that's why this deck is so good, right? Because Azul could go Raihan onto this benched Urshifu V. And this Malamar is taking a knockout. Wow! Not benching a second Inkay. Azul could just win. Azul could just win right here. If he's got the right cards, he could respond and bench Nick out. Just make sure that this Inkay has 60 hit points. I'm pretty sure that it does. Inkay's got 50 hit points. Oh, yeah. Azul could win. If he's got the Raihan, he can win. Inkay has only got 50 hit points. Azul needs 2 Rapid Strike Inteleon and a Raihan this turn. He needs quite a bit. But with Nick... Okay, so here it is. The first Inteleon. He does need, yes, the 2 other Inteleon. So he's going to go get those other 2 Inteleon, and then we'll see if Azul's already got the Raihan in hand. If he has Raihan in hand, and I think he does. He does have Raihan in hand. So Azul is making the play happen. He is going to guarantee himself, basically guarantee himself game if he can just find a Rapid Strike Energy. And he can Raihan for 1 Rapid Strike Energy, but then he may have to research into the second one. Raihan is probably the best card out of Evolving Skies. It is an absurd card and incredibly powerful in a deck like Rapid Strike or Urshifu Inteleon that could search it out. Raihan will accelerate an energy from the discard pile to that active Urshifu V and get Azul a card out of the deck. Azul's got double Rapid Strike Inteleon, and you know Nick has got to be looking at this board like, I'm in danger for sure. This is bad, man. This is real bad. 40 damage with Inteleon onto the benched Inkay with Quick Shooting and Yoga Loop with Metacham V to take the knockout, and Azul gets to take another turn. All Azul needs is a VMAX Rapid Strike Energy, and that's game. That's it. All he needs is VMAX Rapid Strike Energy. Does he have it? He's got the Rapid Strike Energy in his hand. He just needs a VMAX. And there it is. Wow. Yoga Loop into Rapid Flow, and Azul is going to go up game 1 just like that. Lights out. Raihan paving the way for Azul to wipe Nick's board clean. That was an incredible game 1. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. With Nick getting the Pokemon catcher turn 1. It seemed like Nick was so far ahead. But what a comeback from Azul. Going into game 2, Nick has got to be thinking like, okay, how do I avoid that? Right? Because Nick set himself up to have a good match. Didn't hit into the Raihan play early on. Kept his hand consistent. But my goodness, when Inkay only has 50 hit points, it can be very tough to play around the Yoga Loop with Rapid Strike Inteleon. That was wild to see. I think that is probably one of the most powerful Yoga Loop turns I have seen in my time with Evolving Skies so far. And we'll see which player goes first. I have to think that Nick is probably going to choose to go first against the Urshifu deck. Game 2 getting kicked off. And Nick has got a Minccino down. Minccino is definitely going to help with his draw situation, considering did not get any Minccino, Chinchino action this last game. But Make Do is one of the best draw support abilities in the game. And Azul, up game 1, just needs to take one more game off this Rapid Strike Malamar deck to assert himself, or to insert himself into top 4, to put himself in a winning position and assert dominance. Azul looks as if he's going to be using that Sabal again to go for the turn 1 Keep Calling. Keep Calling, such a powerful way to kick off any game. Allows you to search your deck for 3 Rapid Strike Pokemon and put them straight onto the bench. And of course, Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX is, or Rapid Strike Urshifu V is Rapid Strike Pokemon, so it can be searched out with Sabal. And really, all the Rapid Strike deck wants is exactly this. Turn 1, just go get the boys out, slap them down onto the bench. We've got turn 2 Drizzile incoming, Shady Dealings, get me any trainer card I want. So an impressive start again by Azul. A little bit of an underwhelming start from Nick Bournay. Nick probably wishes that he would have had an Inkay down for sure. Missing that Inkay early. The only thing that is kind of going well for Nick is that Azul does not get a turn 1 energy attachment to Urshifu. So it's not going to be a turn 2 Gmax Rapid Flow incoming from Azul. So Nick can take solace in that. However, this hand is looking super jammed, and it's like, yeah, I gotta research it. But there was a lot of resources in that hand. I saw the Rescue Carrier for sure. Maybe an Ordinary Rod? No, Rescue Carrier. A couple of Evolution Incense. You really hate to see too many cards like that hit the discard pile. And it looks like Nick is going to Fog Crystal, probably search out another Inkay. We saw how devastating it can be when Nick does not have enough Inkay down, because Azul is very capable of wiping these Inkays off the board, especially once a couple of Inteleon hit the board. So if there's a time to get these Inkays evolved up into, like, you got to go third Inkay here. You have to. I think you just have to. Yeah, I know you don't want to, but if you don't go third Inkay, I think you lose, because then you're going to get both your Malamar knocked out, and then you will never be able to build up another Inkay because of the double quick shooting Yoga Loop. And we already kind of saw that happen in game 2. So I like Nick's decision to go get, I really like Nick's decision to go get the third Inkay. I think that that makes sense. And now his board is going to be more or less established the upcoming turn, trying to just find as many Malamar as he can, and a good turn to pass on from Nick. And Nick doesn't feel too bad about this. If I lose the Remoraid, I got another Remoraid on the bench, that's fine. Azul gonna start things off with a Drizzile, Shady Dealings. Probably one of the most expensive uncommon cards we've seen in a while. Drizzile's like $5 or $6 for an uncommon that's been printed in a number of sets. It was in Shining Fates, right? It was in Sword and Shield base set. It was in the Inteleon League Battle deck. Such a powerful uncommon card that it is very desired in many decks. The Inteleon engine, one of the most consistent engines in the Pokemon TCG right now. Azul going to Marnie, Both players shuffle their hand, put it on the bottom of their deck. I have to say, very pleased that nobody has shuffled their money into their deck. That has been great to see. I like that Azul's playing an Energy Search in this deck. This feels good. It's the new Energy Search from the Sword and Shield set. Just go search out a Fighting Energy, getting that energy drop. It's going to be great. Nick had Catcher in that previous hand, so probably a little bit disappointed that he's not going to get to reach for the Catcher play this next turn. Now, looking at Nick's list, actually, it got me curious. I was like, all right, with 2 Pokemon Catcher, how many Boss's Orders do you think this list plays? Yeah. There are no Boss's Orders in this list. Just 2 copies of Pokemon Catcher. Yo, if you hit heads, who cares? If you flip heads, Pokemon Catcher is just a better Boss's Orders if you hit heads. I respect it. I respect it. That's busted. No Boss's Orders. 4 Koreans Focus, 4 Research, 2 Bruno. Let's get it. 2 Pokemon Catchers. That's some creative deck building right there. And we've seen how effective those Pokemon Catchers can be, and really doesn't matter if you're taking 1-hit KOs on. If you're 1-hit KOing nothing but Pokemon VMAX, like, who cares? So Azul's just going to pass the turn with the Rapid Strike Urshifu V on the bench, saying like, okay, you're probably not going to gust this turn. I'm going to wait for you to take like some low-hanging fruit. Take a knockout on one of my Sobble, and then pop off with Raihan, which would be sick, right? Because Azul getting those bonus energy attachments is just so huge, and it's going to allow him to be able to make those aggressive G-Max rapid flow plays that he's really aiming for. So now we're looking at Nick's new hand. Professor Research, draw ton of cards, make do. Gonna see 2 more cards, ditching the other Chinchinos, and I'm probably not setting that up. And is there a Pokemon Catcher? Do I see a Pokemon Catcher? I love the Pokemon Catcher flips. It gets me very excited. So, yeah, Nick is in this tough situation where it's like, okay, do I go and bite? Do I take the attack? I kind of have to, right? It doesn't feel great, but I think it must be done, because if Nick doesn't take this knockout, then Azul can just kind of go in with Urshifu and G-Max Rapid Flow, a couple of Malamars, while Nick has not, will have not taken any knockout yet. I do like that Nick is going to be able to search out a 3rd Malamar. Just get that established. Feels really good. 3 Rapid Strike Malamar in play. And then just 2 Rapid Strike cards back to the deck to take the knockout on Sobble. So with a Drizzile and 2 Sobble, you got to be thinking that Azul going to find the Raihan this turn, okay? It's Raihan City. Every time a knockout happens, you're like, oh yeah, let's play the most broken supporter card in my deck. Raihan. Raihan not only accelerates energy, it gets you whatever you want, which is kind of the name of the game with the Urshifu and Teleon deck. Get whatever you want out of your deck. Shady Dealings does it. Raihan does it. So we'll see if Azul's got it. Just needs a level ball or an evolution incense to make it happen. And this deck is absolutely filled with those. And he doesn't even need to Raihan, it'd just be nice. It looks like he might not actually have too much going on in his hand. So gonna just have to Rapid Flow both benched Malamar. Not Rapid Flowing the active. It does allow Nick to keep an energy in play, which is interesting, but does not allow Nick to get to choose to promote necessarily whoever he wants. So Azul's going to take 2 prizes and brace for impact, as it looks like this active Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX probably going down. However, with the 2 prizes that Azul just took, it's possible that Nick takes a response knockout while benching an Inkay, and then Azul maybe goes, nah, he doesn't have 2 Drizzle in play. So we're not going to see any of the double shoot, quick shooting Yoga Loop magic that we saw last game. It's not in the cards this game. Nick's going to see a new hand of 7, research for a big draw, and should be able to find the cards that he needs in order to take this knockout. You see Nick scanning through his discard pile, making sure that he's aware of his resources that he has remaining. You would think, I see a Remoraid. We're going to make do for 2 more cards. You don't want to play your search cards before the make do. Ordinary Rod can throw some dudes back into the deck. The fallen Malamars and Inkay, but does Nick actually have enough to be able to get a solid board state this turn? I mean, does Nick have enough to get a backup Malamar and a knockout? And what's really tough about this matchup is, like, you don't just need a backup Malamar, you need 2 backup Malamars, which is really tough to negotiate, because every time an Inkay gets knocked out, you got to put 2 more down because you're anticipating a rapid flow. So Fog Crystal gonna search out an Inkay. And we've got Level Ball too, but I'm worried that there's not enough Rapid Strike cards in this hand to take the knockout and have a stable bench. So Nick might just be swinging with Malamar and saying, I hope you do not have the Raihan this turn. I like this play. Scoop up net the Octillery. That might just be exactly what he needs in order to have enough cards. And no second. Oh? Okay. Do we have enough juice to go get a backup Inkay? I like that scoop up net, basically turning the scoop up net into a Rapid Strike card. Very cool. Inkay. That second Inkay hitting the board. So that's making me think that Nick has got just enough to be able to take the knockout if he cleans the hand out. So I think that's what he's going to have to do. Yes, the entire hand played, and that's going to be a knockout. Rapid Strike Tentacles for 200 base damage times 2. A 1-hit KO. And with 2 backup Inkay, things are looking good for Nick to be able to seal the deal on this game. Azul finds Quick Ball immediately, plays it. Gonna search the deck probably for that Crobat, because he is drawing pretty horrendously right now. But it's gonna be Passimian. I didn't see the Crobat in the deck. Passimian can get in there with its Fling attack. And also allows Azul to... okay, Amarni. So no Raihan this turn. So it's just going to be Azul hoping that he does not get Pokemon Catchered. And the Passimian not making its way into the active position. But we know that Nick is not playing Boss's Orders in his lists. So he's going to have to hit one of these Pokemon Catchers if he wants to win the game this next turn. You know, and 50% odds. First, you got to find the card. But I do like that you can play Pokemon Catcher off of a Research, off of a Karina's Focus. I think with a deck like Malamar, you don't often have everything that you need already in hand. before you play the boss's orders. So it makes sense for the Malamar deck to rely more on Pokemon Catcher. I think that that is a heads-up call by Nick as far as the deck building goes. Azul's going to pop that second Drizzile down. Shady Dealings, grab a Research, and even though Azul can't play the Research this turn, grabbing the Research just to get that Sobble evolved up into a Drizzile so that it can turn into an Inteleon next turn. It's going to be very good for Azul. Now, Azul looking at this board saying, okay, first of all, please don't Gust. And I can evolve this Urshifu because it doesn't matter. If you Gust, you probably win. This Inteleon, Rapid Strike Inteleon, can start using Quick Shooting. Target down threats on Nick's side of the board. Start to chip away at these Inkay. Maybe set up for another Yoga Loot play. Azul's got 4 prizes left to take in this game too. And you could see Azul trying to figure out, okay, who am I going to Quick Shooting? How am I going to route this game? 20 damage onto the active Malamar. And it's probably going to be a pass. The Drizzile is okay. And we've got Escape Rope. I think Azul's probably just going to pass with the other Drizzile active. Doesn't have Strafe. Though that might have been cool for him to potentially save the Urshifu and Strafe here. Like, does he have to evolve into the VMAX? Maybe not. Unless he's anticipating getting Marnied, and I don't even think that Nick's list plays Marnie. It doesn't. So I think that potentially there it would have been stronger to hold the Urshifu VMAX and Strafe. But here we go. A heads-on Pokemon Catcher bringing up the Medicham V. And if Nick has enough cards in hand that a Rapid Strike, it's going to be game over. Just 3 Rapid Strike cards. Octillery can get one of them. Let's see. Does Nick have it? Fog Crystal going into the deck. An Inkay. No Inkay left. I think it's just 2 Rapid Strike cards in the hand. Karina's Focus might have to draw into some. Nick is going to shuffle up, and then we've got an intense moment approaching as Nick contemplates the Karina's Focus. It's got to be Karina's Focus for 3. Can Nick find 3 Rapid Strike cards to take game? And there they are. Rapid Strike Energy. The Spiral Energy. Oh, that's plenty. 5. That's 200 damage times 2. 400 damage. And Rapid Strike Tentacles takes game 2 with a Pokemon Catcher. Nick Bournay just forced this series to a game 3 against Azul Garcia Griego, one of the best players in the world. 5 or 6 time regional champion. Top 8 worlds finisher. Absolutely an incredible resume. Bringing a player like Azul to a game 3 scenario on a Pokemon Catcher has got to feel pretty good. So we're going to see how this 3rd and final game goes for Nick. Malamar, the underdog, versus Urshifu, a deck that many consider to be the best deck in the formats. Azul is going to level ball, go for a second Sobble. And then if there's no Urshifu energy this turn, which I don't think there is, Then Azul's just going to pass. Now it's up to Nick. Does Nick have a playable hand? This hand looks a little rough around the edges. I'm not going to lie. There's 3 spiral energy in that hand. Yeah, this hand doesn't look just rough around the edges. This hand looks bad in general. This is a horrible looking hand. Fog Crystal can search out 1 Inkay, but as we know, Nick is going to need more than 1 Inkay in order to survive this match. So Nick is going to play some level balls, search the deck, see if maybe we can thin the deck at all. I think that at this point, Nick just has to go for a second Inkay and kind of just hope that maybe this very slight deck thinning with the Fog Crystal and the level ball is enough to bail him out of this bad hand so that he can get a potent enough top deck that'll allow him to draw out of this situation. I imagine energy goes down on the Inkay, yes, and a pass, right? Now, Azul about to go off. He's got a level ball, and that's one of the amazing things about the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX deck is that once you get a single Drizzile, Shady Dealings, Quick Ball, Energy Search, and now Azul is able to set up his strategy flawlessly. Rapid Striker Urshifu down and research. 7 new cards for Azul. Looking for some more Sobble. Slap down on the bench. Believe he finds another Quick Ball. That's great. He's definitely going to play that down, getting rid of the Telescopic Sight. Useless card against a deck that doesn't play any Pokemon B. Kind of like the Passimian, but the Passimian slightly more useful than Telescopic Sight because Passimian can attack. So, getting rid of the Telescopic Sight first, saying, okay, don't need that. Level Ball, get me another Sobble. Drizzile, maybe Shady Dealings, then maybe fetch something for next turn or another Sobble. And then we'll see if Azul opts to strafe this turn and poke for 30, or if Azul will just keep the energy in on the active. Having that kind of guaranteed pivot there is very nice. If Nick does not end up taking a knockout this next turn, and I'm sure that Azul is thinking like Nick can probably get a knockout this next turn, but Nick's hand is pretty horrible. Rapid Strike Sobble hitting the bench. And Passimian hitting the bench. And we are going to see a strafe. I love it. Into the Passimian, the sacrificial monkey. Azul going to check through the discard pile. The ball is back in Nick's court. Did Nick top deck anything that's going to be of use? Yes, an Octillery off the top. But this hand is so bad that a Karina's Focus does not really net enough cards. Octillery has to search out Karina's Focus. And it's going to be a Karina's Focus for 3. That's not as many cards as you want to see. 3 cards off the top. Can he find some more stability with that Rapid Strike search? Ooh, 1 level ball is just enough cards to keep Nick in this game. He can go get another Inkay to kind of ward off the rapid flow, both your Inkay maneuver, which is something that you hate to see. if you are Nick. Yeah, getting all your squids rapid flow. That feels pretty bad. So we're gonna see that third Inkay hit the board, and a pass to Azul. Azul quickly gets the Rapid Strike energy, benches it on the Urshifu, and research for 7 more cards off the top of the deck. Does Azul find a switch and a VMAX? I think that Azul has to carefully consider, okay, who do I Rapid Flow? Do I just go for both Inkay and say, all right, I'll Raihan the following turn and knock out any remaining Inkay? This is for all the marbles to go into top 4. And then just one more win after top 4, and that player will be in the finals, competing for $400 cash for first place and 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies for first place. And there we go. G-Max Rapid Flow, both of the Inkay with energy, Air Balloon, giving that Passimian free retreat. And here is Urshifu doing what Urshifu does best. G-Max Rapid Flow, 120 damage to 2 of the opponent's bench Pokemon. And now Nick has just a single Inkay, a single squid on the bench to try and take this return KO. And there's a research in the hand. So this is going to have to be an all or nothing scenario, and it doesn't feel good. That research is going to have to net a flawless amount of Rapid Strike cards. The problem with Nick's board state is that there are not enough cards. What he needs, five Rapid Strike cards to take a knockout on Urshifu. Say Nick researches, right? Nick's going to get to see 8 cards because of the Octillery. So Nick's already got the energy, and he's going to use the Octillery to get the Malamar. So Rapid Strike Search already tapped. And the energy already equipped. This research has to net 5 Rapid Strike cards and a switch. 6 out of 7 cards have to be a specific kind of card. Nick has to find 6 out of 7 Rapid Strike cards, and that hand is not looking like it. There is the switch out. There is a scoop up net, which can be a 1-for-2 on the Octillery. That does not feel good, because Nick also needs some other benched Pokemon to put down. So Nick might be able to take the knockout, but if Nick takes the knockout with Rapid Strike Malamar and no other benched Pokemon, then does it matter? Alright, so Nick has 1 Minccino, but all Azul has to do is just use Gale Thrust. So Nick has to go for the Pokemon catcher, another heads, and bring up Urshifu V. This is brutal. And Nick only has enough Rapid Strike cards in hand to take the knockout on Urshifu V. All heads on Pokemon catchers so far, 3 for 3, but it doesn't matter. All Azul needs to do at this point is slap a Fighting Energy, which he has 2 of in hand, onto the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, and Azul is going to be able to Gale Thrust and remove the only Malamar, the only attacker from Nick's board. Nick is not going to be able to build up another Malamar next turn. Azul knows this guaranteed, so going in with the Gale Thrust, saying, okay, I've got Rapid Strike. Bet you can't bench 3 Inkay this next turn, because that is what Nick has to do in order to simply not lose the game instantly. And that is way too much of an ask for this Malamar deck. Losing a card like Oricorio GX, which could get you 3 extra cards, would be... Oricorio GX would be busted right now, but This deck doesn't have that additional draw power. There are no Pokemon V in this deck. No Kricketune, no Crobat. None of that. And Nick needs to take 2 more knockouts still since he missed the knockout on the VMAX. Which just feels very bad. And Azul is in command of this match right now. Chinchino evolving up into play. 1 Inkay on the bench. Bruno gonna shuffle the hand into the deck and net Nick 7 cards off the top. 7. 1 better. So Bruno getting a lot of mileage in this Malamar deck since Pokemon get knocked out all the time. Top 8 is guaranteed $50 cash and some Evolving Skies packs. Top 4 is guaranteed $100 cash and 1 box of Evolving Skies. Second is $200 and 1 box of Evolving Skies. And first place is $400 and 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies and a case of Dragon Shield Dual Mats. All right, Minchino hitting the bench. On Nick's side, Nick is going to need a lot of Inkay. I mean, there needs to be a ton of Inkay. There's 2 Inkay, but those can both get Rapid Float. If that happens, then Nick might as well just fold it up. Nick is going to need a 3rd Inkay, most definitely. I don't see one. I see 2. And with no bench barrier in the format, Azul is looking primed to be able to Rapid Flow again for 2 more prizes and clear Nick's board of all attackers. So Nick kind of dejectively puts that 2nd Inkay down, knowing what's to come. Fighting energy already in Azul's hand. All he has to do is say Rapid Flow and then use one of these Inteleon, the Shady Dealing Inteleon, to go get, switch, make sure, and then just Gale Thrust again for game. So, I think we're going to see the Rapid Strike Inteleon hit now. If Azul has access to it. Wouldn't expect Azul to go in with the Shady Dealings preemptively because Shady Dealings seems better at the end of the game to pull off the game-winning play. So we are seeing a Rapid Strike Inteleon go into the hand with that Evolution Incense. And Quick Shooting going to allow Azul to start to put some pressure on some of the other lowly HP Pokemon on Nick's side of the board. We got 20 damage going on to Chinchino. And G-Max Rapid Flow from Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, taking out both Inkay. And Azul moves to just 1 prize card remaining. Azul, Garcia, Griego, Players Cup 4 champion with... Players Cup 3 champion, excuse me. Players Cup 3 champion with Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. Back at it again with Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX in the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize post-rotation event. Rapid Strike Urshifu proving time and time again to be a dominant force in the Pokemon TCG. And Nick at this point just playing through the motion, saying, you know what, there really is nothing that I can do to protect against the onslaught of G-Max Rapid Flow attacks. There's just no way to combat that Rapid Strike Urshifu. So Azul taking game 3 and moving on to top 4. Major congrats to Nick Bournay on being the only non-Shadow Rider and non-Urshifu deck in top 8 of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash Sword and Shield through Evolving Skies Tournament. Azul, Garcia, Griego punching his ticket to top 4 with his Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX Inteleon deck, the only Inteleon variant of Rapid Strike Urshifu remaining in the tournament. We're going to get Azul back here to talk about that top 8 match and his hopes for the remainder of the bracket. We will be right back. All right, I am here with Azul, the man, the myth, the legend, moving on to top 4 with the Rapid Strike deck. Were you worried at all about that matchup?
It's a pretty good matchup. I wasn't too worried. I mean, the way the games broke down, though, like game 1, I had the loop into the flow to just wipe 3 Malamars off board. Game 2, I couldn't.
Loop into the flow, baby.
Yeah, game 2, I don't think I got anything going in game 2. I can't even remember.
Game
it wasn't
2
going
was
well.
not great.
Yeah.
But game one was sick. Yeah, the double. I mean, it was insane watching that Raihan play come down.
Yeah.
Yes. It just setting up the knockout preemptively. Inkale has 50 hit points, man.
Yep, he's weak.
Yep. So good stuff. Now, is that the first time you've played against that matchup, or you feel like you've done that before?
I've only ever played it before once, but like I watched the recent Japanese tournament happen like 2 or 3 times on stream, so I got a little bit of input on that. And that's when they had Mew too, but the Urshifu was definitely taking care of him either way.
That's the crazy thing is that like without bench barrier, it feels like you're kind of just bench barrier kind of just prolong the inevitable. Usually you were just knocking out the Mew anyway. Like
because you lose the bench space,
and
then you just loop the Mew, and then you just KO the 2 Malamars anyway. So they need like triple Malamar, NK, and the Mew in play.
Exactly.
So exactly.
And by the time you get the quick shooting up, obviously the Mew is just like easy pickings for quick shooting as well. So going into top 4, do you have any idea how any of the other matches have played out so far?
Yeah, so I'm gonna definitely playing up. There was a Urshifu Moltres Mirror, so I'm playing against one of those, and then on the other side of the bracket, it's just all Shadow Rider. So,
all right, so that's pretty sweet. So you don't have to face Shadow Rider till the finals.
Yeah,
if you win your next match,
that's the hope.
So, how do you feel about your matchup against the Moltres version?
I mean, it's just kind of favorable because they have more 2 prizes to open that they can't evolve to VMAXs. So if they open the Moltres or the Crobat, that's it. It's in play, and that's not good because then you can do the route of 1 Sobble, KO that. You really want to limit their Sobbles, but with that in play, you can go KO VMAX, KO the Moltres, KO the Sobble instead, and you won't like go after the double Sobble KO. So I mean, that's worse. Their deck is just more inconsistent, and we're trying to do the same thing. Like, they have the Dark Energy, they have the Moltres, and we're both trying to just get to a bunch of Gmax Rapid Flow, so definitely favorable. But, I mean, I did lose to one. That was my loss, was the mirror match. They drew, like, they went first, and they just drew, the Rapid Strike.
When you're hot, you're hot,
yeah.
bro.
So,
man,
it doesn't matter sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't matter, but... it was really exciting to get to see the Raihan new card out of Evolving Skies. Nice to see the Medicham V getting some airtime as well. It's the first Medicham V play we've seen on stream all day.
It's the first time I've done it today. It's the first Medicham I've done today.
Let's go. Yeah. Now, do you think that is the first time all day, but you think that the Medicham deserves its spot in the deck?
I don't know. It feels like the math never quite lines up close enough because you're always having to do too much. You can't ever like get something like really close. But I haven't played enough matchups, so maybe if you hit like the Ice Riders and stuff, but it seems like against Shadow Rider it won't matter. And then mirror match, I think there's some potential for it to matter to lock Sobbles out in the late game potentially. Like you kill the first 2 Sobbles, and then if you get 2 quick shootings online, they can't put a Sobble down because you might Yoga Loop it. Right.
It's certainly an interesting card. It gives you routes that you just wouldn't have otherwise without it, and it's only 1 deck spot, so it feels good when it works, but it definitely feels bad to just be researching it away every game. As well,
I mean, I think without it, the Malamar matchup would be tough. So if Malamar stays popular, which Malamar is really, really good against Shadow Rider, that's so good for Malamar. So I could definitely see Malamar staying around as a top deck for sure. Yeah,
it was crazy. Did you know? Nick's list didn't have any Boss's Orders in it either.
Yeah, just the catchers, right?
Oh yeah, but he was acing those catchers. He was like a bad man out there, just heads. Well, good luck in top 4, Azul, and hopefully we'll be seeing you in the finals.
Hopefully.
Top 4 getting kicked off. I am joined by Kevin Baxter. How you doing, Kevin?
I'm doing great. I'm off of a 8-man win in the GLC side event, so feeling pretty good.
Dude, with Fire.
Yeah, man.
Fire is the only type that has not gotten itself a top 8 finish on the online client yet in any of the Limitless tournaments. So to hear that Fire's got some kick in it, I knew that you were going to go for the Fire deck.
From the beginning.
From the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
You knew you wanted it. Yeah.
Well, really, it's all because of one card, and you know what that card is. It's Delphox from X and Y.
Yes, so good. I fell in love with that card in Raybor back in the day. Delphox Raybor. What a fun deck. Delphox, such a amazing card. Fill your hand to 6. I mean, they haven't reprinted that ability on a Pokemon since.
Right.
Yeah, it's just Delphox. Not even a GX, not even nothing.
Nope.
It's
the closest you got was Octillery.
Octillery does 5.
Yeah.
Electro does 4. You know, Delphox 6.
Can't wait for tomorrow.
It's going to be a lot of fun. This top 4 match should be incredibly exciting. We have got Shadow Rider v Shadow Rider. Now, you've got some insight as to the list that Andrew Denkus is going to be piloting, because Andrew Denkus played 58 of the same cards that you did.
Yes.
At the event. Do you think that is it really just going to be about who kind of opens stronger, who gets out creamy, or is there any kind of variance here, anything that Andrew can do to kind of keep himself ahead in this mirror match, you think?
I don't know that our specific changes to the list are going to do a whole lot in the mirror. I played 3 mirrors in the 3 rounds that I played today before I dropped. And it really just comes out to who races out ahead with getting a bunch of energy on the board.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, like, the Necrozma's not going to really do a whole lot in the mirror, unless for some reason you get a turn 2 or turn 3 early knockout on a V. Then that could be pretty cool. But, yeah, it was pretty much just the mirror is going to be all about, Adornment or Cresselia. Try to flood the board.
Exactly. All right, fist bump, and these players are getting started. Andrew Denkus is on the draw and has a quick ball, discarding Psychic Energies. Got those nice Wizards of the Coast Psychic Energies. Love to see that. Typically myself will play the Evolutions one. They got like the same artwork, but I don't know if you've noticed the thickness of the cards has changed over time.
Yes, they have. I've definitely noticed.
Yes, the old cards from back in the 90s are much thicker card stock. The newer cards are much thinner cardboard.
Yeah, you really feel the difference when you have like 10 of them in your hand all at the same time, like 10 new ones and 10 of those old ones.
Oh yeah,
it's pretty big difference.
It's different for sure. But you got to give some respect to Andrew Denkus for just rocking the. Ooh, it's an ugly research. Yeah, you see Chip just laying it all out there in all its glory. Yeah, here's 2 energy in my rod.
Well, he's got some basics out, so that's a positive.
All that really matters.
Yeah, and a couple of energy and a couple of crystals.
Yes.
He might need a little more help on the top deck for next turn, but he's got some Pokemon out, and that's all you can really ask on the first turn.
True, and he could always get Marnied.
He could.
So being able to, I mean, if he gets 4 Shadow Rider V or 3 V in a Alcremie or something, he's going to be having a good time. It doesn't look like he has an out to Shadow Rider VMAX in the hand yet, which is fine. At a certain point, you thin the deck enough, your odds of hitting off the top are pretty decent.
Oh yeah, you got all your search cards, your supporters, the Pokemon itself. There's a decent amount of outs here.
Exactly, and then a 50% chance your opponent Marnies you.
Yeah,
and it looks like because there's only 2 supporters that can play the standard format. So yeah, 50% of the time you ain't even keeping your hand. So it does look like the only supporter card in Andrew's hand right now is a Marnie.
So is it? I didn't even look at his hand.
Yeah,
okay, well there you go.
There at the end. Yep.
It will be interesting to see if Chip draws into energy, because he's got, I think, 3 in his hand. So putting a couple of those on the bottom might get a little dry in the mid game. We'll see.
True. Thankfully, he's got training card. I don't know that he'll have an energy in the discard pile. Actually, he did have that ugly research, but he probably would have slammed an energy down if there was one in that hand. So I think he's just got. Is he going 2 Alcremie? I guess it would make sense if there's maybe not a 4th Shadow Rider in the deck.
Yeah, he might have prized it. I didn't really get a good look.
Yeah, so that might be the case. I'd imagine you would go for the 4 Shadow Rider if they were available, but probably not. So we're going to see 2 Alcremie V hit the bench. Energy onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Well, it's the promo one that accelerates to himself.
Yo, it does what?
Yeah. It's one energy, get energy back from the discard and put it on him.
Bro, it does what?
I think Chip said he was playing a 2-2 split.
A 2-2 split. He is playing a 2-2 split. Yeah, I have not. I mean, I've been commentating all day, and I haven't seen that happen yet.
There it is.
So here it is. Cloak in Shadows. You get to attach a Psychic energy card from your discard pile to this Pokemon. That's just objectively good. That's a pretty decent way to start off the game.
Although it is funny, if it was the regular one, it could have stopped Denkus from attaching Horror Energy, which I ran into in one of my matches. That was a little annoying because we're playing this 2 Horror Energy, which gets stopped by the Mist or whatever that other attack is.
Shadow Mist, yeah. That's pretty hilarious. Now, going back again, all right, having played through a tournament with that Shadow Rider list, I mean, Andrew Denkus is in top 4. You kind of had some bad beats. Do you think that you'd keep the Necrozma, or just seeing like okay, there actually was not any Glaceon here today? I actually think the Glaceon was severely underrepresented.
Oh yeah, today. For sure. It's better than it's been, shown in tournaments and stuff.
Yeah, I think the Glaceon seems like, after seeing how the meta shook out today, it makes sense. Everybody just came out with like their safe meta pick. Okay, Urshifu's going to be big. Let's play Shadow Rider.
Pretty much.
And everybody kind of came to the same conclusion. Shadow Rider's just this big broken deck. Eternatus doesn't exist because Urshifu's too good. So everybody came out with their Shadow Rider decks, and now, is the next. Oh yeah, dude,
classic.
Chip loves the high five after the research.
Who doesn't?
I know. Chip's like, oh yeah, man. If I'm researching with the 0 card hand, yeah, hands up, bro, because we're high fiving. But yeah, I think Glaceon is probably like the next big thing. All of these decks that we've seen are pretty much bad against Glaceon.
Yeah, I mean, the Shadow Rider, if you're really not prepared for it, doesn't do a whole lot against Glaceon. Now, the 2-2 on the basics, the split that Chip is playing, that helps for sure.
But yeah, but what are you doing? 130, a 3-hit KO?
Yeah, the thing about, it depends on the Glaceon list, I guess. But like, if they're playing the Inteleon version, there's a bunch of targets on the bench that you can take prizes off of.
Yeah,
especially if they have to like throw a Crobat down or something like that too.
Right.
Yeah, you probably only have to get through one Glaceon, but that can still be tough if you're not playing multiple basics that can swing into it.
Yeah, I do really. I like the split on the Shadow Riders. I think that just makes sense. This Shadow Rider actually seems to be in the meta. This Shadow Rider seems to be more useful. All the special energy decks are so afraid of even existing because of the other one, that you might as well just play one that can hit into Glaceons and stuff, right?
And as we saw, the first attack is also pretty good here.
Significant, yeah. Just getting another energy into play, just cheesing another energy into play. So, let's see. It looks like Chip is going for a Cresselia, and now Andrew Denkus.
Oh, he benches the Necrozma. Okay,
and putting energy on it.
All right. I mean, it's also just a decent card. Like it does. Well, he's going to do okay, I like this. He's doing the first attack on Necrozma. I don't know if you got that image. But,
I got them all, Kevin.
It does 20 to the active and 20 to 2 bench Pokemon, which is pretty cool. It can set up some help for Alcremie in the late game.
Prismatic Ray.
Yeah, if you put 20 onto the VMAXs, then you only need to discard 5 with Alcremie later, which is nice.
I do think that... Yeah, Andrew has a horrible hand, though.
That too. I mean, this isn't how you draw it up, but
it's not exactly what you want.
It's a little better than not doing anything.
It's
which was his alternative.
Exactly, slightly better than 0. Right. Now Chip, on the other hand, we out here using Shadow Rider, Calyrex, VMAX, Underworld Door, one of the most broken abilities ever printed, on a 320 hit point Pokemon. Here we go, drawing cards, churning through the deck. And it's going to be, I would say, extremely difficult for Andrew Denkus to mount the comeback here. Is this the point of no return in the Shadow Rider mirror, Kevin? Is it really, without reset stamp, or, most lists aren't playing Path to the Peak, which makes sense because there's no easy way to bump it and reactivate your abilities without Marshadow, which clears itself from the board. Is this game out of reach already?
Likely, yes. Especially if he doesn't draw out of it really well soon with like a research or something like that off the top. But yeah, basically, if Shadow Rider can get like 6 energy or more on the board and isn't immediately punished with a knockout on something with like 3 energy, it's real tough to overcome.
Because then it's just like one hit KO City, right?
Yeah,
I mean, the Shadow Rider deck we're talking has. And Chip's got the beautiful Heart Gold Soul Silver energies as well. Those are excellent. But yeah, we see Chip's got, what, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. This is doing 250 damage, so enough to one-hit KO this Necrozma. It's possible for Denkus to... It's possible for Denkus to knock this out.
It's possible.
It needs to be research off the top, though.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
He's
Crobat.
got Crobat. I mean, that's not nothing.
The next best thing,
Yeah.
honestly. Yeah, we're gonna dig and look for that Crobat V. Denkus like, yeah, thank you. I would like to draw some cards now. Now Denkus made the hilarious point that in top 4 it is 3 content creators and
the future winner of the tournament.
And the future winner of the tournament. Yes. Andrew Denkus has got quite a difficult top 4 that he has found himself in, featuring what, 5-time regional champion.
Here we go.
Azul.
We're scooping him up. All right.
Yeah, we're scooping it. Nothing.
You can't really do anything about that. But that's why we play best of 3.
That's why we play best of 3 in top 8 for sure. Andrew Denkus has got Azul in top 8. He's got 2-time regional champion JW Kriewall in top 8, and TPCI commentator and YouTube and Twitch star trainer Richey.
Yeah, really good showing by the content creators today.
Absolutely, yeah. It is. It has been a great turnout. We had a lot of players here today, and the event has run super smooth. Major props to the judges who have done a phenomenal job putting on this event, and the staff here at Full Grip Games. And again, thank you all so much for supporting the shop at Full Grip Games and making events like these possible. I'm really excited to get to put on this safe and fun event for players to get to compete. Everybody has been really cool about abiding by the safety protocols as well that we've had in place. So it's been an amazing experience. It's been very fun for me to just get back in there and see a paper tournament again.
Yeah, it's been real nice. Even obviously I only played 3 rounds, but just being at a tournament atmosphere has been so much fun, and it, like you said, was run very smooth. Usually if you are out of the tournament early, you're kind of waiting around for hours, but no, this one, like, rounds were firing back to back, no real issues. Side event, I got to play an entire side event, and the tournament's not even over yet. Like, yeah, and
exactly.
Just getting rid of the paper, like pairings, the paper pairings, and getting rid of the paper match slips just kind of speeds things up a lot.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you love to see that. I mean, that's the future, right? Is that we're just all going to check our match slips on our phones. That's just going to be the way that that things are done. So that is super convenient for sure. I mean, it seems like we printed out paper match slips forever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in the Pokemon TCG. All right, getting geared up for game 2 of this set. Andrew Denkus is going to be looking to make a comeback after a suboptimal start, and the fist bump signifying the beginning of this match. And is Andrew going to choose to go second? It looks like potentially. Who's drawing? All right, Chip must have drawn. And it looks like Chip is going to be going first, considering maybe a Crobat or some Quick Balls. Quick Ball away one of those beautiful Heart Gold Soul Silver energies, and probably just looking for a bunch of Shadow Riders.
Yeah, that's a good way to start. You do also want to get one out creamy if you can, just because the turn 2 Adornment going first is really good. But yeah, obviously you want your horses on the field.
Yeah, and it feels like there's never enough ways to get them all out. Some games you're just like, oh yeah, all 4 are here. And then some games you're rocking with 1.
It's kind of nuts, honestly, because there's 8 search cards that go get them.
and 4 guys.
It feels like they should just fall out of the deck on your lap. But
yes.
Yeah, no, it's weird because like I think back to formats where we really only had Ultra Ball. And back then it felt like you had all your guys. So like
all the time.
I don't know what's different about this format, but yeah.
No turn 1 supporters?
That's a pretty big deal for sure.
But yeah, it used to feel because it's really strange to just look at decks that just played 4 Ultra Ball and like we lived like this.
Oh yeah.
We just played 4 Ultra Ball and that was it, baby. There was no maybe a couple of nest balls or something. Like
eventually that
became a thing, right? Whereas you play 4 Ultra Ball and like a couple nest ball, but like for a lot of decks, they like Buzz Rock. Yeah, man, we rocking some Brooklet Hills and the 4 Ultra Ball. Yeah, we're chilling.
Oh yeah.
But that's it.
We'll see. He's got an attach on the active. I think that's the promo one in the active again.
It is. Yep.
Set one on the bench. Okay, going to the bench. He's got a balloon in case he gets Marnied. Very nice.
Feels good. 2 feels fine. 1, very bad.
Yeah.
2, chilling. You know, if I can get 2 VMAX and play turn 2 and start Underworld, I mean, that's about as much as you can ask for. Denkus, I think he's got the Necrozma down already.
Yeah.
And his
I'm
hand
not
looks
seeing much.
bad.
I'm not seeing much action.
This is one of those horrible situations where all you have is a single energy and an evolution incense. Yeah. So you have to wait to Underworld door it, and you can't even get it into play for the turn.
Although at least it is a basic psychic. If that was a horror energy, he would be coming in here and beating me up after this game. We talked about that. Like, yeah, you're only playing 11 basics if you got those 2 horrors, and that early game situation where your only draw is the Underworld door. Feels bad if that energy in your hand is a horror energy, but
definitely.
At least he's got a glimmer of hope, unless Chip really pops off here.
Now it's ironic because Andrew chose to go second, thinking that he would have a more potent start, but his hand actually is a turn 1 hand.
Yeah, it would have been.
It's definitely a going first hand. You know, you start with you just had the 2 guys.
Okay, he's getting a little assistance potentially here.
Potentially. Yeah,
could be even worse, but
never know.
I mean,
4 cards off the top. But Marnie, okay. Now Chip has already got a Shadow Rider in play, 2 Shadow Rider Vs on the bench. Going to see 5 cards off the top. With that, Marnie Denkus looking at his next 4.
Looks like Chip's got another VMAX and another Underworld door incoming.
Oh yeah, Chip is big chillin'. I think Chip is about to walk his way into $200 and a guaranteed $200 in a box of Evolving Skies with a board set up like this. And I mean, it's not over yet, but Denkus can't seem to catch a break here in top 4. And it's insane because Andrew hasn't played a supporter yet, you know. And in a mirror match, that kind of, you know, just seeing your regular, you know, kind of tempo of your deck, just having it work as it should, is what you want. All you want is the deck to just be like, all right, just get me a couple Shadow Rider turn 2, get me some energy in play. I don't even need to be like the world's fastest setup over here, but like Chip, you know, Chip isn't having like the world's most insane turn 2, but it's good.
It's solid. He's attacking.
Solid. He's attacking, right? And Andrew Denkus is just wishing he could say the same thing.
Yeah, it's not. Well, I mean, we'll see. I didn't really see every card he drew off the Marnie, but if he can get a Shadow Rider or 2 out now. Okay, here's 1 at least. He's going to want a balloon to get that out of the active.
He has 1 in his hand. He did top deck that for turn.
Okay.
The question is, does he have any psychic energy in that hand? There might be 1, if any. And I don't think that there's a crystal, or else he wouldn't be shuffling so sufficiently. Yes, there's 1. Okay.
That's better than 0.
It is. And we're going to get to see 2 cards.
He's got Necrozma in his hand again, so that's always good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that is not a Necrozma on the bench. That is the promo Shadow Rider.
It is, yes.
Okay, so this bench has improved significantly. I thought that was Necrozma.
Okay, he's really liking this 20-20-20 attack.
Yeah. Oh, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. He is going to get in there with the special laser, prismatic ray. No, special laser is the second one.
It is, yeah. If he can avoid now this seems unlikely now that I'm saying it out loud, but if he can avoid his Necrozma getting knocked out, that would be great for him. But that's asking kind of a lot considering there's 2 VMAXs on the other side.
Not likely. Yeah, because I guess like okay, his Necrozma is going to bring everything down to 20, and I think he's out of draw, so like has to keep the Psychic Energy in his hand, which is like so bad. I think at this point in the game, if I'm Denkus, you drop that energy. You're just like, okay, because he's not hitting a knockout next turn if he doesn't. So like you drop that energy, and you have to say like, well, come on, top deck. Just because to be honest, like by not putting that energy down, you're almost folding it up.
Yeah, he needs a lot of faltering from the other side of the board here.
Yeah, because at this point, okay, so say the Necrozma gets knocked out, and then there's 3 Shadow Riders. Assume that there's 3 Shadow Rider VMAX in play next turn. There's only 1 right now. But assume we get 3. There's only we can accelerate 4 energy into play. Denkus needs 5 to take a knockout. See, there we go. He should have attached the energy. But then he leaves himself with a 0-card hand, and Chip knows he's handless, and then probably doesn't put the training card down, right?
Exactly, right.
Yeah, so it's tough. But
there's a research in Chip's hand. This might be might be all she wrote.
That's what I'm saying. In order for Denkus to give himself a possibility to win the game, I think he has to attach the Psychic Energy, because then he can get 5 energy into play, and then his Prismatic Ray set him up for the 300 damage attack to take a knockout. It's not likely that he'd be able to draw out of it, but it's not likely he's going to draw out of it now. So. Yeah, this is starting to look extremely sad.
Well, top 4 is a very respectable placement.
It is. Most definitely. I would say that Denkus had a very good ride.
He did.
With the Shadow Rider deck.
I think a lot of people would take that. If you offered that to him at the start of the tournament, hey, you know what? Top 4 right now. I think a lot of people would take that.
Take that. Yep. Save myself 6 hours. Yeah, just a guaranteed top 4. I'll take it for sure. You're walking away with $100. You're walking away with some booster packs of Evolving Skies, and feeling good. And top deck energy. I told you. Should have put it down.
You're right. You're always right.
Yeah.
Okay, Crobat might be making a showing
here. Yeah. He would have been taking a response. So say, all right, theoretically, if Denkus had taken this response knockout, then Chip probably still wins because he's got
some stuff going.
Still got 4 energy, but there was like no shot. Unfortunately for Denkus, but it felt like the point of no return, and I think that we're seeing that, especially without a card like Articuno. Articuno can kind of be like this, kind of boost that could give you that.
Yeah, we cut it for the Necrozma because when you're switching some basic energy to special energy, it makes it even more unlikely to get the Articuno going.
Yeah.
So that was the reason for that, but. Yeah, it's really looking like a textbook mirror match where somebody gets ahead, and there's not really a whole lot the other guy can do about it.
Exactly. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of comeback potential in the format right now. Now, formats do tend to grow and become more diverse over time, especially right now we are working with the smallest card pool possible in a standard format. Right after rotation. So all of the Sun and Moon era cards, featuring Tag Team Pokemon GX and stuff like that, have just rotated out of standard format. So we're playing with Sword and Shield through Evolving Skies, which is a pretty small pool of cards. I mean, really, there's only 2 draw supporters that see play, that see any sort of widespread play. And, Raihan is kind of like the new supporter on the scene that like some decks are starting to play as well. And no ability lock really, other than Wheezing, which doesn't see any play, and no, significant hand disruption outside of Marnie, which even after a Marnie, your opponent still has 5 cards in hand. And with like explosive draw engines, there are a lot of ways to draw out of that. Paths to the Peak is the best ability locking kind of function in the game right now, which of course slows down all of these Shadow Rider decks. I think that the next big thing is probably going to be wall type abilities. Like imagine like a Zamazenta deck or a Glaceon deck or something like that. These decks are not necessarily prepared to deal with that kind of those kind of decks, I'd say right now. given this current metagame. But I think it makes sense. You want to explore this side of the meta first, build the most powerful, kind of turboed out VMAX deck you can, and then things will bounce back to wall Pokemon. That, Pokemon that can very easily deal with these kinds of big VMAXs.
Yeah, you usually see the meta kind of establish itself in the first major event.
Yep, exactly. Like, what are the decks to beat? What are we trying to accomplish here? So Andrew Denkus looking like he's just got to retreat into Alcremie, VMAX, and Adornment. Not exactly where you want to be. He was always going to be an energy short. We knew that. So Adornment is really the only option he had for this turn. And now his board is loaded, but with Chip only having 4 prizes left.
Yeah, Denkus is going to need to dodge a lot here. He's going to need to dodge some boss's orders. He's going to need to dodge some one-hit knockouts. It's kind of asking a lot, as we've said. If Chip's prizes are like really bad somehow, then that's kind of the only hope.
Yeah, but right now, this Shadow Rider Calyrex is swinging for 250 damage. If Chip is able to find 3 more energy, then he's going to be taking a one-hit KO with Max Geist, and that's a one-hit KO with Max Geist. That means that guaranteed the Alcremie can finish off whatever makes its way into the active position for that final KO, because there will be enough energy in play. Ordinary Rod, Fog Crystal, energy, boom, right there. So there's and I think if there is an energy in the discard pile, Training Cord it back, potentially, we'll see. 2 more energy, Fog Crystal, not going to play the Rod. Probably because maybe there's just 1 energy in the discard pile, or maybe there's none. Denkus hasn't taken a knockout, so
there's a lot on the board. Yeah,
there might not be any in the discard pile. Yeah. So there we go. Second energy coming down into play. Chip doing some quick maths, figuring out. All right, how much am I actually doing right now? 369, and there's the air balloon. And Shadow Rider number 4 hitting the board. Beautiful. Nothing like 4 gigantic horses. I don't know that Chip, let's see, 369, 12, 15, 18, 21,
I think he's got the 10 that he needs.
300. Oh, he's at 310.
Yeah.
Yep. So he's right there.
And he's got the setup Alcremie in the back to just knock out anything.
Yep. There we go. And that's 3 prizes. Chip going to 1 prize remaining. Andrew Denkus is not taking a single prize yet. Will we see a scoop? Oh, we're going to go for glory. All right. I'm going to play it out. Why not? At this point, let's take some prizes, okay? We don't want to get just like 6-0'd in the, in game 3 or game 2 of top 4. Again, at least
the deck is half backwards.
Oh, you really hate to see that. All right, there's the Wizards of the Coast. Base set, Psychic Energy, double Fog Crystal, 2 Psychic Energy coming into hand. And if Denkus knows. If he takes a knockout on the active, Alcremie VMAX already established, doing 420 damage, even without those 3 energy on the active.
Yeah, without breaking a sweat, that Alcremie's going to take us home here.
Exactly. Denkus could gust and knock out the Alcremie, but even then, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. I guess that's the thought, right?
That was the only hope, really, is gusting up the Alcremie and just hoping that he couldn't get all the energy back, but it
Chip's
looks
already
like
got Ordinary Rod
he could already,
Yeah, and Training Court between like those 2 things. But I do think that that's probably...
Yeah, he also just took 3 prizes. There's probably at least 1 energy in the prizes.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, and it'd be a different story if you could maybe reset Stamp and Boss, have some sort of comeback potential. Or maybe if the deck started playing Path to the Peak.
Oh, he did find the Boss. Okay, I didn't even see that in his hand.
Oh,
but...
yeah, here it is.
All right.
Yeah, that Alcremie going down. Excellent.
We just went from a 0% to about a 2% on the win potential here.
Exactly. So, not bad. And Andrew Denkus is not going to go out without a fight, discarding 6 energy. And our creamy VMAX is going to be doing 360 damage with that G-Max Whisk attack. Taking a swift 3 prizes. Now Chip just has to piece together his win condition.
Oh, he has a Fog Crystal, I think, off the prizes, crystal, so that is literally guaranteed.
And here are the 2 energy going back into the deck. 1 energy back into the deck because he wants to training court the other. Beautiful. Yeah. And then he training courts
Give
1.
It a good shuffle. Yeah.
Yeah. Training court 1, Fog Crystal the other. That's it.
That is it.
That's it. It's lights out. Denkus showing he's got, what do you call that? You call 4 of a kind.
There you go. If this was poker, then he might have a chance.
Yeah, if this was poker. 4 research. I win. Yeah. No, but unfortunately it is not.
I don't know why we're continuing to bake the cake here, but
yes, bake the cake. Well, sometimes you just
the cake's already baked. Look at it; it's sitting there.
Yeah, it is sitting here. You got it. Just go boom, boom, boom. Yeah, just Chip just doing some quick math, maybe slow math, but it's fine. I've been doing slow math all day.
It will be interesting to see, the finals, depending on who comes out of the other side. I know part of the reason we put in the Necrozma was for knocking out Moltres.
Yeah.
So since Chip doesn't have that, I think JW, if he wins his matchup, would feel a little bit better about Chip as his opponent.
Ooh, all right, styling.
Got him.
With the Galarian Articuno coming down. Max Geist. 1-hit KO, catapulting Chip Richey from North Carolina into the finals of the Full Grip Games $1,000 Sword and Shield through Evolving Skies event. Chip Richey now guaranteed $200 and a box of Evolving Skies. If he can win his next best of 3, he is going to be taking home $400 cash and 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies and a case of Dragon Shield Duels. We're going to be right back with a player interview featuring Chip Richey in just a moment. All right, I am here with Chip Richey. How you doing, Chip?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. We had a super fun tournament so far. Had a great time in that last game against Andrew, but yeah. Super stoked to be making it to the finals. First tournament in like 16 months. So
let's go. That's so sick. So the last time we saw you on stream, heartbreaking loss.
Man. Yeah, that was a bad one.
How walk us through your march back. What happened after the loss to Holden? How were you able to recoup and make your way up into the finals of the tournament?
Yeah. So I lost to Holden on stream. Unfortunately, his deck was like, super good for the mirror for sure, with like just how many energy he plays and just
the way he was able
consistent
to get
Pokemon surge.
So many Pokemon in play early.
Yeah, I mean, you guys saw if you watched that game, like after turn 2, I had 2 Shadow Riders in play, and his board was like disgusting how set up he was. So, but yeah, so I lost that one unfortunately, and then just kept fighting back, trying to get some wins, and won the next, I guess, 3 rounds.
Let's go.
And then in round 7, decided to ID with my opponent because you're able to see like our resistances and stuff, and I had like one of the better resistances of the X1s, so decided to ID and made it into cut.
Yes, I believe it was Tom. Tom bubbled to 10th.
Felt bad, unfortunately.
Yes, but it's that's it's part of the event.
It's the risk you take when you ID.
It is the risk you take, yes, for sure. So congrats to Tom on making 10th place at 5-1-1, and now you guaranteed at least $200 cash, guaranteed at least a box of Evolving Skies, $400 to the winner, taking in everything that you saw from today's meta. A lot of Urshifu, a lot of Shadow Rider.
Yeah.
Where do you think the metagame goes from here? If you were to take the results of this tournament and say, how does this tournament impact the future, the next couple tournaments, what do you think happens from here?
Yeah, well, I mean, there was just a crazy amount of Shadow Rider in the room today overall. It was definitely the most popular deck, so... I would expect, probably some more Moltres, like anti-meta decks to pop up. Moltres has a lot of potential just because of like, being able to splash it into a lot of stuff with its ability. It's unfortunate that Viridian Forest rotated. That's like such a huge part of Moltres, just being able to discard energy and put them back in play consistently. So I mean, if someone can figure out a way to just get Moltres working, not only is it really good against Shadow Rider, which is like the most popular deck, but it's just good in general. It's just really strong. So
now at this point,
that would definitely be something I'd look to like be looking at after this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Moltres, I mean, has just proved itself to be one of the best cards in the game right now, and one of the few Pokemon that can keep Shadow Rider in check. Now, are you familiar with what Azul and JW are playing?
Yes, yeah. Azul is actually borrowing my cards.
Okay, so very familiar with what Azul is playing.
Yeah, Azul is playing my cards in his deck. I think the boss's orders belong to him because he wanted to play Lysander boss instead of Giovanni boss, but... and I've seen a little bit of JW's deck. I actually watched him play against you on your stream a little bit. And then, I've peeped a couple of his games watching. I definitely would rather play against Azul than JW.
I think so, right?
JW's got Moltres, which was what we were just talking about. So,
I wasn't going to leak it, but if you knew, I was gonna say, all right, do you know that he's got the Moltres? But I couldn't ask that.
Yeah, no, I know JW's list is super good. Yeah. I think it's definitely like, I think there's two good ways to play Urshifu. The way Azul's playing it, I think, is overall just better for the deck in a vacuum, more consistent. You get to do cool stuff with the Yoga Loop guy. You get to do cool stuff with the quick shooting Intellions, but it takes a really bad matchup to Shadow Rider. You can still beat Shadow Rider. Azul's been... I'm staying with Azul as well, and he's been trying to formulate a game plan against Shadow Rider for, the last few hours now. There's been a bunch of them in the room, like we said, but... and then JW's list, showcasing the Octillery, I believe Octillery. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but I know he's got the Moltres and the Articuno, and I don't know about the Rotom phones, but I know he's got those in there.
Rotom phone Articuno, dude. Yeah, you get whatever card you want off the top.
So two great ways to showcase the Rapid Strike Urshifu deck. And so it'll be interesting to see which one of them wins in that mirror match. I'm definitely pulling a little bit more for Azul, I have to admit, though both of them are my friends. I would rather play against Azul's version of the deck, but both of them are my friends. I'd be happy to see either of them win and be happy to get a game against either of them for sure.
Now, it's pretty funny because Azul got paired down his last round. His opponent beat him and then was like, okay, yeah, I feel comfortable beating your deck. I'll scoop you into top 8 because it was a down pair.
Yep, that's right.
Now Azul's looking like he has a very good shot of making his way into the finals.
Yep.
Sometimes the plan doesn't always work as intended.
No, it was a good decision for that guy, though.
It definitely was.
He was playing Shadow Rider. He wants to put a theoretical good matchup in top cut for him.
Yes, when you have enough wins, Azul and I were talking, when you have enough wins, you can make these power plays like that and just be like, oh, yeah, I want this deck in top 8 for sure.
Yeah, I watched that game. Azul's last round opponent, Azul's playing the Urshifu deck. His opponent was playing actually really I played his last round opponent in my top 8 match. And he and I actually have extremely similar lists. I think we were 2 cards different when we talked about it afterwards, but he just destroyed Azul. Like, their game was not close. Like, it was like 6-0 sweep, just like absolutely bodied him. Right. And then he was like, yeah, I think I can scoop to you. So, and then Azul's here making it to the potentially making it to the finals.
Yeah, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch.
Absolutely,
but Azul's deck is definitely favored, I think, against JW's.
Okay.
I mean, there's so
I'm
many...
not sure how the matchup goes.
Yeah,
but
I would think so. There are so many like 2-prize liabilities with the Moltres and stuff, but I'm really excited to see how that match finishes up. In fact, I think I'm gonna head out to the table and see how it's wrapping up.
Me as well.
Congrats, Chip, to congrats on your finals. And no matter what, we're gonna be seeing who is the king of the content creators here between Trainer Chip, FlexDaddyRighteous, and AzulGG. So make sure to stay tuned for an exciting finale in just a moment. The finals are here of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize event. These players are competing for 2 boxes of Evolving Skies, $400 cash, bragging rights, and a case of Dragon Shield dual matte sleeves. On the left, we have got Azul, Garcia, Griego, content creator, 5-time regional champion, top 8 world finisher, and Twitch streamer and YouTuber extraordinaire. Definitely make sure to scope out Azul's channels if you have not already. And in the blue corner, or I guess Azul maybe should be in the blue corner, because Azul means Trainer Chip in the red corner. Okay.
It's the pink corner on the betting.
The pink corner, whichever one a corner. Anyways, we've got Trainer Chip, TPCI commentator, and YouTuber, Twitch streamer himself. Let's get some hype going in the chat as we take a look at this finals match. Maybe one day I'll find the Rapid Strike Urshifu V. Fantastic. All right. Chip opens an Alcremie V with a Psychic Energy. It looks like Azul was able to go first. And oh my gosh, this is an ideal case for Azul. Chip's hand is dead. Looks like Azul is popping off. Got Urshifu in the active. Chip's got nothing. And Azul has got to be excited about this. We just had Chip on stream with his post top 4 interview saying he was going to prefer to get to play against Azul, saying that the matchup against Azul seemed stronger. And I think, that's for sure, right? Azul's entire deck is weak to Psychic. Trainer Chip's entire deck is Psychic. It is seemingly straightforward. But, as we know, Pokemon cards, it's not always as simple as it seems. You do have to sit down and actually play the game, and every deck can brick. So, I'm going to see if Chip can pull out of this early dead draw. Fortunately, this is a best of 3 finals, so even if Chip gets blown out game 1, he's going to have 2 opportunities to bring this back.
It was a tough call. I ended up throwing my chips in with Chip in the betting prediction. But 30K tricky points on him, so hopefully he turns this around.
Yes, Kevin, being a moderator, can actually use tricky points to predict. I cannot accrue tricky points. The banker cannot place bets. I guess that would be against the rulies. But I am blessed with unlimited tricky points, so I guess I can send infinite Shaka Bros.
Well, you also control the inflation of tricky points because you can raise the prices of redeeming things. So
this is true. I control the market.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So it would be unfair for me to take part. Yeah. Now, it looks as if Azul setting up beautifully on his side of the board. He's got Sobble, Drizzile for next turn. Another Rapid Strike, Urshifu V. And Chip just has to sit here and watch. And there's almost nothing worse than, you're in a high-stakes tournament and you're just watching your opponent play the game while you do not play the game.
That's a feels bad.
It is a feels bad. So let's get some Fs in the Twitch chat for Trainer Chip right now. Show some Fs for Trainer Chip, because you really hate to be, in the finals of a $1,000 cash event with just an Alcremie staring down some bears.
Yeah, and really, they're playing for about $200 difference in prizes, plus I think an extra box. So that's, a very material difference. Although I will say it feels
$300 discrepancy.
Yes, exactly.
It's $100 of Dragon Shields too, so that's $400.
You're not wrong about that. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
it's
like a
pretty
$400 difference.
Pretty big deal.
Yeah, between first and second.
It does feel especially bad, I would say, back in official tournaments when your Worlds invite was the difference between winning and losing, and you would draw bad. That's pretty rough right there.
But you wouldn't have happened to have lived through that, did you?
I might have a couple of times. It's finishing 10 points short back in 2013.
I do remember 2013. Did you miss 2013 and 14?
No, I got there for 14.
Yeah, but you missed just by
13
10 points.
13 was a feels bad.
That is certainly tough. All right, so it looks like Chip is going to evolve into that Alcremie VMAX and G-Max Whisk for a prize, but I guess, okay, Azul can't win because there's nothing on the bench.
That is, yeah, that's one way to look at it.
Azul cannot win this turn.
Sure.
Because Chip decided to knock out and the thing is that Azul doesn't even have to put a VMAX in play.
No, not at all.
He will gladly keep this a Urshifu V and just swing in with 100 furious blows.
Right? Why not? Yeah.
No problem whatsoever.
The odds of this Alcremie VMAX getting 2 energy on it again this coming turn is rather unlikely, I would say. So really, there's no way to get punished by just 100 furious blowsing until Chip makes you do something else.
Right. So hopefully Chip is just getting the, kind of getting the bad beats out in this game.
Oh yeah, we got plenty of time.
Plenty of time, especially against a matchup as good as Urshifu. You got to be pretty confident that you're going to be winning 65-70% of your games against this deck. So, even a 70-30 matchup, there is 30.
Oh, yeah,
there's
for
30,
sure.
And you can roll a 30% twice.
You definitely can. It makes you real nervous drawing those 7 cards at the start of the game, too. I'll tell you that.
That's for sure.
You definitely don't want to draw them one at a time, in my opinion. I think the whole 7 all at once just, smack you in the face with the information. Because if you've got like Crobat, Evolution Incense, Ordinary Rod, and those are your first 3. Oh man, that's excruciating.
Your blood pressure is going to rise as you draw the card.
Exactly.
There's no point here.
Just rip the Band-Aid off, get all of them in your hand at once.
I agree. Yep. I'm a big fan of the fan draw. That card is not going to do it. So at this point, I do. Ooh, there's a quick ball for a Crobat for 1, 2. Okay, not great, but. It is something, and I think that Chip has a stadium in the hand, so can put that into play. But none of these other cards in the hand are playable. So it's going to be a Crobat for just a couple of cards. And it might just be too little too late at this point, especially since Chip has got Azul's got so much damage. Here it is, and for 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, nope, not quite. Okay, there's a Articuno, but that feels bad because it gets knocked out. With a Rapid Flow is not exactly what you want to see. You can't Crobat twice. In fact, there's probably only just 1 Crobat in this list, and most lists are running there's 2 Crobat V in this list. But
yeah, it's between 1 and 2 usually. We had 1, but I've definitely seen 2.
Yeah, definitely have seen 2 as well. It seems like it's not totally needed once you're like 100% set up, but sometimes getting there, nice to have the Crobat as an extra draw out. Chip gonna get that Shadow Rider down and Adornment before the Alcremie hits the bin. It would be really cool if Azul, can Evolution Incense, maybe get himself a Rapid Strike Inteleon and take that knockout on the Alcremie. Yeah, without actually attacking.
Yeah, he might already have it. I didn't quite see every card in his hand, but he searched out the VMAX, so
he could also Yoga Loop it.
Ooh, that would be something right there.
That would be something. We could see the Yoga just for the flex. I
think, yep, there it is, the Inteleon.
Inteleon here. Quick ball. Get the Looper, dude. No Looper. Man. No Looper. All right, I think the Looper might be prized. We're in the discard pile. Looper's in the discard pile. Got it. Sorry, Looper. Not today. But Azul's board position, at this point, he can kind of choose how he wants to win.
yeah, especially with that juicy Crobat on the bench. That's pretty much guaranteed prizes. If anything else comes down, that is easier to knock out than a Shadow Rider VMAX. We might not even have to go through one of those. So
yeah, props to Chip for sticking it out. In games like this, because for me, playing in a top cut scenario and playing in a best of 3 scenario, it's a mental game, right? Staying mentally strong, even though you get destroyed game 1.
Yes.
So for me personally, I would have scooped, I'd say minutes ago, if I was Chip, because I don't want my opponent to get so comfortable winning. You know what I mean? It's just, because like Azul's going to be riding a high. Like right now, he is feeling so good, right? He's like, oh yeah, dude, $400, 2 booster boxes of Evolving Scout. You want to cut that, like, I feel like as quickly as possible. And then right now, what's Chip thinking? I'm getting bodied, getting bodied, getting bodied. That negative thought, right? It's very hard to kind of mentally stay in the game while you're getting destroyed. So even though you have the time to finish best of 3, it's about momentum. You're letting Azul just kind of get the mental momentum right now.
It's an interesting way to look at it. Yeah, sometimes I find myself getting in the trap of, like, if a game like this is going super well, I kind of get, lulled into a false sense of security where, like, game 2, I'm like, oh man, that game went so well. I don't even have to try in game 2, and then that can kind of trip you up too.
That can trip you up.
If you overlook some little plays in game 2 just because you're feeling a little too comfortable.
Yes. Yeah, there's really a lot of kind of mental gymnastics that you can do, during these, final scenarios, during these top cut scenarios. Me being Chip, I got no desire to watch my opponent, eat me alive like this.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, we just saw a quick shooting for 3 prizes. And
not bad.
There are 2 fully loaded Urshifus in play.
They're not really in danger of leaving the field anytime soon.
And here comes 2 more prizes. This is a 5-prize turn. Rapid flow for 180 damage to the benched Shadow Rider. Yeah, I would have excused myself from this game.
There you go.
Like I didn't need to see that.
No, I mean,
it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. There's nothing. It could be corrected. Just always play things out too. You never know if your opponent's going to make a game state major.
That's true.
That's the other side of the coin.
Yeah, especially like sometimes there's regionals. When you got that 50+3 time limit, and the game 3, if you get to that point, can last a while. So sometimes you want to scoop it up early just to give yourself more time in game 3, especially if you feel like the matchup's in your favor, because it feels really bad also to tie or lose a favorable matchup by going to time, and maybe they're ahead on prizes at the end because Urshifu's a little quicker out of the gate generally. So if we like open up game 3 with only like 5 minutes left to play or something, and Azul's just ahead on prizes when the game happens to end, that can be a way tournaments end sometimes.
Right. Yeah, so Chip, that's not the game 1 you want, but it's fine. You got plenty of time. Shake it off. Game 2 is a brand new game. You want to keep that wind in your sails. You want to say, okay, I'm choosing to go first this game, presumably. I might choose to go second for Cresselia, but I think against Urshifu, choosing to go first is probably correct. And I'm going to have a strong opening, and we're going to just set up and execute game plan A. Yeah, like as smooth as possible. And this hand is looking like it's going to do just that.
We got some horses in the field.
Yeah,
right?
2 horses, a Shadow Rider VMAX, and a research in the hand. It's exactly what you want. You pretty much can't ask for any better of an opening hand than that if you are a Shadow Rider player. And you get a mulligan free card off the top of the deck to start the match off, which is phenomenal for Chip. I'm curious to see if Chip chose to go first or second. I'm assuming, took that mulligan right out with the dice underneath it. Okay. And Chip, yes, choosing to go first. And a fog crystal off the top. Going to kick things off with access to 3 Shadow Rider VMAX. And I think you don't even go for Alcremie. Alcremie's a huge trap in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't think you need it when there's no Moltres on the other side of the field.
Yeah, Alcremie is definitely a huge trap. You're just going to want to go for the Shadow Rider, just straight up Shadow Riders. They all resist fighting, right? busted.
Yep.
They all have 10 more hit points.
Two
which matters.
retreat.
Yeah.
For the air balloons. Alcremie VMAX has 3 retreats, so he can get stuck in the active. That's no good, especially when they're sniping the bench so much.
Yeah, and you already with a reasonable amount of Shadow Rider in play, you're going to be one-hit KOing everything in Azul's deck.
Absolutely.
So, the correct setup for Chip is going to be, he's got 2. Oh, yeah, he's going to be popping off this game. And the research in hand, there's almost nothing that can go wrong. And that's what it was so cool to see Holden's take on the Shadow Rider deck, because it played the 4 Quick Ball, 4 Great Ball, 4 Fog Crystal, and 3 or 4 Incense, 3 Incense. So, I mean, I had not seen a Shadow Rider deck get more Shadow Riders out turn 1 than Holden's deck did.
Yeah, honestly, that might be the kind of direction we might see in the future, because we're seeing, especially in the mirrors, it's all about get your Pokemon out.
Yeah, at all costs.
Yeah, and a lot of these lists are playing the 12 search cards, 4 Crystal, 4 Quick Ball, 4 Incense. But the Great Balls, I'm not opposed to, to playing around with that.
Yeah, for sure. Just having cards that can get you the horses down turn 1 is so impactful. Because look, we're gonna see how insane this game is, where Chip starts with 4 horses and has an energy in play turn 1, going first. It's almost like Azul could just go to game 3.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like you obviously play it out, but I would say that Chip's percentages of winning this game with this current board, I would say Chip is in the 90th percentile right now. You know, it's a 70-30 matchup, probably. That's just my estimation of it. And I would say it's a 70-30 because of the games that we saw game 1, with Chip just opening a bunk hand, not doing anything.
Yeah, but I bet it felt pretty good to see that opening hand with more than 1 horse in it, and breathe a sigh of relief. Although we got a Strafe coming out here, it looks like. Okay.
Strafe, and I think Azul probably has a Drizzile in hand.
Yeah, I think I saw a Marnie, so we'll probably see that next turn.
Yes. Shadow Rider VMAX slamming down into play, something that Chip was not able to get in play last game.
not even close.
Not even a single
Already doing better.
Yes. And now you got the weird choice of, do I Underworld Door before I research? It doesn't really matter.
In this case, I think it was correct. He just drew 2 more incenses for 2 more horsemen. Oh, man.
Yeah. Feels good, man. Azul's going to be losing 2 prizes before he gets to take his second turn. Chip is going to knock out this Urshifu V. You don't have to worry about, kind of trying to dance around Raihan in a matchup like this. If you're Chip, you just go boom, boom, boom. I want to attack 3 times and win.
Yep.
I'm going to win in the next 3 turns, starting right now. This is going to be a 4-turn game. When I take these 2 prizes, then you will send up a VMAX, and I will take that knockout, and then you will literally send up whatever else, and I will take that knockout, and it will be game over. And Chip is basically going to put Azul on the clock and say, you're going to have to scrape together 6 prizes or 2 knockouts on 2 of my horses before these next 3 turns finish, which is insane.
Yeah, he's really doesn't have to bench anything else for the rest of the game. He's got his horses out, just to keep attaching energy to him. Okay, we see a research here, looks like, and energy. Air balloon, that's pretty big.
It's huge. The air balloon was going to be, I think, the only card that could have maybe saved Azul in this game if Chip did not find retreat out, but instead we've got a 4th Shadow Rider and some energy and 2 air balloons, so we're going to have plenty of retreating options available. And with Fog Crystal grabbing another Psychic Energy, it's going to be just Underworld Door City.
Yeah, if you could write a script on how you want your Urshifu and Teleon game to go as a Shadow Rider player, this is pretty close to the exact game plan.
Yeah, I too like when I have 3 Shadow Rider in play turn 2 going first with 5 energy.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, and my opponent, has a Urshifu, not a Sobble in the active. That's great.
Only one Sobble.
Yeah.
True.
And that's like he had to preserve the Sobble because Drizzle, is going to need to come down this next turn for Shady Dealing. So here's Urshifu. And we do have energy enough to G-Max Rapid Flow. Azul's got to... The scary thing is that it's technically possible for Azul to win. Right?
Urshifu is a very good deck, so you can't completely count it out until the cards are getting scooped up. But, at the same time, it's a real uphill battle.
Yes. Azul needs to Rapid Flow for 180 to both these dudes right now, and then Raihan do it again next turn.
That's going to involve several things to happen. You're going to need another Urshifu down.
Yes, you need another Urshifu down. Yep, at minimum. And you need Passimian, and you need Telescopic Sight. Hey, there's Telescopic Sight.
Yeah,
is there a bear?
I don't see a... Well...
I can't tell what that last card is.
There's some blue cards. There's some blue cards in his hand. I don't know if there's any brown cards in his hand.
Yeah. That's a VMAX, I think. I think it whiffed the bear, which is huge. Because he's got this. He doesn't necessarily need... he only needed one of the pieces. Yeah, and unfortunately, this is just going to be game. He only needed one of the pieces. Okay, so it's not game per se.
Does he have anything that can take
no,
it?
it is game. Yeah, because Chip has 4 prizes left.
Right.
Yeah, it's game. Yeah.
I don't think anything in his deck can take a hit.
No. Against a board like this, Chip is just gonna ride this wave all the way. This I'm telling it's a mental game, bro. Azul's like, no, I'm not gonna let you get too happy about this. We're gonna back to the remember how I was dominating? Okay, we were gonna go back to that,
I might need to work that into my strategy a little bit. I usually just kind of let the game.
It's a head game. It's a head game. Azul's like, because now both games are fresh in both players' minds. You want to keep Chip kind of reminding of like how bad he was getting beat just moments ago. Really, We're gonna brush that one off real quick. I'm gonna put it mentally in my own rear view mirror. And it's also just like a power play where, like, because Chip is in control of the match, right? And then by Azul scooping, it's like, in a way, you're taking control back because Chip is in control. It's his turn, right? And he's dominating and kind of, deciding the pace of the game. And Azul is saying, no, I'm going to take the control back. I'm going to decide who goes first in game 3. And I am going to start with the natural advantage by deciding who goes first in game 3. So it's like, it's a way of kind of turning the momentum. The scoop is turning the momentum back in your favor because there was no momentum being gained there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I'd like to see you maybe in the interview post-game potentially bring up the mental game, see if they had any similar thoughts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could talk to Azul about...
well, you're predicting Azul's going to win. It could be Chip that wins.
Oh, yeah, I could talk to Chip about that as well.
You can have them both in here, really.
Scooping, there's a whole meta on when to scoop. In regionals and all that. It's because it's scooping and knowing when to scoop and how to scoop is huge, especially in 50 best of 3.
A lot of times it comes down to probabilities, too. You haven't technically lost the game yet. There's a sliver of a chance, but the time gained by not playing it out is oftentimes worth that 10% chance you could have came back.
Absolutely. And if you've ever been to a regional championship where there's 50-minute best of 3 Swiss rounds, then you have heard players say, "Oh, we went to time, and I would have had it if I had one more turn."
All the time.
All the time, constantly. So figuring out how to find time for those one more turns, right? Where in your gameplay can you shave minutes here and there? Because if you look back on a game, if you were to go back and kind of hyper-analyze a best of 3 where somebody told you that they just needed one more turn, I guarantee you could find a couple minutes somewhere here or there.
Definitely.
You can. So, like, those minutes are there to find. You could say, your probability of winning at this point in the game was, incredibly low, yet you played out one more turn, and that one more turn was a 3-minute turn. Or 4-minute
especially
turn,
if there's a bunch of shuffle effects.
Yeah. And then even more importantly, you saw when Azul scooped. He scooped without letting Chip play his turn, right? You don't want to scoop when like, unless you're like waiting on a top deck, sometimes you could just be like, all right, if I top deck, I'm not playing my turn, right?
Yeah, something like if they need to be able to switch out of the active for their turn, you might wait until you see that they have that card.
And then it's like,
and
all
then
right.
immediately, yeah.
Yeah, like in chess, you know, sometimes you see the checkmate play in chess, and you're like, all right, yeah, I'm out of here, for sure. Let's move on. Now, this is it.
We've got another Alcremie start.
The $400 money match. 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies on the line and a case of Dragon Shield dual mats as we go to an exciting Game 3. Azul choosing to go first, has an energy and the telescopic sight drop on his active Urshifu. Trainer Chip has got an Alcremie V. Incredibly excited to see how this Game 3 shakes out. And Chip has got a supporter card. You know what? Cool.
That's better than, I was going to say, it's reminiscent of Game 1 because, you know, start Alcremie, first card played is Evolution Incense, but, oh yeah, that research in the hand looks a whole lot better than the previous hand.
That's for sure. And I think we're going to have a really close Game 3. I see Azul's got his game face on. I could tell by the way he's handling that hand. He is not messing around. There's hundreds of dollars on the line. These players are good friends, have a friendly rivalry as well, but it's time to put all that aside and compete for some cold hard cash. Should be a very fun finale to watch here at Full Grip Games. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Chip gonna search out that Alcremie, and I wonder if he's just ditching it. Yeah,
looks like it. Don't need it.
Yeah, don't need it. There's 2 Alcremie and a Shadow Rider getting thrown away. Oh no. Oh god.
Oh, that's a lot of energy, guys.
Oh no. That's so bad. Oh,
we spoke too soon about looking different than the first game.
Oh my goodness. What a horrible hand to draw into. I told you, in a 70-30 matchup, you can roll 30% twice. That was a horrible draw off of the research. I mean, Chip has another research, but this is going to give the Urshifu deck so much time in ditching those. Oh my god. Oh,
yeah,
jeez, man.
My channel points might not be long for this world.
Oh, jeez, man. And Chip has just got to be shaking his head like, bro, if you sneak through this atrocious matchup unscathed, you are such a sack, my man. Yeah,
he would have told you he had it the whole time.
Yes.
Too. Yeah.
Azul, right.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he would have been like, oh, that matchup's fine.
Yeah, it's free matchup.
Free matchup. Yeah, Urshifu broken deck. Yes.
Picking up the pace a little bit, picking up these cards.
Oh,
no. He's feeling it.
Yeah, exactly. You're riding the wave, man. You're riding the wave. Your opponent is crouched down in the corner. You know, you're going to be within 20 damage of winning the game right now. Doing things like quick balling away quick balls. Yeah, that's right. You haven't even seen one of those yet. You know, across the aisle.
How does that look?
How does that? And failing it.
No, I think he might have grabbed that saw ball.
Oh, did he grab the saw ball? I didn't see it. Yeah.
But still, I mean, that's just gravy at this point. Ooh.
Yeah. And Azul has absolutely everything he needs. Smacking this Alcremie for... Okay, it's possible that this Urshifu goes down. But you'd have to put Galarian Articuno into play.
Well, you'd also have to get a cake back out of the discard. He's only playing 2 VMAX cakes, right?
And so he'd have to play the Rod.
You'd have to get Rod, get it back, find it again. Yeah,
it's not great.
I think he wants to get 3 horses and then, just let the Alcremie go and then hope all 3 horses get evolved.
Yeah.
That seems because, then you can force the 7 prize game.
My concern is that a Rapid Strike Inteleon is just going to ping that, ping that thing, and that the
you might get to see your yoga loop if he finds that.
Yes, my concern is definitely Yoga Looper. Okay, you might see that Medicham V.
I like how you have speed dial for Yoga Looper.
Oh yeah, we got the stream deck on deck with the different Pokemon. You know who I haven't clicked to all day today?
Who's that? Do it.
I haven't clicked this button once today.
Oh man.
Not one time, bro. Feels bad, man. But that's my first time clicking that button. I even clicked this button a couple times.
Yep.
Yeah, but I did not click that button.
Yeah, I think at some point in this format, I think you're going to be clicking that button. That engine is too good not to see some play.
Yeah, I think the engine. I got some belief in it as well. Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, just one heck of a duck right now, as we're seeing from Azul, in a field chock full of Shadow Riders. I mean, and we're in Game 3 versus Shadow Rider, and I'm not exactly confident in Chip's ability to pull this one off.
Yeah, I mean, he did get 2 horses. I asked for 3, only got 2, but
yes. But we did get the attack with the promo, right?
That's true.
Which
we saw that earlier.
Juices another energy into play, which is pretty cool. So let's see that promo. Shadow Rider Calyrex V. And the thing is, playing against somebody like Azul, if you're a good player, sometimes you can, even when when things aren't going great, you can just wait for your opponent to make one little misstep to kind of welcome you back into the match.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is that Chip, Azul's not really going to do that.
No. He's been around too long.
He's been around too long.
He knows the pitfalls. Don't bench too many things. Don't evolve before you have to.
Yeah, don't evolve the Urshifu before you have to. He already knows. Because the only way that Azul really throws this game is if he evolves that bench V before he needs to.
Yep.
And Chip just goes knockout, and it's game. So Azul already knows he's just going to keep it a V, right? Yeah, I'm going to sack this Urshifu. It's going to be a 3 knockout game regardless. Which is insane because both players are playing for a 3 knockout game in a matchup where weakness is in play, and Urshifu can win that. It's absurd.
Oh, here he comes.
Oh, Yoga Looper, here he is. Oh, nothing like taking another turn.
We got a rope. Get him in the active.
Oh, Chip
here he
begrudgingly sends up the Alcremie with 150 damage.
What a way to end the tournament, man.
Oh, man.
Last game of the tournament, we got a Yoga Loop.
Woo-wee. This is brutal. Chip just watching his dreams drift away. Game 2 went so well.
Oh, yeah.
4 Shadow Rider in play, turn 1. 3 Shadow Rider VMAX in play, turn 2. And now this?
There have not been very many effects in the TCG history where you just get to take another turn. So this is pretty special.
Yeah, this is definitely a busted attack. And it's like Chip is in a horrible position because he knows he's like, all right, I got to get rid of these Alcremie VMAX. I'm never going to evolve this Alcremie V. It's a trap, right? But then also keeping it a regular V, also a trap, because here goes Azul back in for another turn. Thanks to the bonus effect of Yoga Loop, if you take a knockout, you get to take another turn while your opponent just sits there stewing in their own salt. Horrible. Getting Yoga Loop's got to be one of the biggest feel bads in the TCG, I think.
Has to be, yeah.
Yeah. You're like, because why do they keep printing these kinds of things? Getting Horror Housed feels horrible. Getting Yoga Loop feels horrible. It doesn't feel good to watch your opponent play 2 turns.
No, it doesn't. Not at all, yeah.
It's just not a very interactive card. You're like, okay, this is fine, I guess. My Pokemon give up enough prizes that they give up a third of the game in the time. They give up a third of the game at the time, and now you have all this time to evolve your guys. I have only gotten to play, 2 turns of the game, and here I am, just huge chilling. It's not where you want to be. Things are looking bad.
Now, interestingly, there's, I didn't see an attachment to the other Urshifu. So, in theory, we might not see back-to-back rapid flows. But, he is playing the Raihan, right?
He's got 2 copies of Raihan in the deck, yeah.
He's got that, but, he might not draw into it.
Does this Urshifu in the active have an energy on it?
I don't think so. I think we've got 0 energy on Urshifus at this moment.
Okay.
So I mean, the door's cracked open.
The door is slightly. No, he rapid flow. Oh, he did rapid flow.
He just rapid
flow. All right, I see those dice on the bench one now. Okay, so he just rapid flow. Right, but okay, and there are no more. There are no more shady dealing plays available for Azul.
Yeah.
So that's like, if there's a silver lining to any of this.
This is not ideal.
This
has disappointment written
all right,
over.
the silver lining's gone, man.
Yeah,
right,
you definitely needed multiple VMAXs.
I was
taking the knockout.
Who had to get knocked out.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Oh my.
No, now we're just taking 40 for no reason.
Okay. Yeah, man. I think we're gonna mess around and see another Yoga Loop, bro. I think that's where we're at. This is. Oh man, this is not good.
Yeah, your opponent taking twice as many turns as you in a game of Pokemon is. Not a good look.
Yeah, and with Azul only having a couple prizes left, 4 prizes left to take, a lot of damage on board. I almost, if you're Chip, you could almost save face and just be like, yeah, man, I'm gonna go get some dinner. Please hand me the $200 now. I will be out the door and on my way.
Okay, so we've got 170
does he have a switch?
on the
He does not. Okay, there's no switch.
Yeah, I mean, we're not seeing
got a
Yoga
basic
Loop.
energy back onto the V on the bench.
It's still a clock, though. Damn, the 40 damage every turn just from having your bench guys sitting there.
Quick shooting.
That's eventually going to just end the game.
Yes, for sure.
And this is just, level ball for nothing, probably. Yeah, that deck's mighty thin. He's got to find an energy here, you would think. He's got a research, I believe, so another VMAX.
Yeah, a switch could... let's see what Chip's doing. Wait, whose turn is it?
I believe it's Azul's turn.
I looked at chat for a second.
It should be Azul's turn because I believe Chip just missed it.
Okay, yeah, so Chip's hand's still turbo dead.
Now...
All right,
okay.
And then the Inteleons are going to take a knockout, and now Azul's in a position where he can just win if he rapid flows.
Well, so he cannot attach a special energy on this turn because of the mist.
Right.
But that's not to say, here comes...
He could boss and swing with
What's the second attack on Medicham?
100.
100,
and not affected by resistance. So
All
that
right.
would be if he had switch boss.
That does, I mean...
That would be game.
That would do it.
That would do it. Oh, baby. You love to see it.
Bet you didn't think a smash uppercut would be coming out of this matchup.
I'm really enjoying seeing this smash uppercut, that's for sure. Please equip the fighting energy.
I think he's just
to the
missing the
Medicham V.
switch.
Yeah, he is missing the switch. He's been chilling with this Urshifu VMAX in the active position for turns now. But, I'd rather be chilling with 2 Inteleon on my bench than chilling with nothing.
Yeah, you're still making progress.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Even just every energy you drop, it's like you're just further and further establishing your win condition. Oh, this just feels like a horrendous card to top deck. Yeah, it's really bad for Chip right now. Down bad, down horrible. Ordinary rotting, 2 cards back into the deck. I'm taking 40 more damage from quick shooting and Teleon no matter what. It's just...
This gives a whole new meaning to beating a dead horse.
Oh. Yeah, man. As the fighting deck too, it just Chip is gonna try and put this finals out of his memory as soon as possible. This is gonna be one that you never want to relive. You never want to think about. Okay. You're just gonna be like, yeah, man. Remember all those good games I played leading up to the finals, before I lost to my favorable matchup. Remember all the good times. Yeah. And then Azul is going to be feeling like $1 million.
Yep.
Overcoming the bad matchup in the finals. Feeling like $400. Let's go.
You always got GLC to look forward to, so maybe you want to set your sights on that.
That's true. Gym Leader Challenge tomorrow. I know that these guys are all down for a Gym Leader Challenge. I am extremely excited about the Gym Leader Challenge paper event we've got happening tomorrow. A lot of players have brewed up some very creative and interesting decks, and we're gonna get to see what players have come up with. I really am looking forward to seeing a lot of these world-class players, yourself included, kind of put your heads to the format and see what decks come out on top.
I'm very excited for tomorrow just to see all the different ideas that come out. So many cards in the format. Going back all the way black and white through the current stuff. So many cool cards that you might never have seen before. And you're going to get the cards on the table tomorrow.
Absolutely. And I think that, I've been playing the format. I was talking to some guys last night. I've been playing the format for 6 weeks now. It's been out for 6 weeks. And I feel like in 6 weeks of playing the format nonstop, I have only really figured out 2 decks or 3 decks tops, Yeah. And that's like 3 versions of decks that I really enjoy. All right. Potentially the last turn of the game. We're going to see if Azul can pull this off. 170 damage on the active Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX. 7 Swiss rounds. A top 8 cut. Best of 3. Azul has clawed his way through a field of Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX. And, the handshake meta. Let's go. Azul will take the win. The winner of $400 cash and 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies and a case of Dragon Shield dual sleeves as Azul Garcia Griego, asserting himself the dominant content creator in this content creator top 4. Trainer Chip represented, Azul and JW FlexDaddyRighteous. What an incredible finale. Azul defeating every Shadow Rider he needed to get to this winning position. What an incredible finale. And
he's already opening the door, folks.
It looks like Azul is here for his player interview, so give me 1 second and we'll be right back with Azul, your Full Grip Games Sword and Shield through Evolving Skies 1K champion. Azul, your Full Grip Games $1,000 post-rotation standard event champion. Congrats, man. Were you expecting to be able to pull this off?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was possible. As long as I dodged Shadow Rider, but at the end of the day, turns out you can win when they just, cake pass.
Yeah. And that was really wild to see. I mean, obviously, game 1, it seems like, what would you call that matchup? I mean, we were on stream. I was calling it like a 70-30, maybe 65-35.
It's probably around there, yeah.
But like, you could roll 30% twice.
Yeah.
As we saw.
Yeah.
And the thing is that it's such a consistent and punishing deck when it sets up. It doesn't really give your opponent any room for error.
Yeah.
So, what do you think of the deck's performance overall? What do you think that this kind of having run through this meta in a tournament setting now, where do you think the game goes from here?
Sheesh, I don't know. I mean, it depends how. We don't still know what are the. I mean, it looks like it is Urshifu and Shadow Rider, so then the meta will kind of form from there. I think Urshifu will constantly stay at top deck, and then Shadow Rider will have to leave depending on Moltres and Dark decks coming in.
Yeah.
So it'll go up and down. But I think Urshifu will stay a top tier deck, and you could run the Inteleon. Or I played against JW in top 4. I really liked his build.
It was cool, wasn't it?
It's definitely. It's definitely a bad matchup for him now that I've played it. He can't KO Inteleons.
No.
He can chase the Drizzles, but he doesn't have like the back-to-back G-Max Rapid Flow that you're like trying to pull off in the mirror and stuff. So once the Inteleons get online, it's just the quick shooting offers so many routes to make it hard for him to close it out. So that one feels favorable. But if you want to beat Shadow Rider, I think you want to go the JW route for sure, because I think that deck probably is just pretty good against the Shadow Rider matchup.
You got away with it here.
Yeah,
in the finals, but I'm not saying you probably wouldn't double or nothing that.
No, probably not.
Yeah, no.
Definitely not.
Yeah,
definitely
you
not.
probably wouldn't double or nothing that performance there, and the chat is incredibly stoked on you. Now, something that I was talking to Kevin about, and Kevin said that he doesn't think of it this way, but I do. Chip played out that game 1 way longer than I would have.
Yeah.
And then
how much time was left?
I don't know, but like it doesn't, time aside, assuming you have enough time. But like mentally, I don't like to let my opponent like just get that far ahead and like get so comfortable winning. Like I like taking the reins back, because like when your opponent's just like routing you like that while you're just sitting there, literally, it's easy for you to kind of get in your own head and be like, dang bro, I'm getting bodied, this is horrible.
Yeah.
And it's also easy for your opponent to just get like, oh yeah man, I'm gonna win this thing, I'm feeling super confident. So like I feel like scooping in some ways can be a power play, because you're like taking the reins back from your opponent and you're saying, I'm going to choose who goes first in the next game. I'm taking command back, and I'm going to start with the advantage by choosing who goes first in this next game. So do you have any thoughts into like, when do you scoop? When's the best time to scoop? How do you think about scooping and, in the TCG, especially playing in like a top cut scenario or in a 50-minute best of 3?
I mean, it depends if time is an issue to complete the set. Yeah. If it's never an issue to complete the set and you see a route, you should stick around, I think. I don't think Chip had a route in that game 1, though.
He did, which is why I'm saying...
so he could have conceded a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
He knew my exact 60, so there was nothing to gain from that either, trying to figure out, the 58, 59 card, 60th card. So, maybe conceding a little bit earlier on, especially so you don't get into your own head. And I think that is definitely player dependent.
Yeah.
You said Baxter, and Baxter kind of seems like a brick wall. So
he is.
Yeah. So for him, it's a little bit different.
So for him, he's like, yeah, man, I don't really have those emotions. So like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm just going to be very technical and make the correct decision every single time, no matter what.
Yeah. Definitely.
Well, congratulations,
Thank
man.
you.
We've got Gym Leader Challenge happening tomorrow. The tournament starts at 11 a.m. Eastern time, so a little bit earlier than today's. You got any thoughts on what you're going to be bringing to the table, or what you're excited to see in action tomorrow for Gym Leader Challenge, or no leaks, bro?
Probably no leaks for me, but
no leaks, bro.
I'm excited to see what everyone brings. I think there's so much depth to the format, and I would really like to see it evolve. Of course, you need enough people playing it and caring about it to like play the top deck, to then have people have to counter the top deck. So it'd be really cool to see how this is going to be the first big tournament, I think, where people are really trying. So we'll see a lot of good decks, and then I think we'll see a lot of good decks do poorly just because they hit the wrong typings or the wrong matchups. But there's like so much potential out there, and then we'll see where it develops from here for sure. So I'm excited for that.
I feel like this is like the most world-class players that have ever invested their time into this format so far, in one space. It's some really exciting games I think are going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again, Azul. $400, 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies, and a case of Dragon Shield dual mats.
Sounds pretty good.
I'm sure we'll be seeing you tomorrow. And thanks again to everybody for watching the stream. Azul, is there anywhere that these people can find you on the internet?
Yeah, you can check me out, AzulGG, on YouTube and Twitch. Check me out there. I play Pokemon pretty regularly, and
he's pretty good too.
Yeah, I played for quite a long time.
It's 5 regionals, right?
I think so. Yeah, I actually don't remember the exact number.
Me neither, which is why. But at least if you don't remember, then I don't feel bad if I misquoted it. But it's something like 5 regionals, And he definitely got the Players' Cup for it. You don't have to brag for yourself. I'll do it. And a World's Top 8?
No, not yet. I haven't got the World's Top 8 yet.
I've been advertising you had a World's Top 8.
Not yet, not yet.
Who was it? Who was it who got the Pidgey top 8?
Isaiah
Williams. That's what I was thinking of. I was thinking because I remember you all played the Pidgey deck. Yes.
Yeah, that was pretty fitting. I definitely thought him or Jimmy were being the ones that were going to go deep with that deck.
Yes.
Like that.
Yes, for sure. All right, just 5 regional championships in the Players' Cup.
Yeah.
Got
some more to work on, but we'll
get there. So. Azul, obviously one of the best players in the world. Definitely make sure to scope out his Twitch channels and YouTube channels if you have not already. And you all make sure to tune in tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time. We're going to be back for the Gym Leader Challenge event. Another $1,000 on the line. Another case of Evolving Skies and another case of Dragon Shield dual mats. Y'all take it easy and have a good one. We're going to be getting out of here. See ya.